Chapter 676. Spiritual Sense Formation. Fellow Taoist speaks the truth, but I have no intention of handing over my concubine. I merely wish to exchange a few pointers. Han Li spoke calmly and soon released his spiritual sense. With the appearance of an astonishing aura, something shot towards the Marquis. Good. Marquis Nanlong appeared completely calm and released his spiritual sense. Two streaks of nearly incorporeal force appeared between the two and burst in a collision. A violent gust suddenly appeared and blew out in every direction. Marquis Nanlong felt alarmed by the development as his initial spiritual sense probe instantly grew several times greater in size. Layers and streams of violent white instantly flew into the gap of space between Han Li and the Marquis, causing their silhouettes to blur as if there were two originless and unmoving shadows. Spiritual sense formation. How can this be? How is Junior Martial Brother Han's spiritual sense so strong? Lu Luo couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. Spiritual sense formation? Could my husband win? I'm not sure either, but ordinarily, spiritual sense formation is a divine ability only mid-nascent soul cultivators can grasp. For Junior Martial Brother Han to be able to use this technique, his main cultivation art must be specialized in spiritual sense. That is the only possible explanation. Lu Luo's excited words turned into a pensive mutter halfway through. Filled with hope by her martial ancestor Lu's explanation, Mu Peeling said, "In that case, my husband must have a fighting chance." With a shifting expression, Lu Luo said, "That's hard to say. There are differences in strength among even similar grade cultivators. Marquis Nanlong had already entered the mid-nascent soul stage 300 years ago. Although his progress has stalled, he is without a doubt only a step away from late nascent soul stage. It should be quite difficult for Junior Martial Brother Han to win against this old eccentric." When Mu Peeling heard this, her briefly hopeful heart immediately turned ice-cold once again. At that moment, the explosions in the skies suddenly became far more dense and winds began to continuously revolve, forming a huge ring of white wind around Han Li and the Marquis. Lu Luo yelped in surprise as an odd expression appeared on his face. "I can't believe it. Junior Martial Brother isn't losing." Mu Peeling was overjoyed by this and thought to ask something more, but a series of blinding white lights filled the skies. Soon after, claps of thunder rang out and the ring of wind surrounding them ruptured, sweeping up their surroundings in a violent windstorm. 100 meters away from them, the others revealed shock as they saw the overbearing squalls arrive towards them. "Not good," Lu Luo softly shouted. His figure blurred and blocked Mu Peeling. At the same time he crossed his hands, summoning a blue light barrier in front of them. In that short moment, the fierce squall had already arrived at their barrier. Strange creaks continuously sounded out from the wind as if it were a heavy strike. An instant later, there was a deep indentation left behind on the barrier. Fortunately, the winds quickly scattered and a majority swept past them. The light barrier was soon restored to its original form. As for Marquis Nanlong's group of soldier cultivators, they lifted their golden halberds in a disciplined manner, forming a huge barrier of golden light around them and the carriage. However, the golden light only lasted against the white Galliffer an instant before shattering. When the remaining gust swept through, the cultivators behind the barrier held their heads in their arms and Mr. B screamed. Blood bled from every opening of their head in a frightening display. Only the two concubines were safe due to the carriage's protective restrictions. However, their faces were pale from fear. Mu Peeling felt her blood turn cold at the sight as she turned her gaze once more to Han Li, mesmerized. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong coldly snorted. A ball of golden light suddenly appeared and burst into countless streaks of golden light that quickly surrounded his servants. When the golden light appeared, his servants ceased their screams and stood firm once more. Although they appeared panic-stricken, they no longer seemed to be in pain. Having saved his subordinates, Marquis Nanlong turned his gaze towards Han Li and revealed bewilderment as if he couldn't believe that Han Li's spiritual sense could rival his own. In that previous bout, he had released a majority of his spiritual sense, but Han Li was able to effortlessly continue. From how relaxed he appeared, it seemed possible that Han Li's spiritual sense was actually stronger than his own. Marquis Nanlong's contempt had long disappeared and his heart wavered. At that moment, Han Li widely smiled at him and casually said, "Shall we stop the contest? I fear I might not last if this continues." With some further thought, Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he said, "Ha! Fellow Taoist Han is far too modest. Let alone your techniques, but even your spiritual sense isn't inferior to my own in the slightest. Let us drop the contest else we may end up injured." When Han Li heard this, he inwardly sighed despite the smile on his face. Although he wasn't willing to truly fight against this Marquis Nanlong, from what he had experienced in the contest, Han Li should prove an equal match at the very least. However, their recent struggle had caused the Marquis to view Han Li with some apprehension, and he didn't dare to treat him lightly. Moreover, his spiritual sense was strong enough to meet his conditions. He had a request to make of Han Li. Marquis South Dragon strangely smiled at Han Li and stealthily sent him a voice transmission. Since fellow Taoist Han's spiritual sense is on par with mine, I will tell you the true reason for the contest. It is as fellow Taoist guest, I had a different objective in mind for forcibly testing your spiritual sense. However, this matter is quite important and it is inconvenient to speak of it here. The jade slip contains a map. On the 4th day of the trade meet, there will be a gathering of cultivators as indicated. I will introduce you to these fellow Taoists, and we will discuss a matter that will benefit us all. Afterwards, he stroked his storage pouch and took out an exquisite jade slip that he tossed towards Han Li without any regard to Lu Luo. When Han Li saw this, he immediately extended his hand and took the jade slip. After examining the Marquis for a moment, he placed the jade slip into his storage pouch for later. The Marquis chuckled at the sight and then descended towards his carriage in a sphere of golden light. The carriage's golden light then appeared once more and he quickly made his way towards Soaring Heaven's city with his escort. The Marquis seemed to ignore Lu Luo in his departure. While other nascent soul cultivators would feel indignant and dissatisfied by this treatment, Lu Luo knew of the Marquis' eccentric personality and could only smile wryly. At that moment, Han Li descended towards Elder Lu and Mu Peeling. "Sir, are you all right?" When she saw Han Li return, Mu Peeling greeted him with a flushed face as she stared at him with bright eyes. Although her husband had contested with Marquis Nanlong for only a moment, that recent display of mighty ability had greatly shaken her heart. She felt somewhat more appreciative of her position by his side and faintly developed a sense of security from him. It was nothing, merely a bit of effort. Han Li calmly said. Her sudden display of concern had made his heart throb. Lu Luo looked at Han Li for a long while with admiration before beaming and said, "Junior Marshal brother, you keep your secrets well. You made me worry for nothing." Han Li calmly said, "I never meant to conceal this from my 2 senior martial brothers, it's just that you haven't ever asked me about it, but let's hurry for now. Those spiritual sense gales will certainly draw the attention of many cultivators." Lu Luo instantly agreed, "That's right. It would be troublesome if this were widely spread. Let's quickly head to Soaring Skies City." Chapter 677. Meeting the boy. Han Li stood on the side of a mountain and glanced at the huge city walls several kilometers away. He softly said, "This is Soaring Heaven's mountain?" Lu Luo stood at Han Li's side and spoke with a similar expression. "Has Junior Marshal brother never seen such a large city before? The 9 Nations Union have expanded this city several times before reaching such a size. Although I wouldn't dare to say that this is the largest city in the Heavenly South, it definitely is among the top 5. The entire city is also made of huge stones from the same source." When Han Li heard this, he faintly smiled. What city could possibly best Scattered Star Sea's Heavenly Star City? Now that city was truly gargantuan existence. Although Soaring Heaven City was a huge city that spanned over 50 kilometers, it still wasn't something that could be compared to Heavenly Star City. Han Li didn't care much of it, but Mu Peeling was clearly amazed by the sight of this stone city. "Nevertheless, we will have to approach Soaring Heaven City on foot." "How troublesome." Lu Luo shook his hand and spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Han Li pursed his lips and replied, "The 9 Nations Union can't help it. There are far too many high-grade cultivators that have come. They would have no way of managing the city if they were to come by air. Fortunately, these restrictions are merely superficial against nascent soul cultivators like us. If we truly wished to fly, these restrictions couldn't do anything to us." I didn't expect for Junior Marshal brother to be so open-minded. "Alright, let's go. The sooner we get to the city, the more profit will be had." Ever since Han Li's bout with Marquis Nanlong, Senior Marshal brother Lu had treated Han Li in a far greater familiarity. Han Li nodded with a smile, and the 3 began to walk towards the city gate in stride. Because they were in the vicinity of Soaring Heaven City, there were vast crowds entering the city from every direction. Han Li and Lu Luo already concealed their cultivation as this didn't wish to cause a disturbance. They entered the crowd under the guise of Foundation Establishment cultivators and made way towards the city gate. Although there were protectors from the 9 Nations Union, they didn't discover anything amiss from Han Li or Lu Luo. After they entered Soaring Heaven City, they spotted orderly rows of stone buildings. There were stone streets of varying length between each of the stone buildings, forming what seemed to be a crowded web-like pathway. Since Lu Luo had been at Soaring Heavens in the past, he suggested, "Let's first get a fixed residence. There is no need for us to barge into any inns. There are distinguished pavilions that are specialized for nascent soul cultivators like us. We'll be heading there directly." Han Li didn't raise any objects and followed after Elder Lu with Mu Peeling in tow. Lu Luo ended up bringing the two towards a corner of the city. A short moment later, the three passed through many roads before arriving in front of a white light barrier. Behind the light barrier laid many pavilions that were simply designed but elegant nonetheless. There were other cultivators outside the light barrier, peering inside with expressions of admiration and reverence. However, they didn't dare to stay for too long, and each of them eventually hurried on their way. The restrictions here are only something a nascent soul cultivator can dissolve. Lu Luo pressed his hand against the light barrier and blue light flickered from his palm. With a whoosh, the white light barrier formed a hole from where Lu Luo's palm had touched it. He then flew inside with a blur, followed by the light barrier closing at an inconceivable speed. After a moment of surprise, Han Li opened his mouth and spouted out a mist of azure light. The white light barrier flickered upon contact with the azure light and a 3-meter large hole immediately shattered. Han Li grabbed onto Mu Peeling's waist and quickly brought her through the light barrier. Mu Peeling blushed from being in Han Li's embrace and felt a peculiar emotion in her heart. Lu Luo appeared amazed at how easily Han Li had broken through the barrier, but his calm soon returned. Lu Luo pointed to a few of the pavilions with a smile and said, "These pavilions are for the use for any nascent soul cultivators and any disciples they may bring. They may chosen at will, but the light restrictions surrounding the pavilions illustrate whether or not they are already occupied. However, not all nascent soul cultivators are willing to use this place. There are a few eccentrics that are willing to stay outside the city or at inns." As expected, a small portion of the pavilions were already glowing with light restrictions. Lu Luo pointed to 2 pavilions a couple hundred of meters away and proposed, "Junior Marshal Brother, let's pick those neighboring pavilions. If anything happens, it will be best if we look after each other." After examining them for a moment, Han Li replied, "Let's do as you say." Just as Lu Luo was about to say something else, the white-yellow light barrier covering another pavilion suddenly opened to reveal a small figure. When this person swept past Han Li and Luo Lu, they astonishedly said, Is it not Brother Lu? I didn't expect for you to arrive so early." Han Li hastily peered in the speaker's direction. This person was a child with delicate, flawless skin. He was the child fire dragon that Han Li previously saw at the sacred area of the 3 sections. Once he finished speaking, his bright eyes turned towards Han Li and Mu Peeling, resulting in an expression of astonishment. With his vast memory, he was able to recall them both being among the finalists of the last sword trial assembly. However, Han Li was now only using a superficial cultivation concealment technique, something ineffective against cultivators of the same grade. After a moment of surprise, the boy revealed an expression of understanding. Lu Luo quickly smiled upon seeing him. It seemed their relationship was quite good. So it turned out to be fellow Taoist Lan. "How are we early? You obviously rushed over here." "Ah, that's right, this is our newly joined Elder Han. Junior Marshal Brother Han, I believe you've met Brother Lan once before. There should be no further need for introductions." When the child fire dragon heard this, he wryly smiled and said, "So it is true that fellow Taoist Han entered the Drifting Cloud sect as a new elder. My eyes were truly awry that day." Having heard this, Han Li offered a cursory explanation with a smile. "I had merely heard of the grand reputation of the sacred spirit well tree and wished to enter the sacred area to take a look. I sincerely hope fellow Taoist Lan didn't take offense. Since fellow Taoist is now an elder of the Drifting Cloud sect, this matter need not be mentioned further. However, you two have arrived quite timely. I happen to be meeting a few friendly acquaintances of mine at the Crystal Dragon Pavilion for a small-scale trade. How about you two fellow Taoists come and take a look? Perhaps you might find something you like." The child fire dragon seemed to have a straightforward temperament to have invited them with a beckon. Lu Luo joyously said, "To think there would be an exchange so soon. We've definitely come at a good time." He then hastily turned towards Han Li with his expression quickly turning solemn. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, there aren't many exchanges that occur between nascent soul cultivators. We must go, else we could miss some good items." Han Li calmly smiled and said, "Then let us follow Senior Marshal Brother Lan." After Han Li and Luo Lu arranged restrictions outside their pavilions, they followed the child fire dragon out of the residential area. Han Li had instructed Mu Peeling to stay inside the pavilion for the time being. The child fire dragon explained in a clear voice. The Crystal Dragon Pavilion was opened by a good friend of mine from the Nine Nations Union. My good friend has made a wide range of connections, acquainting himself with those from every power. As such, he was able to form this trade meeting. However, in order to prevent any unnecessary trouble, all of those attending will be concealing their true appearances. Lu Luo's heart stirred and he spoke with amazement. Brother Lan seems to be talking of Taoist Heaven Crystal. However, I recall that Taoist Heaven Crystal isn't fond of business matters. Did he truly take the initiative to hold this trade meeting? The child fire dragon chuckled and said, Hee, I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lu would know of my old friend's reputation. That's right, while my old friend isn't fond of such inconvenience, there are a few required materials that he had been searching for. I reckon he took the initiative to start this trade meet in order to find them. Lu Luo nodded his head. Oh, if that's the case, it does seem quite likely. As Han Li listened to the two, his expression remained as always. The three walked towards a pure white pavilion ahead of them. It was 3 stories tall and grew more narrow towards the top. There was a silver sign that hung from the building with the words, Crystal Dragon Pavilion. Chapter 678, Nascent Soul Meeting, it's right here. Fellow Taoists, let's go in. The child fire dragon smiled at the two and walked towards the Crystal Dragon Pavilion with a swagger. Once they approached the pavilion's large gate, Han Li casually took a look inside and revealed surprise. The interior appeared to be that of an ordinary restaurant. Not only was it full of guests that were eating and drinking, there were also several waiters that were scurrying between tables with dishes in hand. The scents of fine wine and food were accompanied with the clanging of cups. After they pushed open the gates, they saw a foot-long wooden plate hung at the side. This building is taken, outsiders are prohibited, were written on it in pitch-black words. That old ghost Heaven Crystal is still playing around with silly illusion techniques. Really? After muttering those words, the child fire dragon paid no more attention to it and walked in with a stride. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred and he swept his spiritual sense past the floor. He soon revealed a strange expression, but he continued inside. Once they passed the gate, the guests, waiters, scents and sounds, all disappeared like the pop of a bubble. Han Li casually swept his gaze at the scene and saw that all that remained was a gray mist surrounding the building. There was merely an old-fashioned table at the center of the room with a copper lamp that was lit with a gray-robed Taoist with an amiable face sitting behind the lamp. He appeared to be 60 years of age and was glancing at the three with a smile. I didn't expect that Brother Lan would arrive, let alone bring guests. This old Taoist's eyes are rather poor. It seems as if I've never seen this azure-robed fellow Taoist before. Could he have recently entered Nascent Soul? The gray-robed Taoist smiled and cordially beckoned to them. His intimate manners unconsciously aroused a good impression amongst them. The child fire dragon returned the smile, but he spoke with an unexpectedly harsh tone. Brother Heaven Crystal, I've brought 2 uninvited guests. Surely you won't refuse them? Why would I do that? This place welcomes all fellow Taoists. Besides, I am acquainted with fellow Taoist Lu. It is only... The old Taoist's gaze hovered towards Han Li. Han Li took a step forward and saluted him. I am the Drifting Cloud Sect's Han Li, a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator. I hope Taoist Heaven Crystal can provide me some guidance in the future. Taoist Heaven Crystal pleasantly smiled and said, so it turned out to be a sect member of W fellow Taoist Lu. From his young age, he's certain to have boundless prospects. Enough, old friend. The others should be arriving soon. We'll be going upstairs. From his direct words, it seemed the child fire dragon had a rather deep friendship with him. Taoist Heaven Crystal sighed. Brother Lan is still so impatient. Almost everyone has already arrived. I'm sure a few of the more impatient ones have already started trading as well. Here are 2 black spirit masks for those fellow Taoists. Brother Lan, do you need one? He then flipped his hands and summoned 2 black wood masks into his hands with a flash of white light. Talisman characters appeared on their surface. The child fire dragon's cheeks bulged as if he were annoyed. He snorted and said, of course you should know that with my stature, regardless of any illusions I use, I cannot conceal myself. Of course. Please come up. This old man will join you in a bit. Taoist Heaven Crystal casually smiled and tossed the marks to Han Li and Lu Luo. At that same time, a white streak of light showed towards the mist behind him. The mist disappeared and revealed stairs of glittering light that led to the 2nd floor. Without any further courtesies, the child fire dragon wordlessly walked around the table and climbed to the 2nd floor. Lu Luo and Han Li saluted the old Taoist before following him up the stairs. The second floor of the pavilion had completely maintained its silence in a bizarre and stifling manner. The child fire dragon hadn't bothered to wear a mask, attracting many gazes as a result. Nevertheless, there were none who took the initiative to reveal themselves to him. Sitting right across from Han Li and company was an extremely fat man, who also wore no mask. His waist was 4 times thicker than the average person and even caused his chair to slightly deform. Regardless, this person didn't seem to mind in the last. When he saw Han Li glance at him, he shot a beaming smile in his direction. However, the many layers of fat on his face made it difficult to accept his kind intentions. Sitting at the plump man's side was a very shapely female cultivator. Although she wore a mask, her eyes were vivid and captivating. Still, everyone present was certain of the cunning of those around them, and none paid any particular attention to the woman's charm. When Han Li saw this, he heard Lu Luo's voice transmission. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, be careful. That fatty may seem harmless, but together with the woman at his side, they are the Devil Dao Harmonious Bond Sex Flesh Rouge Devils. With their secret pair cultivation techniques, they are able to contend against even mid-nascent soul cultivators. Avoid provoking them, they are incredibly difficult to deal with." When Han Li heard this, he felt his heart tremble and he immediately added their names onto a long list of those he should be wary of. After he finished observing the characteristics of all others in the room, he closed his eyes and silently meditated. Over the period of a long while, several masked nascent soul cultivators continuously entered the room. Taoist Heaven Crystal was the last to enter, drawing the eyes of all the cultivators present. He directly walked to the center of the floor and casually waved his arm, summoning a table and chair towards him with white light. He then smiled and said, "Everyone should have already arrived. If nobody has anything else to say, let us start the trade meet." Chapter 679. Scarlet Essence Herb. Taoist Heaven Crystal is far too polite. But since I've grown rather impatient, how about I start off? An embroidered robed cultivator said with a smile. Since fellow Taoist insists, so be it. Taoist Heaven Crystal smiled and casually withdrew a few steps, inviting the embroidered robed cultivators to step forward. There were no rules given for the trade meeting as the cultivators that were present were rather experienced. Since Brother Heaven Crystal agreed, this old man won't refuse. The embroidered robed cultivator boldly stood up and saluted the cultivators in the room. He lightly slapped the storage pouch at his waist and summoned a palm-sized wooden box into his hand with a flash of red light. The wooden box was refined from a fantastical wood of some sort. Red flames faintly flickered from its dark green body with 2 intersecting gold and silver restriction talismans laid over it. This mysterious box attracted the various gazes of those in the room. These experienced cultivators naturally knew that this box was certain to hold a precious item. Seeing this treasure being exchanged at the very start of the trade meet was cause for excitement. The embroidered robed man swept his eyes past the crowd in a display of pride. He then pointed at the 2 talismans on the box, and the box opened by itself once the talismans flew off. Suddenly, a glowing red spirit mushroom slowly floated from the box. The spirit mushroom was only a few inches large, but the scorching heat that it emitted and its sparkling exterior revealed it to be a divine object, not to mention the red mist that spiraled around it. As Han Li was dumbstruck from the sight of it, there were already others calling out its name. A black-clothed sighed and muttered, "Scarlet Essence Mushroom. A 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom. It only grows where lava flows. It cannot ordinarily be spotted, let alone acquired. Fellow Taoist must be truly skilled." It was unknown whether he was envious or impressed by his tone. An uproar was raised among the cultivators. They even began to talk amongst one another. Scarlet Essence Mushroom? This is one of the Ice Fire Spirit mushrooms. It is clearly worthy of its reputation from the impressive fire spirit chi that it's emitting. When the embroidered robed man heard that its name was mentioned, his eyes betrayed surprise, but he soon recollected himself and said, "Since fellow Taoist has recognized this item, there is no further need for me to speak of it. It is a 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom, a top-grade material for fire attribute medicine pills. I will exchange it for either 100,000 spirit stones or its equivalent in earth attribute materials." 100,000 spirit stones? Han Li was astonished and his heart began to stir. This price was far lower than Han Li expected. This mushroom wasn't something that could be compared to high-grade demon cores. It was on the level of the 9-curl spirit ginseng itself. Not mentioning his many precious treasures, Han Li had acquired several hundred thousands of spirit stones from the storage pouches that he looted. The disciple of Archsaint Six Dao in particular possessed 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, enriching Han Li greatly. It was a sum that was comparable to the entire wealth of many nascent soul cultivators. Of course, these spirit stones were far inferior in value to spirit tools, magic treasures, and even ancient treasures. After all, there were precious items that couldn't be bought. If he could spend all of his spirit stones on ancient treasures similar to his flower basket and small bell, he would do so without question. Just as Han Li mused about this, other cultivators were also tempted by the item. Several cultivators promptly stepped forward and sent a few voice transmissions to the embroidered robed cultivators. Afterwards they took out several items for the cultivator to see. While the others couldn't see these items clearly, the embroidered robed cultivator bluntly refused them each with a single glance, causing them to resentfully withdraw. Is there anyone else? This 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom was acquired over 6 years of immense toil, and it is being sold for only 100,000 spirit stones. It definitely isn't expensive. However, I also wish that this item may be exchanged for some suitable earth attribute materials. Even if it is somewhat inferior in comparison, I will still take it. But if there is too much of a difference in value and you merely wish to take advantage of me, don't bother wasting my time. As if truly wishing to trade with the item in his hand, he grew impatient from seeing that no one was stepping forward. Han Li swept his gaze past the other cultivators and noticed that many wore expression of greed, yet none of them stepped forward. It seemed that they didn't believe the price to be too expensive but that they didn't have anything suitable to trade for it. Even the child fire dragon wore a face of regret. He cultivated a genuine fire attribute cultivation technique, and it would prove incredibly useful towards him. Seeing that there were no further offers, he helplessly grasped the lid of the wooden box and was about to close it when Han Li sent him a voice transmission. Don't be so hasty, fellow Taoist. Would you be interested in an earth attribute demon core? The embroidered robed man stopped upon hearing Han Li. With slight surprise he replied to Han Li through voice transmission. You have demon cores? However, my scarlet essence mushroom must be exchanged for a grade 7 demon core or several grade 6 demon cores at the very least. Han Li pondered after receiving his reply. He still had a few demon beast cores left over from refining his medicine pills. Since they came from particularly rare demon beasts, he kept them in case they may have other uses such as now. The spirit mushroom could be further matured through use of his green liquid, unlike his demon cores. As for their prices, it was somewhat hard to say. In the scattered star seas, grade 7 demon cores were extremely precious, but far less valuable than a scarlet essence mushroom. However, this was different in the heavenly south. Not to mention grade 6 demon cores, even grade 5 demon cores were rarely seen items. There were few places in the heavenly south where high-grade demon beasts dwelled. In this case, a grade 7 demon core was a fair trade for a 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom. Having came to a decision, Han Li stood up and walked towards the embroidered robed cultivator. This came as a surprise to the child fire dragon and Lu Luo, and they looked at him with amazement. Han Li took several steps towards the embroidered robed cultivator and summoned a jade box with a flip of his hand. He then tossed it to cultivator without saying a single word. The embroidered robed cultivator calmly caught the box and opened it. After carefully examining it for a long while, his gaze revealed delight. We've reached a deal. He beckoned to the floating mushroom and sealed it before handing it over to Han Li. At that same moment he swiftly placed the jade box into his own storage pouch. Han Li nodded his head and placed the wooden box into his own storage pouch before turning to his original position. Lu Luo and the child fire dragon were both completely astounded, but the two tactfully avoided asking Han Li any questions and simply sent him a few words of congratulations. Han Li accepted their words with a tranquil expression. Nevertheless, Han Li could already feel the many gazes of the seated cultivators examining him once more. Obviously, being able to afford the scarlet essence mushroom had attracted much interest. However, Han Li was unconcerned. With his current abilities, he had no problems escaping from anything short of a late nascent soul cultivator. Alright, since this fellow Taoist has finished trading, let's have the next fellow Taoist head up. Taoist Heaven Crystal beamingly smiled at a female cultivator sitting nearby the embroidered robed man and suggested, "How about you?" The green-robed woman gracefully replied, "Of course, I shall be presenting my treasures next." She stood up and slowly said, "I didn't have such a good opportunity to acquire as rare a treasure as the previous fellow Taoist. However, I am proficient in tool refinement techniques, and have refined an immortal binding ring that has never been bonded. So long as someone performed the rites to accept a master, one will be able to make full use of its abilities." I don't mean to boast, but while this treasure was created with common materials, its might is quite formidable. It is remarkably effective at both restraining enemies and protecting its user. With a flutter of her sleeve, a fine white ring flew out and began to fluctuate in size and flicker with light. Without speaking any further, she pointed to the ring and it suddenly trembled before expanding to 3 meters in length. The walls of the ring were as thick as an arm and emitted silver talisman characters along with an astonishing spiritual chi. But if it were information on the whereabouts of auric essence, a grade 6 demon core or a stock of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs was rather generous. After all, everyone knew that information alone wasn't anywhere near as valuable as having the item on hand. Ancient cultivator ruins and areas of value were known by many, but these areas were extremely dangerous to the point where vastly skilled cultivators would find it difficult to escape even with grave injuries. The most notable example of this would be the Devilfall Valley at the center of the heavenly South Continent. Legend has it that it was an ancient battlefield from the time of antiquity where any fantastical restrictions were placed by the devilish cultivators of long past. Perhaps due to the vast damage from the climax of the battle, there were even slim crevices in space itself, destabilizing the entire valley. As a result, the ancient battle had ended in mutual destruction. The spatial tears and ancient restrictions caused the ancient battlefield to be extremely dangerous. Over the countless years, it was unknown just how many overly confident entered those ruins seeking treasures only to never return. Any treasures these cultivators may have acquired were always left behind in the valley. After nearly 10,000 years of this continued, no other cultivators dared to try their luck, earning Devilfall Valley the title as deadliest region in the heavenly south. Despite the knowledge of many treasures contained deep within the valley, they would only exist in dreams as none dared to seek their own death. In any case, auric essence wasn't something that was commonly known about. As such, each of the cultivators merely glanced at Hanli without sending him any voice transmissions. When Hanli saw this, he grew somewhat disappointed. In order to hide his wealth, he didn't take out any of his more precious items, preventing him from trading for anything he needed. Nevertheless, he was quite disappointed that nobody knew of any related information, despite the many nascent soul cultivators present. He inwardly sighed and swept his gaze past the group of cultivators. He unconsciously frowned before sitting down with an odd expression flickering from his eyes. The following cultivator immediately took out black tool refinement materials and began to introduce it. Hanli half-heartedly listened to the cultivator and closed his eyes. If Hanli wasn't mistaken, Taoist Heaven Crystal betrayed hesitation from his eyes despite his calm expression. While Taoist Heaven Crystal might not possess any auric essence, it seemed he did have information on where he could get some. Without much thought, Hanli immediately came to a decision. But as one possessing patient temperament, he left the matter alone for now and simply feigned ignorance. He was confident that with just this clue, he will eventually have an opportunity to acquire the information he needed. A long while later, the last cultivator finished exchanging for the materials they required. Taoist Heaven Crystal then walked to the center of the floor and smiled. "Fellow Taoists, it appears a majority of you had traded for the materials that you required. Even if you didn't, it doesn't matter. Our little gathering is merely a tenth of the nascent soul cultivators that have arrived at the city. There will be more opportunities to come. While I can't say this for anybody else, I may be holding an even larger trade meet. I hope you fellow Taoists will be able to participate in it. But before we come to a close, I also have a few items I wish to put up for trade." Once the old Taoist finished speaking, his hands began to sparkle with white light and he summoned even items from his storage pouch, filling the table. When the other cultivators saw the items in the table, they were left amazed. Once Hanli saw these items, his expression also greatly changed. 8 varying monstrous beast puppets were arranged on the table, including a white wolf, azure pythons and even a red bull. Although these items were entirely still, they contained astonishing spiritual chi equivalent to early core formation cultivators. They were far more powerful than the huge 8 puppets in Hanli's possession, and they weren't recorded in Hanli's puppet sutras either, much to Hanli's bewilderment. Could this person also be a cultivator of the Thousand Bamboo School? But the Thousand Bamboo School shouldn't have any cultivators at nascent soul stage. Could there be another group cultivating their own style of puppets? As Hanli's mind stirred, he couldn't help but gaze at these puppets, hoping to make out any peculiarities. But before he could do so, the fatty from the Harmonious Bond sect smiled and yelped, "Fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal, since when did you start cultivating puppet techniques? Did you plan on abandoning your crystal light arts? If that's the case, you have my wholehearted admiration." Taoist Heaven Crystal grinned, "Brother Jew jests. With my weary body, how could I possibly change my cultivation art? These puppets were merely something I found in some ruins with some other fellow Taoists. As am I embarrassingly short on money as of current, I must use them for trade. Although their might isn't great, they will particularly effective in certain situations." Chapter 681, Soul Stone. A cultivator with an elderly appearance twirled the beard in his hand and said, "Oh, I am rather interested in these puppets. It is a good life-saving item to give to my youngest disciple, but what does Taoist Heaven Crystal want for it?" Taoist Heaven Crystal calmly said, This humble Taoist is looking for particularly rare items from the time of antiquity known as soul stones. Each soul stone may be exchanged for a single puppet beast. These puppets were personally refined from cultivators of antiquity. I reckon that there are no other high-grade puppets in the entire world." Soul stone? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, the cultivators present wore doubtful expression. This was something they had never heard of before. Taoist Heaven Crystal wasn't surprised by this. He slapped his storage pouch and summoned a thumb-sized jade green gem into his palm. At first glance, it appeared similar to be wood attribute spirit stone, but once the cultivators swept their spiritual sense past it, they discovered that the spirit stone emitted an unfathomably cold fluctuations, completely different from that of a wood attribute spirit stone. With the gem in his hand, the old Taoist slowly said, "Perhaps there are a few fellow Taoists that possess this item, but hadn't known of its name. I happen to have one in my possession so that you may recognize it." A devil Tao cultivator wrapped in black chi yelped in astonishment, "How odd. It seems similar to ghost energy, but it is far more pure." Taoist Heaven Crystal straightforwardly replied, "I don't know what it is that the stone contains, but it definitely isn't ordinary ghost chi. Else, I wouldn't be willing to exchange a single stone for one of these puppets." "Oh, that's true." The devil Tao cultivator tactfully dropped the subject. When Han Li clearly saw this gem, his expression underneath the mask vastly changed and his eyes flickered. If he saw correctly, this soul stone was clearly the Umber Beast crystals that he obtained from the Umber realm. Of course, Beast crystals was merely the name used by the natives. Its true name, as the cultivators of antiquity called it, seemed to be soul stones. Han Li pondered, this Taoist Heaven Crystal not only took out those puppets but he also gathered many soul stones. Both appeared at Heaven Void Hall. It seems this person. The soul stones were clearly rarely seen items. After a long while, only a single cultivator hesitantly took one out and traded it for a single beast puppet. Taoist Heaven Crystal called out several more times, but no one stepped forward. He couldn't help feel somewhat disappointed despite having predicted this. Just as he was about to put away the beast puppets, someone suddenly stood up. The old man's spirits were roused and he glanced at this person with delight. "Fellow Taoist, do you also have soul stones?" Han Li silently flipped his hand and a green gem appeared in his hand. This gem was the size of an chicken egg, far larger than the thumb-sized gem that the old Taoist took out. Its icy chi could be seen by the naked eye. Taoist Heaven Crystal was shocked by the sight and grew vastly delighted. "Fellow Taoist, it is truly rare for a soul stone to be so powerful. How about fellow Taoist pick 2 of the puppets? I definitely won't have you suffer loss." Han Li shook his head with a faint smile. Taoist Heaven Crystal wasn't angered in the slightest and amiably asked, "What? Does fellow Taoist think this is too little? How many would you like?" Han Li calmly asked, "How about for all of the puppets?" The old Taoist frowned and gloomily said, "For all 6? Doesn't fellow Taoist feel this is too greedy?" Not at all. You should understand this from the soul stone's size alone. Moreover, to you such a large soul stone would." Han Li stared at Taoist Heaven Crystal and abruptly stopped his words. When Taoist Heaven Crystal heard this, his expression changed and gave Han Li a deep, appraising stare. After a moment of silence he said, "All right. Such a large soul stone is truly rarely seen. I am in urgent need of this item, so I will exchange all of them." The other cultivators in the room were shocked by what they heard and couldn't help but take a look at the egg-sized gem in Han Li's grasp. A person capable of exchanging for so many rare items as once was certainly someone to take note of. With an entirely calm expression, he handed over the gem with a lowered head and swept his sleeve over the table, instantly taking the puppets into his storage pouch. However, the other cultivators didn't notice that Han Li's lips had moved in the instant he lowered his head. A bewildered expression flickered from Taoist Heaven Crystal's face when he heard of this and his eyes brightly shined. At that moment, Han Li had already returned to his original position with the puppets in his grasp. Next, Taoist Heaven Crystal announced an end to the trade meet and the many cultivators began to leave. When Han Li's party left the pavilion, no one spoke until they arrived 2 streets away. The child fire dragon bluntly spoke with an elderly tone, "Fellow Taoists, I will not be able to accompany you. I have another appointment." Lu Luo smiled and said, "If Brother Lan has matters to attend to, please go. Our residences are near each other. There will plenty of chances to meet again." "Yes, I'll be taking my leave." The child fire dragon bid his farewell without any reservations and walked towards another street. As Han Li gazed at him from a distance, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist fire dragon is truly a wonderful person." Because fellow Taoist Lan mistakenly ate a strange plant when he was young, his appearance is generally that of a child. However, he is forthright and outspoken, and is one of our friends from outside the sect. He is also the sole ancient sword sect elder that is friendly with our drifting cloud sect. When Han Li heard this, he frowned and said, "You mean to say the elders of the ancient sword sect don't have a high opinion of the drifting cloud sect?" After taking a glance around, Lu Luo said, "That's right. Junior Marshal Brother Han, do you have any plans? Are you going to return to take a rest or will you be purchasing some other items?" Han Li honestly replied, "There are a few particular materials that I need to buy. I plan on taking a look at the nearby markets alone and seeing whether or not I can obtain unexpected gains." When Lu Luo heard that Han Li wished to go by himself, he raised no objections and said, "Just as it so happened, I also plan on purchasing some items as well. Let's part ways for now." As a result, Han Li and Lu Luo immediately split up. The markets of Soaring Heaven City were countless times larger than the market city of the Dream Cloud Mountains. Han Li was walking down a road of the city's western market as he examined the streets on either side. The words Han Li said to Lu Luo weren't false. He did plan on purchasing a few rarer talisman refinement materials and preparations to refine a few high-grade talismans. Although he still possessed some spirit beast hides and blood from his time in the scattered star seas, he lacked supplementary materials such as high-grade talisman paper and cinnabar. He needed to raise his skills by an entire realm in preparation to refine the spirit subjugation talisman. Although he hadn't carefully researched the spirit subjugation talisman, the bones hard that recorded it mentioned that its might was truly powerful. As something that would be able to use it to save his life during a crucial moment, Han Li wasn't about to easily relinquish it. However, this talisman was far more complicated and difficult than refinant ordinary elemental talismans. He had to improve his odds of success by not only improving his talisman refinement abilities but also acquiring a new talisman brush. His original brush was no longer useful. Unfortunately, while the talisman refinement materials were readily purchasable, a satisfactory brush was hard to come by. He already had encountered 2 stores before that were selling top-grade talisman brushes, but after he examined he could only shake his head and depart. While these talisman brushes could be used to refine ordinary high-grade talismans, they lacked the ability to refine a secret talisman on the level of the spirit subjugation talisman. Talisman brushes were only spirit tools that were used by talisman masters, and weren't commonly seen. Most of them were of low or mid-grade quality. If a talisman master lacked the magic power, forcibly using a high-grade talisman brush would only increase their odds of failure. Additionally, talisman masters were often too dedicated to their talisman refinement techniques and didn't spend much time increasing their cultivation, resulting in a vast majority of talisman cultivators being below core formation stage. In the entirety of the Heavenly South, there were only a sparse few core formation stage talisman refinement masters. As for any nascent soul stage, there were no such abnormal characters as far as Han Li was aware of. A majority of cultivators that reached nascent soul stage were specialized talisman refinement masters. Nascent soul cultivators were also diverse in their talisman refinement techniques. Most of them would only be able to refine 1 or 2 types of high-grade talismans for their own use, but because high-grade spirit beast hides and high-grade beast blood was rare, they couldn't be refined in great number. As for the success rate, it was beyond poor as one could imagine. This led to single high-grade talismans occasionally being worth quite a bit more than a top-grade magic tool. Han Li concealed his cultivation as a mid-core formation cultivator while he browsed through the markets, merely attracting a few respectful glances from Foundation establishment cultivators. As for core formation cultivators, they simply ignored him after a glance when they didn't recognize him. He was able to avoid much attention in this manner and could take his time browsing through each of the large stores. Just as Han Li left another pavilion feeling disappointed, he discovered that most of the day had unknowingly passed. With darkness falling, the various stores began to successively place down moonlight stones. After a moment of hesitation, Hanli decided to look through 2 more stores before returning to his residence. Right after coming to this decision, he heard the sounds of a quarrel not far away from him. There were a group of cultivators that had curiously gathered around the source of the noise. Hanli frowned as he immediately placed his hands behind his back, before he expressionlessly turned around and began to walk back to his residence. As he took his first step, he heard a fierce and resentful voice. "What, are all of you drifting cloud sect cultivators merely thieves? You want to just walk away after ruining my talisman?" A young man's voice loudly refuted him with an angry tone. "It isn't that I don't want to pay, but that I am short on spirit stones since I've just bought other items. Also, this is only an elementary mid-grade Firecloud talisman. How could it possibly cost 300 spirit stones? It should only cost 100 spirit stones at most. Moreover, didn't I offer to leave my sect medallion here as collateral? I'll return once I've borrowed some spirit stones from my sect members at the inn." Hanli ceased his steps as the man's voice seemed familiar. It seemed to be someone he recognized from the drifting cloud sect. Hanli rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before heading in the direction of the dispute. Regardless of who it was, he was a grand elder of the drifting cloud sect after all. It was unbecoming of him to feign ignorance and walk away. A short moment later, Hanli found himself looking at a small miscellaneous goods store from a distance. There seemed to be several cultivators standing in front of it in confrontation. Amongst them was a heroic black-clothed figure, Firecloud Mountain Sun Hua, who Hanli had last seen at the Sword Trial Assembly. In a short 20 years, this youth had experienced a vast increase in cultivation despite the little change to his appearance. He was currently being confronted by 3 cultivators with unfriendly appearances who seemed to be the shopkeeper and his assistants. At that moment, the short-bearded shopkeeper glared at Sun Hua and said, "A single worthless medallion is useless to me. You can simply return to the drifting cloud sect and leave it behind, but I can't track you down all the way over to the state of Shi. So quit talking nonsense. Since you don't have any spirit stones, lay out the items in your storage pouch and I will hold them as collateral. As for that Firecloud talisman, you believe it to only be a mid-grade talisman, but it is actually a quality good refined by a talisman grandmaster of our soaring heaven city. As such, it's already generous to only charge 300 spirit stones. Could it be that all drifting cloud sect cultivators are such scoundrels?" Once that was said, the shopkeeper glanced at the wooden box in his assistant's hands and revealed a regretful expression as if he had suffered a great loss. Sun Hua unexpectedly responded to these words with a smile. "Fine. The things are yours. If you say it, then so be it." This ordinary Firecloud talisman was refined by a talisman grandmaster. What? Are you able to tell whether or not it was refined by a talisman grandmaster? Do you simply wish not to pay us back? In that case, don't blame me for notifying the city's enforcers. The shopkeeper coldly laughed and bluntly threatened him. Sun Hua's face turned white then red as there was little question as to which party the 9 Nations Union enforcers would favor. Moreover, this matter was vague and unclear, so he was all but certain to lose the dispute. His expression wavered for a long while before he stepped forward. He slapped the storage pouch at his waist and took out a bundle of talismans. Sun Hua gritted his teeth and said, "Although these talismans aren't of a high grade, they are worth at least 300 spirit stones." The shopkeeper's expression relaxed and he reached out to take the talismans. "This will do." Not this one." Before the shopkeeper took the talismans, Sun Hua swept his gaze over them and his expression vastly changed as he pulled back the talismans. He immediately took the half-torn yellow talisman back before handing over the rest of the talismans. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment before sneering, "Humph! You're so nervous over a torn piece of blank talisman paper? Are you drifting cloud sect cultivators really so poor?" He then reached once more to take the talismans. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between the two in a blur. Sun Hua felt his heart drop while the shopkeeper hastily took several steps back and furiously shouted, "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" The cultivator that interrupted them expressionlessly responded, "It's nothing. I merely overheard our drifting cloud sect being mentioned in a certain way 3 times in a row. How about your esteemed self say it to my face?" Once that was said, an astonishing pressure was released, causing the nearby cultivators to recoil in shock. A few of the cultivators with shallower cultivation felt as if the world itself now weighed down on them, and they fell onto their knees. The 2 core formation cultivators that happened to pass by fared somewhat better, but their bodies were also shaken. One of them became panic-stricken and they cried out, "Nascent soul cultivator. Senior you. Chapter 683. Two choices. Han Li turned his head and coldly glanced at the two core formation cultivators that were passing by, causing them to immediately swallow their words. He didn't recognize the two middle-aged cultivators, nor did he know which sect they belonged to. At that moment, the shopkeeper and his two assistants had already been thoroughly forced to the ground due to their close proximity to the immense spiritual pressure. They were incapable of moving in the slightest, seeming panic-stricken, only to grow even more terrified upon hearing that Han Li was a nascent soul cultivator. They hurriedly tried to beg for forgiveness, but they could barely even gasp for air, let alone speak. The surrounding cultivators all paled, while a few of the more cowardly ones had already fled in fear of being implicated. Han Li showed consideration for Sun Hua, and the pressure had little effect on him apart from his initial recoil. But once he recognized Han Li, his expression changed before he deeply saluted him and said, "Disciple Sun Hua pays his respects to martial ancestor Han." Paying no further attention to the three men in front of him, Han Li turned around and looked at the half-torn talisman in Sun Hua's hand. He nodded his head and said, "It seems there is no need for introductions. You already know of my identity." When Sun Hua recalled the rude words he spoke to Han Li at the sacred area, he felt greatly worried and humbly apologized with sincerity. Disciple was unaware of martial ancestor's true form. I hope he will forgive disciple's arrogant words. Han Li looked at Sun Hua and slowly said, "I had yet to become a sect elder at that time, so of course I won't blame you. However, that torn talisman of yours seems to have something to do with me." Sun Hua was stunned as something suddenly came to mind. He joyfully said, "Could this ruined talisman be?" Han Li waved and cut him off. "Leave this matter for later." Han Li's eyes then narrowed as he gazed at a silver streak of light flying across the sky. The only cultivators that were allowed to fly in Soaring Heaven City were obviously the Nine Nations Union protectors. They were responsible for keeping order during the entire duration of the trade fair. Sun Hua didn't dare to speak any further and obediently stood still in place. However, his heart was brimming with uncontainable excitement, and his grasp on the talisman paper grew even more careful. At that moment, the streak of light arrived before Han Li to reveal a yellow-haired old man possessing mid-core formation cultivation. A small golden sword was embroidered on his chest, the emblem of an enforcer. The old man could sense Han Li's astonishing pressure from a distance. However, this area laid within his jurisdictions. Even if there was a nascent soul cultivator showing their might, he had no choice but to confront them. Once the old man spotted Han Li motionlessly standing on the road, he saluted him and said, "Junior is an enforcer of Soaring Heaven City, Wu Fei. I am unaware as to why Senior is angry. Might I ask how I can help?" Given the vast disparity in their cultivation, it was only natural for the enforcer to speak respectfully. Hands behind his back, Han Li indifferently said, "It's not much. I was merely walking through the street when I heard this shopkeeper speak a few words about our Drifting Cloud sect. Therefore, I merely wished for him to repeat what he said." The shopkeeper certainly spouted nonsense. How dare they offend Senior? You three hurry up and apologize. The old man felt an immense headache upon hearing Han Li. When the matter pertained to a sect's reputation, it was hard to say how severe the matter was. As such, he first offered a word of appeasement before rebuking the shopkeeper and his associates. Han Li immediately withdrew his spiritual pressure, allowing the three to tremblingly crawl up from the ground. With a bloodless complexion, the shopkeeper immediately said, "Senior, Junior's words were completely mistaken. Junior truly meant no disrespect to your sect. Just now that fellow Taoist had ruined a fire cloud talisman, but Junior will no longer be pursuing any compensation. Junior can only offer his apologies." When Han Li heard this, he frowned and his expression grew gloomy. With a sinister smile, Han Li said, "What? You believe that I will let you off so easily? First let me take a look at the fire cloud talisman in that box. If it truly was refined by a grandmaster, I will pay the spirit stones on this disciple's behalf. But if it isn't, he." The shopkeeper reacted quickly and hurriedly spoke before Han Li could glance at the wooden box. "There is no need, Senior. That fire cloud talisman is an ordinary talisman. Junior accepts any punishment." Han Li said nothing further and took a glance at the enforcer. When the old man saw this, he knew what to do. He immediately bowed and said, "Please be at ease, Senior. This shopkeeper will be heavily punished for his transgressions. Senior may hand this matter over to me. Since that's the case, then so be it. I don't have the leisure to handle such a petty affair. Sun Hua, you'll be coming with me?" Han Li's body blurred and reappeared at Sun Hua's side. Then with flashes of blinding yellow light, the two disappeared into the ground. The cultivators nearby yelped in admiration at such a marvelous earth movement technique. They hadn't seen such a thing before. Upon seeing Hanli depart, the old man immediately felt relieved. But when he glanced at the three offenders who were heaving large sighs of relief, his expression grew icy. "You three will follow me and tell me the truth about everything that happened. This matter won't be forgiven so easily." When the shopkeeper heard this, his relief instantly turned to misery. A moment after this exchange, Hanli appeared with Sun Hua in a flash of yellow light inside a secluded stone building. Hanli deeply glanced at Sun Hua and said, "Here will be fine. Let me take a look at that torn piece of talisman paper." "Yes, martial ancestor." Sun Hua presented the torn talisman paper to Hanli without any hesitation. Hanli took the talisman paper and quickly glanced at it before silently taking out the other half. Under Sun Hua's unwavering gaze, Hanli put the two halves together and found that they matched without a single flaw. Sun Hua's deepest fear disappeared without a trace before he deeply saluted Hanli without any hesitation. "Sun Hua pays his respect to master." Hanli calmly nodded his head and turned the talisman paper to ash with a flicker of red light. Sun Hua was startled by the sight but immediately calmed down. Hanli found the youth's willpower to be satisfactory. Hanli calmly asked, "It seems you're a descendant of Sun Ergu, but don't go calling me master in such a hurry. First, how about telling me what generation descendant you are?" Chapter 684. Ancient puppets. Mu Peeling was currently seated in the first floor of their pavilion when Hanli arrived. When she saw him, she immediately stood up and greeted him with bright eyes and a graceful curtsy. Hanli waved his arm and had her stand. "There is no need to wait on me when I'm not around. During the trade fair it will be inconvenient for me to be with you, so you may do as you wish. Keep this on hand. If you encounter something important or dangerous, just pour your spiritual power into it. Not only will it cover you in a spirit barrier, but I will also know your exact location so long as you are within 500 kilometers. Hanli then took out a pair of blue jade ornaments and handed one over to her. Mu Peeling blushed slightly and whispered, "Many thanks, my lord." She then took the jade ornament and hung it at her waist. After telling Mu Peeling that he was turning in for the night, Hanli walked up to the second floor. Once she saw Hanli had disappeared from sight, she glanced at the jade ornament on her waist and wore a complicated expression. Hanli casually picked a room and began meditating on the bed. After 2 hours of rest, he opened his eyes and glanced out the window before muttering a few words to himself. "It's just about time. I should go and pay a visit." Hanli silently left the pavilion and headed directly to a familiar area of Soaring Heaven City. He arrived shortly after at the building that he had previously visited. He stared at the silver signboard with Crystal Dragon Pavilion, written in gold as he rubbed his chin and glanced into the pitch-black interior before promptly heading inside. Just as Hanli entered the building, the entire room suddenly brightened. Sitting at the end of a long table, Taoist Heaven Crystal smiled at Hanli and said, "Welcome, fellow Taoist. You honor my pavilion with your presence once more, and you're right on time. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Han to be such a punctual character. Since I'm the one that took the initiative to make the appointment, how could I be late? Judging by Taoist Heaven Crystal's appearance, it appeared as if you've waited for some time. You gave me quite the scare." Hanli swept his arm and an invisible force gently closed the door behind him. Taoist Heaven Crystal chuckled and said, "After you left, you suddenly sent a voice transmission saying that you have more soul stones. Were you telling the truth?" The old Taoist narrowed his eyes in doubt as he spoke. Hanli replied by simply slapping his storage pouch and taking out a green gem that was just as large as the one he took out earlier in the day. It was glistening and emitted an astonishing yin qi while Hanli gazed at the old Taoist in silence. After seeing how Hanli took out a soul stone of a similar grade as the one from before, his face revealed a trace of excitement and he impatiently said, "It's clear that you were telling the truth. If Brother Han has even more soul stones of this quality, this humble Taoist is willing to buy all of them from you. Spirit stones, materials, please don't hesitate to name your conditions." Taoist Heaven Crystal, don't be so hasty. I definitely plan on trading soul stones with you, but before that, I wish to ask you 2 questions. So long as you answer them to my satisfaction, consider the soul stone yours. Hanli casually tossed the soul stone over to the Taoist Heaven Crystal as he finished speaking. Taoist Heaven Crystal caught the soul stone with slight surprise as he stared at the item, bewildered. After a long moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Fellow Taoist truly acts magnanimously. It seems the questions won't be simple. So long as I am able to answer, This humble Taoist will be certain to satisfy you. Once that was said, Taoist Heaven Crystal carefully put away the soul stone and recovered his calm expression. Since you've agreed, I'll be blunt. If I guessed correctly, these soul stones should be crucial for how ancient cultivators refine puppets. From how you are gathering these soul stones, it seems like that you've acquired a method to refine ancient puppets, and you plan on personally refining some particularly powerful ones. Am I correct? If that is the case, could you tell me more about it? In the same instant he said those words, Hanli had immediately grew vigilant. Although it was unlikely, Hanli put himself on guard in case the old Taoist suddenly launched an attack. When Taoist Heaven Crystal heard this, his face became expressionless and his eyes became exceptionally cold. He then stared at Hanli in silence. Hanli became particularly careful once he saw the old cultivator's reaction, but his expression still remained calm. He slapped his storage pouch and he took out a palm-sized jade box. He then opened the jade box and slid it across the table to the old Taoist, revealing 2 soul stones that were even larger than the ones from before. Taoist Heaven Crystal's icy expression was eventually broken with excitement. With an astonished expression, he gloomily asked, "How did you acquire such large soul stones? Do you have more?" When Hanli heard this, he smiled at Taoist Heaven Crystal but said nothing. The old Taoist responded to his silence by saying, "Humph. I can answer your question, but in exchange you must tell me how you acquired these soul stones." "That's not a problem." Hanli had already anticipated this would happen and instantly replied. Taoist Heaven Crystal coldly said, "It is as you've said. This humble Taoist discovered a refinement method in ancient cultivator ruins with a few friends. According to what was recorded, these puppets were immensely powerful, but the materials they required were proportionately precious. Moreover, they each required an appropriate soul stone to refine. However, these soul stones are immensely difficult to find. Up until now, I haven't been able to find many. Why else would I directly trade for them so impatiently? Now, it is fellow Taoist Han's turn to tell me how he found so many soul stones." Hanli calmly replied, "It is quite simple. I previously had no idea that ancient cultivators called these items soul stones. I had merely known them as something produced within Umbra beasts and had to spend an enormous amount of effort just to acquire a few of them." Excitement flickered within the old Taoist's eyes and he hastily said, "Umbra beasts? I haven't heard of them before. Where would you find such demon beasts?" Instead of answering his question, Hanli unhurriedly asked, "Would fellow Taoist be willing to let me take a look at which type of puppets you plan on refining? Or perhaps even the puppet designs that you acquired?" Chapter 685. Meeting the Marquis. Once the old Taoist heard what Hanli wanted, his uncontrollable excitement promptly faded away. With his newly restored calm, he said, "It seems fellow Taoist Han plans on using this to extort me." Hanli calmly said, "Extort? Those words are mistaken. Until now, I've never made any demands of you. Rather, I gifted you with several rare soul stones. If fellow Taoist doesn't feel this arrangement to be profitable, just pretend I never asked the second question, and you can keep those soul stones." Taoist Heaven Crystal's expression relaxed and then began to waver while Hanli simply stood at the side without urging him in the slightest. After a long while, the old Taoist coldly said, "If I give you the puppet designs, you will more or less be able to tell whether they are legitimate. But how can I possibly know if you were telling the truth about the Umbra beast?" Hanli unhurriedly responded with a tranquil tone, "To tell the truth, even if fellow Taoist knew where the Umbra beasts are, he would have no method of getting there. Not only is that place deadly beyond belief, but even if one is fortunate enough to enter, there is no way to return. Even I was only barely able to escape alive. Even if you don't believe me, my soul stones are genuine all the same. I'll give a portion of them to you for the puppet refinement designs. Enough so that fellow Taoist definitely won't suffer a loss. Besides, what use are puppet refinement methods without the soul stones required to use them?" Taoist Heaven Crystal frowned and revealed a trace of hesitation. After the old Taoist deliberated on what there was to gain and lose, his expression relaxed before he said, "Fine. I have no interest in mulling over whether the supposed source of your soul stones is real. I will only ask how many soul stones you plan on using to exchange for the puppet refinement designs? If it's too few, I would rather just monopolize them." While Hanli was happy about this outcome, he betrayed none of it in his voice. "I will have to see the value of the ancient puppet designs first. If they are only on the level of the puppets that were traded during the day, then I have no interest in looking at them." The old Taoist wore an odd expression. "Those puppets were only defective goods I found. From what you've said, It seems the more powerful these puppets are, the more soul stones you are willing to pay. Han Li pursed his lips. That's right. If there are designs to refine a puppet that can match the strike of a nascent soul cultivator, I would be willing to exchange 30 spirit stones for it. Taoist Heaven Crystal seriously asked, would these soul stones be of the same quality as the ones you've given from the start? Could there truly be designs for ancient puppets on the level of nascent soul cultivators? Han Li was amazed at the prospect and immediately grew overjoyed. Without any restraint, he said, since when have my words been false? Fine. This jade slip contains the designs for the ancient puppets. I will be directly giving it to you, not lending it. The old Taoist quickly took out a white jade slip from his storage pouch and tossed it to Han Li while a cunning expression appeared on his face. Han Li was stunned by his actions and faintly felt like something was amiss. After some thought, he bluntly took the jade slip and swept his spiritual sense through it. After a long while, Han Li's complexion fluctuated between red and white before he started glaring at Taoist Heaven Crystal in silence. The old man beamed back at him and said, what's wrong? The greatest of these puppet designs are able to match the strike of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Is there something not in accordance with your request? Han Li angrily said, humph. What part isn't? The main ingredients for these puppets are heaven-defying materials on the level of 10,000-year-old ironwood. And the supplementary materials aren't just rare, I've never even heard of them. Where am I supposed to find them? Hee hee. You have this humble Taoist sympathies, but there is little I can do. Look on the bright side, there's an illustration accompanying each of the materials. Perhaps fellow Taoist may come across them with enough luck and will even manage to acquire enough to make a puppet. As the old Taoist anticipated, Han Li's expression quickly grew furious and he asked, could it be fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal has already found the materials? Why else would he be gathering soul stones? With a calm expression, Taoist Heaven Crystal said, when did this humble Taoist say that he would be personally refining the puppets? I merely found 2 half-finished high-grade puppets from the ruins. With these soul stones I'll be able to use them. There is no need for me to create them from scratch. You. After hearing this, Han Li grew silent for a long while. All right, this humble Taoist already gave you the puppet refinement designs. Now about they're yours. Before the old Taoist could even finish speaking with his insincere smile, Han Li unhappily swept his sleeve across the table. With a flicker of green light, a small pile of soul stones appeared. Taoist Heaven Crystal was overjoyed, but he thought he should say something further out of embarrassment. Han Li dismissed this by waving his arm and saying, because I was careless, I suffered quite a loss, but I have no complaints. Now that the debt has been settled, I will be taking my leave. Han Li gave a salute before gloomily leaving the building. The old Taoist glacéed at Han Li's departing figure and shook his head with closed eyes. He then nodded his head and excitedly placed the pile of gems into his storage pouch. He had managed to trade some unusable puppet designs for so many soul stones. It was only natural for him to feel satisfied. With these soul stones he will be able to complete those half-finished puppets. However, the old Taoist was truly shocked to see Han Li take out so many soul stones and couldn't help but think higher of him. Unbeknownst to the old Taoist, Han Li's gloomy expression had completely disappeared when he walked several streets away. Instead, he was holding onto the white jade slip with a strange smile on his face. While 10,000-year-old ironwood would prove difficult for others to acquire, it would only take Han Li a bit of time. As for the supposedly unknown materials, they seemed to be salvageable from the remains of the puppets he found in Heaven Void Hall if he remembered correctly. If luck would have it, he should be able to gather the materials needed to create several high-grade puppets. With strength rivaling nascent soul cultivators, these puppets would increase his combat power several-fold. His previously obsolete puppet techniques were about to once again become one of his killing moves. Chapter 686, Secret Meeting, Thank you for the trouble, Marquis. And apologies for the wait. After a few polite words, Han Li followed Marquis Nanlong inside. The building's interior was completely bare to Han Li's shock. But after he swept his spiritual sense through the building, he discovered restriction fluctuations throughout. The Marquis smiled upon sensing Han Li's actions and said, this small trick of mine can't be concealed from fellow Taoist Han, of course. Please follow me. He then formed an incantation gesture with his hand and flung a golden mist from his sleeve. With the appearance of the golden mist, the unremarkable interior flickered with white light, revealing a set of dark stone steps. Marquis Nanlong wordlessly descended down the stairs. Han Li frowned, but he followed him all the same. The stairs were rather short. After only a moment, They arrived before a small underground hall. There were a few moonlight stones that were softly illuminating the room. The hall had 8 cultivators. 6 of them were sitting and the other 2 were a man and woman pair standing together. When Marquis Nanlong and Han Li walked in, all of them simultaneously glanced at them. "It's you." The man that was standing couldn't help but shout in shock at the sight of Han Li's appearance. A bright glint appeared from Han Li's eyes. His sights fell onto the face of a late core formation cultivator. He caught sight of a deeply familiar silver mask. After a moment of shock, Han Li sneered. That man was the young master of the ghost spirit sect, Wang Chan, who had pursued him in the past. He had the same silver mask, but the youthful rage contained in his eyes was replaced with an varied arrangement of emotions. "I didn't expect that I'd see an old friend here. What a surprise. How is this possible? You condensed a nascent soul?" The ghost spirit sect's young master voice was hoarser than from his youth, but the terror in his voice was unmistakable. The black-robed, middle-aged scholar sitting in front of him coldly asked, "What the matter? You recognize this fellow Taoist?" "Second uncle, this person is the yellow maple cultivator surnamed Han. During that year The middle-aged scholar revealed a trace of shock, but he frowned and decisively said, "There is no need to speak of it. Fellow Taoist Han is already a nascent soul cultivator. He won't bring himself down to a junior's level." He then gently smiled at Han Li and amiably said, "I am the ghost spirit sect master Wang Tiangu. My nephew had an over-exaggerated opinion of his own abilities in the past and had committed many offenses, but I hope fellow Taoist Han will overlook these matters for my sake. Those matters with fellow Taoist Wang is merely a matter of the past. With so many years gone by, how could I still bear a grudge? Your esteemed self need not worry." Han Li glanced at the black-robed man and smiled as if he truly planned to let bygones be bygones. However, Han Li inwardly sneered. The ghost spirit sect's young master had nearly taken his life 2 times, forcing him to take the risk of leaving the heavenly south. How could such hatred be easily resolved? Were it not for the many nascent soul cultivators present, and the ghost spirit sect master in particular, he would have immediately taken Wang Chan's life. For now, all he could do was examine the others and see whether or not they were devil Dao cultivators. If he didn't keep his grudge in check, it was possible that he would be surrounded. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong took the opportunity to cut in. So it turned out that fellow Taoist was from Yellow Maple Valley. I originally believed you came from the Drifting Cloud sect. However, it is great that fellow Taoist was able to let go of this old enmity. After all, I'm sure that everyone I've invited doesn't wish to see such an unhappy affair occur." Wang Qinggu smiled, but as one of shrewd mind, he wasn't about to easily believe Han Li's words. He then nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist's open heart has truly earned my admiration. Be completely at ease, fellow Taoist Han. When I return I will most certainly punish my nephew. But for fellow Taoist Han to have climbed from foundation establishment stage to nascent soul stage in a mere 200 years, that is quite unbelievable. Perhaps in a few more 100 years, it may be possible for fellow Taoist to reach late nascent soul stage. As the rest of our aptitudes are poor, it is a rather unattainable goal." Once that was said, all of the other cultivators present has vastly changed expressions. Han Li inwardly cursed and felt bone-aching hatred towards the ghost spirit sect master. This clear word of praise intended to mark a target on him. After a long moment of silence, a tan man asked with an odd tone, "Fellow Taoist hasn't yet reached 300 years of age? Sect Master Wang must be joking. I've only recently entered nascent soul stage. How could I dare to have high hopes of achieving late nascent soul stage? It would take countless years." Han Li casually touched on the matter before sweeping his gaze past everyone in the room. At that moment, he discovered that there was an amazingly beautiful late core formation woman standing at Wang Chan's side. She was also standing behind Wang Tiangu. The woman's calm appearance suggested that she was an exceptional character. He had heard that the top clan in the state of Yu, the Yen clan, had secretly left the country to immediately join the ghost spirit sect. Additionally, this woman Yen Rian had married Wang Chan and possessed heavenly spirit roots. Han Li couldn't help but suspect this woman was her. As for the 6 that were seated, they were all nascent soul cultivators. The only one that was a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator apart from the Marquis was a white-clothed beardless old man. After taking several more glances at those present, Han Li's gaze met the old man's and he immediately shivered. His gaze contained a penetrating and chilling cold. However, Han Li had casually turned his head and avoided his gaze. When the old man saw this, he faintly smiled. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong called out for Han Li to sit down. Without any hesitation, Han Li found an empty seat and sat down with undue deliberation. Afterwards, he glanced at Wang Chan with a mysterious gaze. Although the young master of the ghost spirit sect was full of terror, he managed to keep a calm exterior in the presence of Wang Tiangu. Regardless, he still felt immense trepidation at what Han Li's eyes seemed to suggest. In the past, their cultivation were a match, but his current jump to nascent soul stage was much cause of resentment and alarm. As of Yen Rian, she glanced at Han Li with bright eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking. Once Han Li saw this, he sneered before paying them no further heed. As the group's leader, Marquis Nanlong stood at their center and spoke with a deep tone, "There are fellow Taoists that are from the righteous Tao, devilish Tao, and there are even a few vagrant cultivators among you. However, you are all similar in which your spiritual senses are exceptionally vast. It is for that reason that I've asked all you fellow Taoists to come here today. A portion of you should already have a general idea of the matter, but a majority should be ignorant of the matter. I will be giving a thorough briefing on the matter before everyone can decide to participate in the matter. If you are unwilling, I will not force you." When Han Li heard this, his spirits were roused. The heart of the matter has finally arrived. A stern-faced cultivator sitting across from the black-robed man suddenly said, "Hee, I don't care about the others, but why are those two ghost spirit sect juniors here? Don't tell me that their spiritual senses are a match with ours." At that same moment, he gave a hostile glance at Wang Tiangu as if they were enemies. The Marquis predicted this would happen and spoke as if he already had an answer. "Fellow Taoist Long, you will have to overlook it. Although their cultivation isn't very high, they are proficient in secret techniques. When they later join their spiritual senses with ours, they will provide a significant boost. You should know that it is difficult to find cultivators with spiritual senses as powerful as ours, regardless of how their spiritual sense became so strong." The stern-faced cultivator expressionlessly replied, "Since that's the case, pretend I never said anything." The other cultivators had no complaints and glanced at Marquis Nanlong, waiting for him to start. Marquis slowly swept his eyes past everyone present and slowly said, "The reason I've gathered everyone here is for the purpose of traveling to the Mulan Plains." "The Mulan Plains?" Marquis Nanlong's words came as a large surprise to most of those present, Han Li included. Wang Chan was last seen in chapter 363, and had tormented Han Li several times in the past. Chapter 687. Song Kun's Buried Treasure. "Brother Nanlong, did you speak correctly? The Mulan Plains?" The stern-faced cultivator frowned, speaking as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. The other cultivators didn't fare much better. But since all of them were old eccentrics that had faced countless hardships, they were able to preserve their calm in spite of their turbulent emotions as they waited for Marquis Nanlong's reply. Marquis Nanlong calmly explained, "Fellow Taoist misunderstands. I didn't mean that we would head deep into the Mulan Plains, merely 50 kilometers within its borders." The stern-faced cultivator shook his head as if greatly fearful of the idea. "That is still extremely dangerous. The Mulan tribes have been honing their strength for many years already, and have become restless. The edge of the Mulan Plains has already become a danger zone. I fear that many nascent soul-level spell warriors will be gathered there. Although only a few of those spell warriors possessed a magic treasure, their cultivation is still on par with ours. Additionally, their spirit techniques are not only vastly powerful, but they are extremely adaptable as well. If we were discovered, it would be difficult to escape unharmed." Marquis Nanlong sullenly said, "Of course I know how difficult they are. In the past, I fought against a nascent soul spell warrior for 3 entire days. Although his cultivation was on par with mine and his magic treasure was greatly inferior, the battle had ended in stalemate. Since that's the case, there must be an important reason why fellow Taoist intends to go there. Why else would Brother Nanlong brave such danger? Brother Wang truly understands me. Have any of you fellow Taoists of the name of Master Tsongkuan?" A bright glint flickered from the eyes of the old woman that had yet to speak. "Master Tsongkuan? Wasn't that the mad cultivator that suppressed both the righteous and devilish Tao 5,000 years ago?" With an odd expression, the Marquis said with a strange voice, "Lady Tai is correct. It was that madman that wreaked havoc against both the righteous and devilish Tao in the past." Although no one had officially conceded this, the daring mad cultivator was definitely the greatest vagrant cultivator during that time. He had profound abilities swept past many fearsome opponents in the heavenly south. Even the great elder of the Harmonious Bond sect and the righteous Tao alliance leader, the #1 figures of both sides at the time, didn't dare to say that they could prevail against the mad cultivator. Wang Qinggu asked with an odd expression, "So fellow Taoist Nanlong means to say that this matter is related to the mad cultivator?" The Marquis heavily said, "He. It is as Brother Wang says. We will be heading to where Master Tsang Kuan died. It is a meticulously hidden cave residence." The old woman strongly shook her head in disbelief. "Impossible. Wasn't that madman killed after being surrounded by many of his enemies?" Marquis Nanlong simply smiled and was given explanation when the other mid-nascent soul cultivator, the white-clothed old man, suddenly said, "Master Tsang Kuan wasn't killed by the attack. Rather he was forced to self-detonate two of his puppet incarnations to create the opportunity to escape. The cultivators who surrounded him were none the wiser and had believed that one of the incarnations was his true body. However, the battle had greatly injured Master Tsang Kuan's vitality and it was extremely difficult for him to restore his abilities. As a result, he spent several years there in recover, and his original cave residence disappeared alongside any messages. It was only when fellow Taoist Nanlong and I recently discovered his place of death that we came across this knowledge from a remnant message. Once Master Tsang Kuan disappeared, he braved Devilfall Valley and was the very first person to make it out alive." The old woman sharply yelled with an expression of excitement. "He returned from Devilfall Valley alive? How is that possible?" All of those that heard the story felt their breaths turn cold. For a moment, they were both shocked by this information and were pondering the validity of these claims. For a time, they couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. The tanned cultivator pondered for a moment before asking with a sneer, "Even if this matter was true, what does it have to do with the Mulan Plains? Don't tell me that Master Tsang Kuan buried the treasures he acquired from Devilfall Valley inside this hidden cave residence?" Marquis Nanlong twirled his beard and expressionlessly said, "Fellow Taoist Bing's words are mostly correct. According to what was left behind at Master Chen Kuan's place of death, he stayed at Devilfall Valley for several years, but not long after, he met death in meditation. He possibly relapsed from his old injuries or acquired new injuries from Devilfall Valley, but either way he should have brought many treasures out from Devilfall Valley. Treasures that caught the fancy of the greatest vagrant cultivator of that era is no small matter. Furthermore, from his capabilities to suppress crowds of cultivators as a vagrant cultivator, he must have possessed extraordinary secret arts and magic treasures. Are you still unwilling to head into the Mulan Plains?" The white-clothed old man calmly added, "As a group of many nascent soul cultivators, common spell warriors will not be able to block us. Moreover, if the worst occurs we will simply break through their enclosures separately. If you are unwilling to risk this amount of danger, please do not force yourselves to join. We will find others to go instead." Once that was said, the other cultivators began to wear expressions of hesitations. Han Li suddenly said, "There is something that puzzles me. Since you two know where the treasure is, why have you sought us out in particular, those with particularly strong spiritual senses? Could it be related to how well hidden the cave residence is?" Marquis Nanlong revealed a helpless expression and said, "I was just about to explain that in a moment. If we could acquire the treasure by ourselves, we'd be able to monopolize the treasure. However, we were able to find the cave residence after much searching when the two of us snuck off to the Mulan Plains. Unfortunately, the cave residence is surrounded by a marvelous ancient spell formation. Despite our best efforts we were unable to break through it. Of course, we didn't dare to linger too long as we were still in the Mulan Plains. We commit the spell formation's characteristics to memory and return to the heavenly south. After searching through various records on spell formations, we eventually discovered the ancient spell formation was long-lost, Wondrous Soul Restriction." Wang Qinggu revealed amazement. Wondrous Soul Restriction. Is that not one of the 10 great ancient restrictions? How could it be there? A majority of cultivators hadn't heard of the spell formation before, but their hearts trembled upon hearing the Ghost Spirit Sect Master. Anything from the 10 great ancient restrictions would absolutely be difficult to dissolve. A trace of astonishment flickered from Han Li's eyes, but it soon disappeared. The Marquis was somewhat surprised that Wang Qinggu knew of this. After exchanging a glance with the white-clothed old man, he smiled and offered a word of praise. "I had already heard of Brother Wang's grand reputation as a master of formation spells. To know of such an obscure ancient formation, I see that his reputation was well deserved." Wang Qinggu seemed to realize something and politely declined to speak. "Brother Nanlong, please continue. I've only heard of its name and know nothing of how to dissolve it. The matter is completely unfamiliar to me." When the white-clothed old man saw this, he gave a rare smile and he directly said, We spent several years after our discovery researching the method of breaking through the restriction. We either had to whittle it away with brute force or find 8 cultivators with powerful spiritual sense capable of manifested spiritual sense to dissolve the restriction. Forcefully breaking through the restriction definitely wouldn't do. Ancient restrictions were extraordinarily profound. Even if we were to violently attack the formation without end for several months, it may not be enough to break it. Of course, there would be no way we would so boldly display such actions inside the Milan plains. If we were to dissolve it with manifested spiritual sense, it would only take a day to break through so long as all of your abilities are sufficiently powerful. The cultivators in the hall now understood why they were all called together. Perhaps other mid-nascent soul cultivators would possess stronger spiritual sense and be more suitable for breaking the restrictions, but the two clearly didn't wish for other powerful cultivators to join them in fear that they would be betrayed. After all, while 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators might not be able to win against the early nascent soul cultivators, they would be able to force a stalemate, if just barely. Regardless, all of the cultivators present in the hall each felt rather excited at the thoughts of treasures from Devilfall Valley. Although it would be dangerous to enter the edge of the Milan plains, the danger was insignificant in comparison to what there was to be gained. This was an opportunity that was seldom seen but often sought. Marquis Nanlong confirmed their participation and revealed a genuine smile upon seeing that no one had backed down. There is still something I must make clear to you all. If we are successful and are able to truly enter the cave residence, Brother Yun and I will have first pick. Then we will split the remaining treasures evenly. Any objections? Chapter 688, Danger in the Wildlands. The others didn't find it strange for Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man surnamed Yun to have first pick. Since they were both the founders of this expedition and had the deepest cultivation, it was natural for them to have a larger share of the treasure. In order to prevent any unexpected matters from occurring, the group immediately agreed to the plan. The group would set off in 2 days before the end of the trade fair. After taking a heart demon oath to not divulge this information, the meeting was concluded. Hanli noticed that the Marquis and the old man surnamed Yun appeared rather confident, as if they weren't fearful that the early nascent soul cultivators would perform any petty tricks. Considering the location and method to break the spell restrictions were only known to them in addition to their shrewdness and abilities, it was likely that the others wouldn't think of any dirty schemes. Of course, Hanli also agreed with this reasoning. Ever since Hanli reached nascent soul stage, his cultivation for the Azure Essence sword arts was excruciatingly slow due to a lack of suitable medicine pills. Hanli reckoned that if he were to bitterly cultivate for 300 years, he still wouldn't reach the peak of early nascent soul stage. As for whether or not he would be able to reach mid-nascent soul stage, that would simply be a matter of luck, not aptitude. Nascent soul cultivators that managed to reach this far were all people with exceptional aptitude. According to Han Li's original plans, he would have diligently cultivated for over 100 years once the trade fair concluded. Once he made some progress with his cultivation art, he would immediately leave his cave residence and find a few ancient cultivator ruins or some land rich with natural treasures. It was only like this he would find an opportunity to progress to the next stage of cultivation. But now that Hanli had heard of the treasures of the renowned Devilfall Valley, Hanli couldn't possibly let them go. This was perhaps the opportunity he needed. The others likely shared the same thoughts. These old nascent soul eccentrics were stuck at early nascent soul stage for countless years. There was no possibility they would renounce such an opportune breakthrough. The techniques and medicine pills were certain to be significant. Of course, since the ghost spirit sect's young master was traveling with them, if there was an opportunity to kill him on the way, Hanli wouldn't hold himself back. Even if Wang Chenggu witnessed it, what would change? The Devil Dao and the Heavenly Dao Alliance were already enemies. As killing intent filled Han Li's mind, he walked down the Azure Stone Road back to his own residence. But unbeknownst to him, Wang Chenggu was calmly walking down an alley several streets away with Wang Chan and Yen Rian silently following after him. Once we return, clearly explain any grudges that are held between the two of you. It seems this person has yet to release his hatred towards you. In the future, you both must not stray too far from my side in order to prevent any ambushes. Wang Chan respectfully replied, "Yes, second uncle. I didn't think that from an ill-considered action from the past, this nephew would create such a large enemy for you." In such a short amount of time, he was able to break through the bottlenecks of both core formation and nascent soul stage. It was far beyond what I could have predicted. He seemed to grow depressed at the thought of Han Li having already condensed a nascent soul. Wang Chenggu coldly smiled, "Humph. There is no need for you to be so discouraged. With the blood spirit art's supreme might, there is no need to fear that youngster when the two of you join hands. So long as you break through to the 7th layer of the cultivation art, you and Rian will be able to condense a nascent soul together. It will be hard to say who will be troubled then. However, you two had best be careful on this trip to the Mulan Plains. Even if I am truly busy and cannot stay by your side, you two must stay together. With your combined strength, you will definitely be able to defend yourselves. Many thanks for second uncle's advice. Wang Chan was greatly relieved by his uncle's words and felt much more at ease. Of your brothers, I think highest of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you to this trade fair alone. However, that cultivator was originally a Yellow Maple Valley cultivator. The old ghost Ling who also personally made a trip to this trade fair. Could they have a connection with each other? Wang Qinggu muttered to himself. His voice lowered as if he felt trepidation towards the Yellow Maple Valley ancestor. Wang Chan and Yen Rian looked at each other in bewilderment. When Han Li returned to his residence, he slept for the night and spent the entirety of the next day hurriedly purchasing the materials he required. Afterwards, he repeatedly warned Mu Peeling to be careful and particularly requested Lu Luo to accompany her. When Lu Luo heard that Han Li was about to hastily leave before the end of the trade fair, he felt amazed. However, he didn't ask for a detailed explanation. He agreed in a single breath, leaving Han Li with a rather favorable impression towards him. For the remainder of the day, Han Li spent his time at his residence in meditation. It was only when the appointed time had drew near that Han Li departed from the pavilion and set off to a small mountain 500 kilometers south of Soaring Skies City. 6 hours later, he and the others had all arrived. The 3 from the Ghost Spirit sect were the last to arrive. When Han Li saw this, he felt his heart stir. As soon as Marquis Nanlong said, "We go," the group of 9 silently departed south towards the Mulan Plains. The State of Yu was the country of the 9 nations union closest to the Mulan Plains, but there wasn't truly a border between them. There was 5,000 kilometers of desert wilderness separating the two. This area had very little vegetation and clouds of yellow sand eternally blowing through the air. It was the battlefield where the 9 nations union and the Mulan spell warriors fought. It was unknown how many cultivators had died in this barren wasteland. Even when official battles weren't taking place, the wasteland were exceptionally dangerous. There were many other reasons why cultivators on both sides ended up wandering the desert. There were those that were brazenly killing one another for their treasures. There were those that were fighting on the front lines in order to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Regardless of their reasons, they all shared something in common. They all had the confidence that they would be able to prevail over cultivators of similar grade. Most of these cultivators were at foundation establishment stage with a few core formation cultivators mixed among them. Each time a core formation cultivator appeared, the lower-grade cultivators immediately kept their distance in fear that they would be caught in the crossfire. As for nascent soul-grade cultivators, they wouldn't easily make an appearance in a small-scale battle such as this one. That was why the Marquis group weren't particularly vigilant when crossing through this area. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was something that was easily traversed in less than a day for a nascent soul cultivator. That was why the cultivators traveled at a relaxed pace. With Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man leading the way, the rest of the party followed after them in a scattered manner. They had passed by many low-grade cultivators along the way, completely unnoticed. However, just as the party flew out for an hour, the white-clothed old man suddenly stopped. Marquis Nanlong asked with surprise, "Brother Yun, what happened?" He had been taking turns with the white-clothed old man to keep a lookout with their spiritual sense. The old man surnamed Yun narrowed his eyes and solemnly said, "There is a huge gale ahead of us. It is suspicious." "A huge gale? What do you mean? Isn't a bit of wind normal?" Marquis Nanlong bafflingly asked. He then released his spiritual sense and probed the distance ahead of them. Han Li and the others had clearly heard their words. After clearly hearing them, the party glanced at each other and released their own spiritual senses. Although they had yet to truly enter the Mulan Plains, it was better to be careful. As they were all individuals with powerful spiritual senses, they may as well probe the situation themselves instead of relying on the word of another. As a result, each of them wore a bewildered expression. The old woman sullenly said, "That wind isn't merely suspicious. There is certainly something wrong with it. Such a gale cannot naturally occur." Chapter 689. The appearance of spell warriors. Han Li's spiritual sense discovered that there was a yellow gale surging across the horizon. It was over 300 meters tall and carried both stone and sand. It was truly malevolent, as if an evil dragon had sprung from the earth. But since his spiritual sense was nearly on par with late nascent soul cultivators, he was able to extend his spiritual sense part the 50-kilometer range of the other cultivators. With the great development technique circulating through his body, his spiritual sense condensed and entered the sandstorm. However, his spiritual sense grew dim after entering the sandstorm. He was only able to immerse his spiritual sense 300 meters into the storm, but he was unable to see anything. Marquis Nanlong grimaced and said, "Impressive. This should be the Mulan's wind spirit technique. When I had fought against a spell warrior in the past, they had used this world-enveloping spirit technique. Once it is deployed, it is capable of block any probing, and its violent sandstorm is capable of self-protection and trapping enemies. It is truly troublesome. However, I've never seen it at such an astonishing scale. It seems thousands of times greater in scope. Strange. A Mulan spirit technique?" The others' expressions changed upon hearing him. Wang Chan and Yen Rian both paled upon hearing this. But since they had the weakest cultivation in the party, they didn't dare to speak out of place. The white-clothed old man solemnly said, "Brother Nanlong speaks true. Only spirit techniques are able to create such astonishing sandstorms. Moreover, from the might of the spirit technique, there are certain to be many spell warriors contained within it. We will not be able to break through them with the strength of our current party." The old woman bewilderedly asked, "How is that possible? Why has the Mulan suddenly dispatched so many spell warriors?" "Lady Tai, when was the last time we had ceasefire with the Mulan?" Wang Qinggu asked with an odd expression. "It should have been about 100 years ago. Does Brother Wang mean?" The old woman seemed to suddenly realize something. Wang Qinggu wryly smiled and insipidly said, "About 100 years ago. That should have been enough time for the Mulan to gather their strength." Marquis Nanlong wore an expression of helplessness and softly said, "Brother Wang speaks true. It should be time for the start of another war. Who knows how many cultivators will fall this time? But as chance would have it, we've run into the Mulan vanguard." The white-clothed old man sullenly said, "There are truly too many coincidences in this world, so this matter isn't too shocking. However, we only have two options. We can return and avoid our encounter with the Mulan vanguard, biding our time for a more opportune moment to look for the treasure. After all, the treasure won't be going anywhere, but the Mulan assault will certainly last for many years. We will not be able to return to the treasure in a short amount of time. Additionally, the world is constantly changing. It will be difficult to gather everyone once more after so much time had passed." The old woman shook her head and said, "There is no need to even consider it. We should definitely take the second option and break through the winds. However, the risk is truly too great. If there are only fearsome old ghosts lying within the sandstorm, it would be difficult for us to succeed. Could it be that there is no way of avoiding them?" The old man muttered to himself for a moment before solemnly saying, "I fear it is too late. If the Mulan fully commit to their attack, it won't just be a vanguard. Even if we go around, we will still encounter them. But if it is just a matter of retaining our concealment as we enter, it shouldn't be a problem if we sneak past their sides. So long as we get past the Mulan vanguard, we will be able to evade the main force of spell warriors with enough time. Then we will be able to do as we please in the defenseless Mulan plains and allow us to make off with the treasure without any worries." The others discussed the old man's proposal and felt that it was the only option. After all, it would take many more years before this opportunity arose once more if it were given up now. Of course, retreat couldn't even be considered if they weren't nascent soul cultivators. Their lifespans wouldn't have been able to endure the weight. Of course, before heading into the Mulan plains, they each sent letter talismans to the closest 9 Nations Union stronghold to prevent them from being caught unprepared for the upcoming Mulan attack. This was considered something of an obligation given that they were cultivators of the Heavenly South. Afterwards, the party of 9 restrained their aura and concealed themselves as they stealthily flew off to the side, wishing to avoid the center of the sandstorm where the winds blew the most fierce. Because Wang Chang and Yen Rian possessed weaker cultivation, Wang Qinggu had paid them particular consideration and covered them in a huge light barrier. A moment later, they disappeared from Han Li's sight. But when Han Li saw this, he sneered. With his spiritual sense, Wang Qinggu and his juniors couldn't possibly escape his notice. The dense sandstorm closed the 50-kilometer gap in an instant. It carried a faint pressure similar to that of demons. Before the sandstorm had arrived, tornadoes began to cut through the earth as they led the way. Fortunately, they had kept their distance from the center and were able to avoid the tornadoes as they swept past them. The larger tornadoes were over 30 meters wide, and while the smaller ones were only about 10 meters wide. They each seemed to contain several spell warriors. Han Li remained hidden in close proximity to them and was able to clearly sense them with his spiritual sense. The blurred, vague silhouettes within the tornadoes hadn't discovered Han Li and company. They simply continued on their way. Under the cold gaze of Han Li and company, they watched the spell warriors quietly go on their way. Closely following after the tornadoes was the tremendous sandstorm. Standing at the very front, Marquis Nanlong's expression changed as he warned the party with a voice transmission. "Not good. Be careful at the side." When Han Li heard this, his face revealed alarm. A huge tornado that was about 300 meters wide and unfathomably tall was tearing towards them from a distance. Such a huge tornado was certain to be controlled by many spell warriors. Could it be that someone had discovered them? Han Li took a deep breath and couldn't help but awaken his bamboo cloud's warm swords. Although he had long heard of the grand reputation of spell warriors, he had never personally witnessed their might. However, he couldn't bring himself to look forwards to this under the current circumstances. The others were glancing at the huge tornado with vigilant expression. There were those that had hands glowing with faint light and those that had already prepared their magic treasures. However, the huge tornado had swept close by them as if they hadn't detected them, much to the relief of Marquis Nanlong and the rest of the party. After a short delay, the vast sandstorm immersed all of them and their surroundings became dense with dark yellow. It was a rather stifling atmosphere. Marquis Nanlong calmly shouted, "Be on guard. This sandstorm is strange. Do not release your spiritual sense and don't stray too far either." Although the party members were able to easily disperse of the sand, it would reveal their movements. Fortunately, the yellow sand quickly blew past them quickly, providing them the cover they needed to carefully move forward close together. However, after the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li felt that there was something amiss as he monotonously swept his gaze around. Suddenly Han Li blurred and he reappeared floating in the air. Han Li's sudden actions came as a shock to the rest of the party. The old woman frowned and annoyedly asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, why did you stop?" Han Li expressionlessly said, "Don't you feel that something is amiss?" "What do you mean?" The tan man blurred and he reappeared at Han Li's side. When Wang Chenggu and the white-clothed old man heard this, they glanced at each other for a moment before revealing an expression of bewilderment. With an unsightly expression, Han Li said, "You fellow Taoists should have been able to sense it without having me to say it. How is it that we've been in this sandstorm for so long and we've yet to encounter even a single spell warrior? Don't tell me that the spell warriors have all gathered at the center of the sandstorm. Our surroundings have yet to change as well. You should all know what this means." The tan man wore an unsightly expression and muttered, "There is someone that secretly used a restriction against us." His eyes brightly glinted as he swept past his surroundings. After a moment of silence, Marquis Nanlong nodded his head and sullenly said, "Fellow Taoist Han should be telling the truth. I also feel that something is strange. It seems we've been truly detected and they've used a technique to deal with it. A fight is unavoidable." Chapter 690, Grand Sage. The other cultivators remained calm after hearing this. Each of them realized that spell restrictions were used to trap them because the enemy lacked the forces to engage them. However, they couldn't remain trapped for too long, else the Mulan's reinforcements would arrive. The nascent soul cultivators each began to flicker with light, making full use of their abilities as they began to strike the restrictions surrounding them. As Han Li remained in the air, he waved his arm in passing, releasing 3 streaks of azure light from his hand. An instant later, the 3 streaks of azure light flew off into the distant winds of sand. Rippling fluctuations began to appear under their strikes. In a flicker of yellow light, the restrictions began to tear as if they were made of thin paper. The others were shocked at how easy this was. When Han Li saw this, his expression greatly changed and he hurriedly flew forward through the gap that opened. It was quite ordinary for a hastily placed restriction to be easily struck down. There was no need for hesitation. Han Li's blunt and sudden actions had shocked the others. But they immediately understood and closely followed after him. Once they escaped, they still found themselves in winds filled with sand, but the stifling sensation of the restriction could no longer be felt. Han Li felt some relief from this and swept his spiritual sense around, wishing to regain his bearings before taking further action. But at that moment Han Li's expression stirred and his eyes narrowed. As he motionlessly floated in the air, he stared off into a certain direction of the sand. His eyes pulsed with faint blue light in a demonic display. A moment later, his expression returned to normal. As Marquis Nanlong caught up to Han Li, he noticed that Han Li was motionless. He bewilderedly swept his spiritual sense in the direction that Han Li was looking, and he discovered nothing strange. He bafflingly asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, what are you doing?" Han Li turned his head towards the Marquis and calmly said, "Nothing, I was only pondering. Which direction should we go? It is hard to make use of our spiritual sense in this cursed sandstorm, and the naked eye is hardly any better for making a decision. But just as it so happens, I have a star alignment treasure that is suitable for the situation." Initially scoffing at being asked, Marquis Nanlong reached to his waist and took out a faint red jade disc. With the one hand holding at the jade disc, he formed an incantation gesture with the other. After muttering a cryptic incantation, he opened the hand with the incantation gesture and a golden light shot out from his palm, striking on of the talisman characters on the disc. The disc then began to shine with a weird red-gold light. Han Li's heart stirred and he took another glance at the magic treasure. There was marvelous designs made of golden starlight that shined from the plate that seemed to signify stars, the sun and moon, as well as other astrological symbols. Han Li was entranced by the sight of it. The others also crowded around with curious expressions. Marquis Nanlong wasn't bothered by this and merely concentrated on the patterns shining on the jade disc. A short moment later, he put away the treasure with a flip of his hand and briefly said, "Follow me." He then enveloped himself in a ball of golden light and shot off. The rest of the party wordlessly followed after him. They were clearly confident in the Marquis' judgment. In a flash of black light, Wang Qiangu enveloped Wang Chan and Yen Rian and brought them along. However, when he passed by Han Li, the ghost spirit sect elder seemed to faintly glance at him before calmly brushing past him. Han Li returned the glance with a mysterious smile. He faintly saw that Wang Chan had lowered his head and didn't dare to look in his direction in a rather meek fashion. On the contrary, the beautiful Yen Rian calmly turned her gaze towards Han Li for a short while with bright eyes before turning away. Han Li soon found himself at the rear of the group. But with a careless smile, his body flashed with azure light as if about to set flight. But before that, he unconsciously turned his gaze to where he glanced previously and wore an odd expression. He then coldly chuckled and flew off. In that instant, Han Li's figure disappeared into the sandstorm. A short moment after Han Li disappeared, a flash of blinding yellow light shined from where he had been looking at. A huge dark hole that suddenly appeared from the ground where a huge shiny black insect had crawled out of. This demon insect was astonishingly large and was about 20 meters long and 12 meters wide. Its body was in the shape of a disc. But what was most frightening about it was the dozens of dark yellow compound eyes spread on its head. There were also several slender horns on its head along with a pair of massive, incisive fangs that coldly glinted. There were also 4 transparent wings on its back that were gently fluttering. Standing on top of this dreadful demon insect were 3 silhouettes of varying heights. One of them shined with blinding white light and another was enveloped in a strange dark green mist, obscuring his true form. As for the last figure, their body flickered with faint blue lightning as if they were a materialized god of lightning. Grand Sage, are we just going to allow them to leave? Is this not bad? The silhouette covered in white light glanced in the direction that Han Li's party disappeared in. His words carried a faint trace of worry. The green mist figure coldly snorted and icily said, "How could an illusion formation possibly constrain them? Don't forget that they are mostly nascent soul stage cultivators, characters at the same grade as us. Even the weakest 2 are still late core formation cultivators. It is delusional to think that our Yellow Sand tribe could hope to restrain them." His temperament seemed harsh. But how will we deal with the Heavenly Wind tribe's Sage Mu? He was the one who personally sent a message to have Use block the group of cultivators to our greatest ability. The vanguard is under his tribe's command for the time being. He should have already sent orders to gather the grand sages from the other tribes. Would it be better for us to unleash our tribe's holy protection artifact, the Devil Earth Banner? Even if we can't cause the nascent soul cultivators much harm, it should be possible to trap them for the time being. The white light silhouette raised the proposal with an anxious tone. The green mist figure grew furious and bluntly rebuked, "Nonsense! How can we so casually use the 36 Devil Earth banners? The ancestors of our Yellow Sand tribe have always instructed us to never use the sacred banner unless our tribe is on the verge of extermination. And even if these cultivators were trapped for a time, given their abilities, they would certainly destroy a few of the banners. How would we respond then? Without the sacred tribe protecting artifacts, how could we steadily maintain our position in the 10 great tribes? There may be even a few smaller tribes that may pry into the matter and exterminate us. I was careless. Many thanks for Grand Sage's reminder. The spell warrior within the white light hastily apologized for his offense. Since you've only recently become a sage, this fault will be forgiven just this once. In any case, it's not as if we did nothing. They were simply too powerful and we were incapable of restraining them. Grand Sage Mu sure had a good idea to send our Yellow Sand tribe to tie the intruders down. Once both sides suffered, he'd conveniently arrive to finish them off and take the lion's share of the credit and loot. On the other hand, if we don't take out our tribe protecting artifacts to block them, we will be seen as harboring malicious intentions, leaving an opportunity for them to enact reprisals. The Grand Sage in the Green Mist coldly spoke as if he had an extremely poor opinion of the Sage Mu. The Mulan spell warrior shrouded in lightning calmly said, "I fear this is how Sage Mu intends to act. After all, our two tribes never did have a good relationship. However, we are now allied armies and aren't truly subordinate to them. Our loss of strength isn't truly something they will take to heart. Moreover, the Heavenly Wind tribe's wind-riding chariot is extremely fast. It should be able to overtake the intruders. It will be hard to say who will end up victorious. But so long as they manage to buy enough time for the main force to arrive, the Heavenly Wind tribe will be the victors." The Grand Sage in the Green Mist disagreed. Although the wind-riding chariot is extremely fast, by the time enough people are gathered together to use it, it will perhaps be too late. After a moment of thought, the Grand Sage muttered, "Whether or not those cultivators are caught is no concern of ours. But I am puzzled about the youth that managed to first break through the formation. It seemed he discovered where our concealed hole was. How baffling. The Shumi insect is an exotic insect from antiquity, and although its combat power isn't great, it has the innate ability to temporarily tear a crevice in space. It is an expert in concealment. Although it is still immature and the amount of time it can maintain a spatial tear is limited, it was still enough to prevent the two mid-nascent soul cultivators from discovering us. But unexpectedly, it wasn't enough to prevent this particular early nascent soul cultivator from discovering us. It seems that youth is an exceptional character. If it isn't due to a particular secret technique, then it must be from an exceptionally powerful probing treasure." A trace of bewilderment could be heard from the Grand Sage's voice. Chapter 691. Wind-riding chariot. Han Li followed after Marquis Nanlong and company, flying through the sandstorm for tens of kilometers. During this time, not one spell warrior had appeared before them. It was clear that a warning was given. Han Li then recalled what he had unintentionally discovered when he broke through the restriction. It had been quite the coincidence. Because he was incapable of using his spiritual sense to see through the sandstorm, his only option was to channel spiritual power through his eyes and use the ability granted by the Bright Sight water. Since he had already used the Bright Sight spirit water several times to cleanse his eyes, he may as well use this opportunity to test if it had any effect. The results had greatly surprised him. His spirit sight was able to clearly see through the dense sandstorm, much to his delight. However, he was also astonished to see a circular shadow within the sandstorm that was 40 meters away. In his shock, the spiritual power faded away from his eyes and the shadow could no longer be seen. His naked eyes could now only see the sandstorm. He channeled his spirit sight once more and the shadow appeared once more in its original position. But this time Han Li channeled even more spiritual power into his eyes. He was able to see the shadow slightly more distinctly and he could see silhouettes faintly swaying inside. Even after pouring in additional spiritual power, this was the limit of what he could see. But still, it was enough for him to clearly see through their nearby concealment. Although he didn't know what amazing ability was being used, only spell warriors would be capable of concealing themselves from nascent soul warriors in these parts. It seemed the enemy also knew that their party was quite powerful and didn't wish to fight to the bitter end, instead opting to keep watch on them. As such, Han Li didn't reveal their location and left in feigned ignorance. Since these people weren't brave to begin with, they wouldn't obstruct him later on. Once Han Li's party left the yellow sandstorm, they immediately flew off in bursts of light and tore through the skies at their top speed. Although they had managed to shake off the spell warrior vanguard, their main force would soon be arriving. If they didn't make it out of the sandy wasteland, their lives would be put at risk. Not only would there be high-grade cultivators from the main army to match them, but there would also be countless spell warriors wearing them down. Therefore, Marquis Nanlong and the others were all wordlessly flying as quickly as possible. With their deep cultivation and fantastical speed, they were able to spot a faint trace of green off the horizon in less than half a day of flight. They had finally reached the edge of the Milan Plains. Marquis Nanlong let out a long sigh and smiled. Good. We can finally relax. We've managed to make it through without any mishap. He slowed his speed. After such a long period of prolonged high-speed flight, they had consumed large quantities of magic power. Even if he could manage to bear through it, the others certainly wouldn't fare any better. The Tan cultivator sighed with relief. Yes, since we've managed to reach so far without any mishap, they shouldn't be able to catch us no matter how desperate they may be. Don't lower your guard. There are formidable characters amongst the spell warriors, who possess unfathomable abilities. The white-haired old man cut off his own words with a yelp and he suspiciously glanced behind him. Han Li felt his heart thump. Just as he was about to ask the old man a question, he faintly heard a piercing crack from behind them. In an instant the odd sound grew louder, attracting the attention of everyone in the party. They saw white light flickering on the horizon behind them. There was a small sphere of light that was speeding towards them with inconceivable speed. The white-clothed old man recognized what it was at a glance and wore an expression of furious alarm. Not good. That's the spell warrior's wind-riding chariot. They wouldn't dare to chase us unless that had a similar number of nascent soul-grade spell warriors. After sweeping his spiritual sense past them, Wang Tiangu gloomily said, There are 5 nascent soul-stage spell warriors sitting inside it. It seems they don't wish to defeat us, but to tangle us down and stall for reinforcements. We cannot allow them to tie us down. We won't be able to defeat 5 spell warriors in a short amount of time. Additionally, they will act together to prevent us from escaping. Scatter and use your own abilities to escape them. Here are some jade slips. Each person will take one and remember the area. In 3 days' time we will gather there once again. Once Marquis Nanlong finished speaking, he immediately took out a few identical jade talisman and tossed them to each person. In that moment of delay, the crackling from the distant wind chariot became clearer. Fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. I will see you once more in 3 days' time. Marquis Nanlong then enveloped his body in golden light and shot off without delay. The white-clothed old man sullenly transformed into a streak of white light, and flew off in a different direction from the Marquis. As for the others, they received the jade slip and each began to scatter without delaying, making use of their own secret techniques to flee. The Tan cultivator emitted meter-tall yellow flames from his body and directly disappeared into the earth. It seemed he was making use of an earth movement technique. The old woman's hand flashed with silver light and she summoned a silver crane hairpin. After breathing out a mist of spiritual chi onto the treasure, a cloud of white crane feathers began to surround her. In a blur, the old woman unsteadily stood on top of a crane. Then with a long shriek, the white crane took off into the skies with the old woman still on its back. As for the stern-faced cultivator, his entire body glowed with silver light. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands and merged with an unknown treasure, transforming into a silver flood dragon before disappearing into the clouds. Wang Tiangu, Wang Chan and Yen Rian used some unknown secret ghost spirit sect technique and flew off together into a broad streak of black light. They traveled at an incredibly fast speed. In only a moment they already became a black speck in the sky. Han Li was also quick to act. At nearly the same time he caught the Marquis jade slip, his body began to glow with red light. A crimson cloak suddenly appeared on his body. After identifying his direction, he began to pour great amounts of spiritual power into the cloak. Then with a hum, it burst with crimson light, enveloping Han Li in a ball of light and launching him through the air. Traveling at the speed that rivaled the others, he still had the leisure to turn his head and glanced at the wind-riding chariot behind them. Although there was still quite some distance between them, Han Li was able to clearly see it with his immense spiritual sense. The chariot appeared truly strange. It was a completely white chariot but there was nothing that was pulling it. In place of its wheels, it had a pair of 20-meter-long dark red wooden wings. There were talisman characters floating on it and it glowed with a rainbow light. After examining it for a moment, he shockingly discovered that the exquisite white body of the chariot was made from the bones of an unknown beast. It carried a faintly vicious aura. Due to the obstruction of the white light, Han Li could only vaguely make out the people sitting inside. And since he had never fought with a spell warrior before, Han Li wasn't about to rashly probe the wind-riding chariot. Instead, he turned his head forward and focused on controlling the Crimson Cape, flying directly towards the south of the Milan Plains. A short moment later, Han Li and the rest of the party were over 5 kilometers separated from one another. When the wind-riding chariot arrived where the party had slipped up, Han Li couldn't help but take another look at it. The wind-riding chariot had stopped for the moment. In a flicker of white light, 4 different silhouettes left the chariot, 3 men and 1 woman. These 4 spell warriors gathered together and had a quick discussion before chasing 4 different nascent soul cultivators. Fortunately, none traveled in Han Li's direction. Han Li grew relieved at the sight, but he then inwardly shouted, "Not good." At that same moment, the wind-riding chariot wildly pulsed with white light and fiercely shot in Han Li's direction, releasing sharp cracks that seemed to bore into the mind. As Han Li flew in the crimson light, his expression grew unsightly. Soon Han Li coldly snorted and his body began to emit blinding light and his speed grew faster. The crimson cloak began to also release low hums. A white sphere of light began to chase after the red sphere of light in the sky with a distance of 5 kilometers between the two. While the wind-riding chariot was astonishingly fast, Han Li's crimson cloak wasn't something to make light of. Both parties had found themselves at a deadlock for a time. A short moment later, the 2 spheres of light disappeared from the edge of the plains as they flew deeper towards the heart of the Mulan Plains. Chapter 692. A measure of skill. With the astonishing speed of both Han Li's crimson cloak and the wind-riding chariot, they deeply headed over 50 kilometers deep into the Mulan Plains. As Han Li pushed the crimson cloak to even greater speeds, he used his spiritual sense to sweep behind him. Surprise appeared on his face. He was already exercising the full might of the cloak, but not only was he unable to shake off the chariot, but it was actually able to close over half the distance between them. It was no wonder why that old man surnamed Yun had revealed shock when he saw the chariot despite being a mid-nascent soul cultivator. The wind-riding chariot was truly a top-grade flight treasure. It seemed that unless he used lightning movement or blood shadow evasion, he wouldn't be able to escape it. But ever since Han Li formed a nascent soul, he had yet to fight against a cultivator of the same grade. Although he had confidence in his mystical treasures, he truly had no idea where he stood amongst nascent soul cultivators with regard to power. Nascent soul cultivators didn't take the measuring of their skill lightly. Even with the several years he stayed at the Drifting Cloud sect, he had only discussed techniques with the 2 sect elders. He had yet to spar with them. And at Soaring Sky City, he merely had a contest of spiritual sense with Marquis Nanlong. It wasn't enough to gauge his true strength. Now that the spell warrior in the wind-riding chariot was chasing him, he had a suitable opponent to measure his own skill. Furthermore, he was quite interested in the spirit techniques of spell warriors. If he was able to repel or even kill the other party, it would an optimal result. But if that wasn't possible, he would be easy to use his thunderstorm wings to flee. Additionally, he couldn't allow the fight to take up too much time since he was located inside the Mulan Plains. Having quickly come to a decision, Han Li's body wildly flickered with crimson light. It immediately faded away to be replaced with a sudden eruption of azure light. At that same moment he stopped and turned around. He coldly glanced at the white light that was pursuing him and swept his sleeve, releasing a swarm of several tens of azure sword lights. With a series of dull cries, they formed a densely layered formation in a display of astonishing grandeur. Since this was his first battle against a nascent soul cultivator, Han Li had no intention of being sloppy. In addition to his 72 bamboo clouds warm swords, he reached for his spirit beast pouch and tossed it into the air. A huge cloud of black-tained gold devouring beetles appeared above him. With a quick incantation, they revolved once in the air before rushing towards him. Han Li's eyes became spirited. He waved his arms and 2 spell seals struck the beetle swarm. The swarm suddenly enveloped him and covered Han Li, soon to form a tricolored armor on his body. It possessed a shining simplicity and glowed with faint azure light. Just as it so happened, the wind-riding chariot had arrived just as Han Li finished. The spell warrior inside the chariot witnessed the shocking scene of the insects turning into armor. The flying chariot slowed down, coming to a stop 300 meters away from Han Li. Han Li expressionlessly glanced at him and didn't pay him any heed. Instead, he took the opportunity to spread his hands and summon a flower basket in one hand and a small bell in the other. Soon after, he wordlessly tossed the small bell in front of him. In a flash of silver light, the small bell instantly expanded to 10 meters in width and shot towards the enemy in an overwhelming charge. At that same moment, Han Li inwardly commanded the 72 flying sword to turn into 3, forming 216 azure sword lights. As soon as Han Li uttered the command, they loudly rang and converged with sparkles of light before surging towards the opponent in a 300-meter-long wave of azure light. It closely followed after the silver bell as if wishing to shatter the wind-riding chariot in a single strike. The silver bell that was first released had already begun to display its might. It flew above the chariot and began to spin. With a series of continuous hums, faintly visible silver sound waves began to ripple from the center of huge bell, enveloping the wind-riding chariot beneath it. If the spell warrior didn't defend, Hanli was confident that the strike would cause great damage. While the silver bell hadn't undergone any changes, Hanli's vast increase in cultivation had increased its might several times greater than when he had used it during core formation stage. Of course, the wind-riding chariot wasn't about to receive this strike. Its wooden wings slightly flapped and shot over 30 meters forward, dodging the sound wave that was about to envelope it. The chariot glowed with vast white light, and a silhouette flew out and floated above it. At that moment, a huge azure wave of light was about to strike the chariot. When the silhouette saw this, they calmly raised their hand. A barrier of deep blue light abruptly appeared from the top of the chariot. In the instant that the azure wave struck the barrier, an explosion sounded out. Although the strike had caused the light barrier to shake, it was ultimately unharmed. Hanli's complexion changed as he gazed at the sight with narrow eyes. At that moment, the spell warrior began to mutter and spat a thin blue thread out from his mouth. In an instant, the thread transformed into a huge python as it threw itself out of the light barrier towards Hanli's wave of azure sword light. In a clash of azure and blue light, the air began to rumble. In that moment, the spell warrior raised their hand and struck the wind-riding chariot with a spell seal. The chariot quickly shrank and flew into the spell warrior's hand once it was the size of a palm. Once it was safely placed away in their storage pouch, they raised their head to glance at Hanli, revealing a gloomy, shriveled expression. Hanli's eyes narrowed. This figure was an old man that was beyond the age of 60. Odd azure tattoos laid on his cheeks and he wore oddly styled blue embroidered robes. But what most shocked Hanli was the old man's immensely powerful spiritual chi fluctuations. This old man was actually a spell warrior at the peak of early nascent soul stage, just on the verge of entering the next level. It was no wonder he was able to easily block both of his attacks. Hanli had already discovered that the blue light barrier wasn't a technique. It was something that was released from a fist-sized pearl that was being held in the old man's hand. As for the strange blue python, he saw that it wasn't a treasure, but something that was entirely composed of spiritual power. Hanli's heart grew more vigilant and his expression grew icy. The ancient flower basket treasure in his hand began to flicker with white light and was about to release. When the old man saw that Hanli was about to continue the attack, his expression grew solemn and he shouted, "Cease! Although your esteemed self possesses vast ability, are you not being too impatient? I've yet to even speak and you've already attacked me." His voice seemed somewhat harsh. Hanli frowned and coldly said, "What words are there to be said between cultivators and spell warriors?" Nevertheless, he pointed to the silver bell and had it cease its attack. As for the flower basket in his hand, he withdrew his spiritual power from it and waited for what the spell warrior had to say. The old man chuckled and nonchalantly said, "While your words hold some truth, at our cultivation there are times where a fight to the death is unnecessary. So long as you answer my questions to satisfaction, I can release you." Hanli glanced at the old man and sneered, "Answer? I have nothing to tell your esteemed self. How about you answer my questions instead?" Hanli could already guess what the old man intended to ask. Anyone would be bewildered to see so many nascent soul cultivators appear in a single place. "It seems fellow Taoist is refusing my kind intentions." The old man's face grew sullen after hearing Hanli's response. Hanli snorted and suddenly pointed to the sky in front of him. The tangled and turbulent sword light suddenly condensed towards its center and formed a huge sword that spanned 100 meters. In several lightning-fast strikes, the strange blue python was severed into pieces and the sword took advantage of the opportunity to chop down towards the old man through the light barrier with great force. A fierce expression appeared on the old man's face. With no further words, he raised his hand and the fist-sized pearl in his hand flew into the air. Soon after, he opened his mouth and spat a mist of pure chi onto the pearl. The pearl flickered with blue light and it quickly began to revolve. Lines of slim blue light began to revolve around the pearl, forming a huge blue net underneath the light barrier in the blink of an eye. At that same moment, the old man quickly muttered something and grasped both of his hands in an incantation gesture. Blue light then began to surge from his body, forming a huge sphere of blue light above the old man. As the huge sword descended, it clashed with the light barrier. To no surprise for Hanli, The huge sword condensed from over 200 sword lights easily pierced through the light barrier. With a huge burst of wind, the light barrier was cleaved into two and the sword moved on to strike the huge net underneath it. Chapter 693, Ice Crystals and a Black Mountain. The following scene was somewhat against Han Li's expectations. The huge blue net sparkled with light and held firm against the huge sword's descent. The translucent, sparkling lines of the net appeared incredibly durable. The huge sword fiercely chopped the net several times, but the net held firm. Under control of the old man, the net wrapped layers and layers of thread around the sword, trapping the sword in just a short moment. Although it was only loosely restrained, it would still be difficult to escape from in a short amount of time. Han Li frowned. Just as he thought about what to do next, the old man seized the initiative. With an icy expression, the old man held his hands in a strange wheel-shaped incantation gesture. Immediately after, streaks of various colored spell seals began to shoot out from his hand towards the sphere of light above him. The blue light sphere began to shrink and ruptured after the old man uttered a cryptic incantation. Countless slivers of palm-wide ice crystals began to appear around the old man. Twinkling with blue light, they occupied an area of 30 meters around him. With a fierce glare, the old man boldly spread out his hands to Han Li and uttered a harsh command, "Go!" In that instant, the ice crystals launched themselves in a barrage and filled the skies with their wails. The dense wave converging onto Han Li's position made for a breathtaking sight. "This is a spirit technique?" Han Li wore an astonished expression, but his hands didn't stay still. He activated the flower basket and slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A cloud of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles wildly rushed forth and began to surround Han Li's body. This time, the beetles didn't transform into an object. They merely revolved in place, creating an impenetrable barrier around Han Li and hiding him from view. Once the flower basket left his hand, it transformed into a cloud of white mist and directly charged towards the barrage of ice crystals. It had managed to absorb a majority of the ice crystals into its folds upon contact. As soon as this happened, the remaining ice crystals flew around the flower basket as if they were intelligent and converged towards Han Li once more. In unbroken succession, the ice crystals were stopped by the beetle swarm for just a moment before piercing through inside. The insect barrier was restored to its original shape, but there was no sound coming from behind it as if it were completely dead. Old Man Mu couldn't help but cry out in alarm after seeing this. His ice crystal technique was similar to the cultivator's elemental Taoist technique, the ice rain technique. However, it was greater in quantity and the ice blades were completely created from a profound ice chi that he cultivated from within his body. Not only was it amazingly sharp, but it was also incredibly cold. Cultivators who were unaware of this would be incapable of dealing with the icy chi it left behind after being shattered, given that they were able to protect themselves. However, his ice crystals completely disappeared with no sign of the icy chi. After a moment of hesitation, he thought to use his spiritual sense to peer inside the beetle barrier, but suddenly he heard a loud noise from above him. He simply heard a ring from both his ears before he felt his consciousness dim. He had nearly fallen from the sky from being caught off guard. In the old man's furious alarm, he hurriedly slapped his hands together and fiercely patted his body several times before a white light barrier appeared around his body. He regained steady footing and turned his head to look above. The huge silver bell had flown above him at an unknown time. He had suffered a direct attack from it just a moment ago. At that moment, the bell sparkled with silver light and launched another sound attack. This time the attack wasn't aimed at the old man. Instead, the sound waves were aimed at the huge blue net that was tangling with the huge azure sword. Not good. The old man immediately recollected himself and hastily attempted to cast a technique to block the attack, but he was too late. The blue net was struck by the silver sound waves and were shredded apart inch by inch, allowing the huge sword to break free of its bindings. The huge sword then cleaved towards the old man without any reservations. But before the sword met its mark, it faced an immense pressure against it. Although the old man was already covered in a layer of protection, he didn't dare to directly receive a strike from such an immense blade. With a pale face and swaying body, he summoned a blue light barrier that spanned 100 meters around him. Soon after, he beckoned to the blue orb in the air and the magic treasure immediately flew above him. After spitting a mist of pure chi on it, another layer of light protected him. He then turned his glance to Han Li with a grave expression. His complexion paled even further. Han Li's beetle barrier had already scattered and it become a cloud that floated above him. He extended his hand and several inch-large azure ice flowers appeared in his hand. He was indifferently looking at the old man. When their gazes met, Han Li's icy gaze made the old man inwardly tremble. However, his sights were soon focused on the small exquisite ice flowers in Han Li's grasp and he revealed great bewilderment. Under the sunlight, the ice flowers brilliantly sparkled in a display of vast beauty, but that was far from the old man's mind. Having cultivated ice attribute spirit techniques for hundreds of years, he was able to feel an astonishingly cold spiritual power from the flowers despite their distance. Although it felt somewhat unfamiliar, the old man was filled with an unspeakable dread nonetheless. In that instant, the old man curled his lips and wore an unsightly expression. "Did you use that to break through my spirit technique? Could you tell me about that treasure of yours?" When Han Li heard this, he smiled and calmly said, "The treasure? Let's leave it for now. If you agree to tell me about that spirit technique of yours, I might say something about it." "What? A cultivator like you is interested in the spell warrior spirit techniques? Isn't that strange?" The old man's astonishment was replaced with his originally gloomy expression. But from the old man's wandering gaze, Han Li could faintly make out a trace of dread that he held towards the ice flowers. Han Li couldn't help but sneer. When the old man saw Han Li's expression, he grew furious. With a cold snort, he slapped his storage pouch and he summoned an item in a flash of black light. It was pitch black and seemed to resemble a small mountain. Han Li glanced with surprise. Before he could examine the object, the old man had already begun chanting an incantation. He shortly tossed the small mountain in the air and it shined with black light. In a mere instant, its size grew to 100 meters in width and it only continued to expand. When Han Li saw this, he felt his breath turn cold. Han Li instinctively pointed to the huge azure sword. With a clear ring, it transformed into a streak and fiercely chopped down at the top of the small mountain. With a huge rumble, the azure streak and the black light collided, releasing tumbling stones and magnificent light. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the scene. His sword had dug a 30-meter deep hole into the top of the black mountain. However, it was clear that it was still far from cleaving the mountain into two. Additionally, he was able to see the mountain closing the hole at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before he could muster a second strike, it had already restored most of the damage that was done. The mountain had risen over 300 meters tall within its black radiance. It appeared no different from a true mountain. Even as unwavering and composed as Han Li was, his expression grew unsightly at the sight of the black mountain that stood before him. There was without a doubt that if the mountain were to strike him, any beetle barrier or armor would not be able to save him. He would be flattened. At that moment, Han Li's huge sword had already struck the huge mountain several times but to no effect. The old man sinisterly chuckled and pointed at the mountain. With a rustle of wind, it appeared above Han Li and began to ruthlessly fall down. In Han Li's alarm, he was unable to think any further. Rolls of thunder had already appeared from his back. In a flash of silver light, he disappeared without a trace. He appeared 100 meters away with a pair of silver-white wings on his back. In the instant Han Li disappeared, the old man felt his heart drop. The old man saw Han Li reappear at a different location. He gazed at Han Li with great caution, his expression filled with astonishment. Having realized that Han Li was capable of instant movement, the old man knew that he would be unable to restrain Han Li and that his efforts were wasted. After all, at his current cultivation he was only capable of moving the huge black mountain several times. Each use would greatly drain his magic power. He didn't dare to use it recklessly. Chapter 694. Frozen Over. Chapter 694. Frozen over. With great alarm lingering within, the old man thought to retreat. Han Li on the other hand glanced at the black mountain with a trace of awe. Such a peculiar and astonishing treasure wasn't something that this old man was able to refine. It was most likely some ancient treasure that had remained from antiquity. Han Li was certain that this treasure's might wasn't something that even a late nascent soul cultivator couldn't endure. So long as the strike landed, it could decide any battle in a single strike. With this item in hand, he would be able to solve his lacking attack power. Not to mention that he was also interested in the old man's wind-riding chariot. With that in mind, Han Li's gaze shifted to the old man and his expression gradually grew hostile. A trace of killing intent could be seen deep within his eyes. Although he hadn't fought much with the old man, Han Li was confident that he understood most of his techniques. It seemed to be the old man's misfortune that he was specialized in ice attribute techniques. With the celestial ice flames, they wouldn't pose much of a threat against Han Li. Despite the vast number of ice crystals that had attacked him, he was able to easily dissolve them with the celestial ice flames. This teleporting black mountain should be the old man's most powerful treasure. However, with the instantaneous movements of the thunderstorm wings, it is of no use against Hanli. In this case, it should be possible for Hanli to kill the old man. Having come to a decision, Hanli no longer held any hesitation. The ice flowers in his grasp trembled and flickered with blue light, quickly transforming into an egg-sized flame. It hovered in his palm and emitted a bizarre aura. At that same moment, Hanli pointed to the huge sword and the silver bell with his free hand. Soon after, he flapped his wings and disappeared, leaving only thunder in his wake. In the next moment, he reappeared 300 meters away from the old man, with blue flames in his grasp. The huge sword and the silver bell had flourished with radiance and shot towards the old man in brilliant streaks of light. Along the way, the huge sword suddenly dissolved into several 100-foot-long sword lights and filled the sky, surrounding the old man within a swarm of swords. Azure light flickered without end as the sword light began to fiercely pierce through the old man's light barrier. The bell unleashed waves and waves of silver sound waves, shaking the old man's light barrier upon impact. These attacks had greatly alarmed the old man, but he still kept a sound mind. In addition to pouring a large quantity of spiritual power into the pearl above him, strengthening the barrier around him, he also quickly formed a hand incantation. Blue light pulsed from his body and shed off from it. After a quick rotation in the air, the light transformed into 4-meter-long ice shields that rotated around him. They were small and exquisitely refined. The old man felt more at ease with these ice shields protecting him. He immediately beckoned to the black mountain in the distance and it began to fly back towards him in a streak of black light. As this happened, he continuously glanced around him in fear that Hanli would launch a sudden attack on him. As expected of a nascent soul stage spell warrior, he possessed much combat experience. With another burst of thunder, Hanli appeared about 40 meters away from the old man in a flash of lightning. A dense barrage of incisive, azure threads suddenly shot out from his hand, a display of the Night Azure Needle's treasure talisman. At such a short distance, the old man was unable to respond in time. The myriads of azure threads pierced through the blue light barrier and directly struck the ice shields. Sounds of cracking ice filled the air as the azure threads struck the ice shields. In a brilliant flash of white light, the needles became covered in dense, glistening ice and began to fall to the ground. When the old man saw this, his alarm soon turned to joy. With a chuckle, he opened his mouth and shot a beam of blue light directly towards the nearby Hanli. In response, Hanli disappeared from sight in a flash of silver light. In that moment of delay, the black mountain flew above the old man. Its towering figure made for an astonishing sight. Without any hesitation, the old man struck the mountain with a spell seal. The mountain then began to tremble and released a large glow of black light from its bottom. With the old man at its center, the mountain enveloped the several hundred azure sword lights and the huge silver bell within its light. These treasures immediately began to swivel and shake in an attempt to break free, but their power was greatly weakened. The swaying light barrier had returned to normal once more. When the old man saw this, he felt greatly relieved. Soon after, he flipped his hand. The wind-riding chariot reappeared in his palm with a flash of white light. He lightly tossed it into the air and it began to expand to its original size. A short moment later, it was successfully restored and flew off to the side. For some unknown reason, the old man felt a sense of dread ever since Hanli transformed the ice flowers in his palm into small blue flames. With the additional appearance of Hanli's thunderstorm wings, he felt that matters had turned for the worse and decided to flee, rather than continue the fight. Seeing that the wind-riding chariot had been successfully prepared, the old man immediately transformed into a streak of light. Several flashes later, he charged past the obstructed flying swords and towards the wind-riding chariot in nearly the blink of an eye. When the light faded away, the old man was already safely located inside the wind-riding chariot. With relief in his heart, he thought to retrieve his pearl in the Black Mountain, when he suddenly heard thunder at his side. In flash of light, Hanli suddenly appeared before him. "Ah!" The old man loudly shouted and raised his hand, but it was too late. Hanli's arm was already shooting towards the old man like a bolt of lightning. The celestial ice flames completely enveloped his hand. The old man felt his heart sink, but the shields of ice floating around him automatically moved to protect him. In a flash of white light, they appeared in front of the old man just in time. The old man felt a trace of joy after seeing this. Hanli had attacked his crystal ice shields without any defenses. He was simply courting death. Surely in just a moment, his arm will be frozen through by the frigid chi. With a muffled ping, white and blue light brightly shone. The old man felt his heart drop by the sudden turn of events. The flame-clad hand was already pressing against his chest. It felt extremely soft to the touch. Before the old man could even scream, the strange icy flames had quickly spread from Han Li's grasp, engulfing the old man in a single breath. In a short instant, Han Li saw a majority of the man's body turn into a statue of ice. With a fearful expression, the old man hurriedly summoned the core yang flames that he spent several hundreds of years diligently cultivating. It wound around his neck and released a blinding white light, preventing the ice from spreading to his head. For a moment, the core flames were in a deadlock with the blue ice. When Han Li saw this, he scoffed. He waved his free hand. A streak of azure sword chi then appeared in the air and ruthlessly chopped towards the old man's head. A short moment later, the white light trembled and the blue frost quickly covered whatever remained of his head. The severed half of the old man's face revealed despair, but soon hostility filled his eyes. A clear sound rang from the top of his head. A nascent soul with the old man's face had manifested. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he spat a bolt of lightning towards the nascent soul without any reservations. However, the nascent soul immediately disappeared from sight in a pulse of blinding blue light. The bolt of lightning had missed. When Han Li hurriedly glanced around, he saw that the nascent soul was already 300 meters away. Without any hesitation, it disappeared once more in a flash of blue light. At that moment, the blue pearl trembled for a moment before disappearing as well. The pearl then reappeared inside the nascent soul's grasp. The nascent soul gazed at Han Li with a resentful expression before silently blurring out of sight. Not long after, it turned into a speck of light that flew towards the horizon. At that distance, it no longer used instant movement and simply tore through the skies with blue pearl in hand. Not long after, it could no longer be seen. Han Li coldly glanced at the departing nascent soul and simply grabbed onto the old man's corpse without moving. Although his thunderstorm wings were also capable of instant movement, the delay between each movement made it so that he was still too slow to catch up to him. Since it escaped his first blow, he allowed it to go free as there was no immediate need to kill it. At that moment, the old man's nascent soul had already disappeared without a trace. Han Li expressionlessly shook his hand and caused the old man's frozen corpse to shatter, filling the sky with glossy blue dust. 1. Given to him by Layman Ching Yi in Heaven Void Hall, Chapter 468. This treasure talisman was only used once in his battle with Wen Tianren, the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths, Chapter 572. Chapter 695. Gathering together. Although he hadn't dealt with the opponent's nascent soul, the old man's body was destroyed. It should take decades before he could recover his vitality, let alone possess another body. Finding a suitable body should take quite some time. Even if he begrudgingly possessed an unsuitable corpse, his cultivation would greatly decrease. As for the two ancient treasures and the storage pouch that were left behind, they were a great profit. Even if he didn't find Master Tsang Kuan's cave residence, this dangerous journey into the Mulan Plains would still turn a profit. With that thought, he glanced at the faintly silver storage pouch that was left behind from the body. Han Li calmly reached for the storage pouch and summoned it into his hand. He then immersed his spiritual sense into it and casually probed it, only to be filled with disappointment. Apart from a dozen mid-grade spirit stones, there were only a few common tool refinement materials and a few bottles of medicine pills. When Han Li opened the medicine pills, he found them to be of common quality. It seemed the Mulan Plains were truly lacking cultivation materials. Even a grand nascent soul spell warrior lacked decent items. As for any jade slips, the storage pouch completely lacked them. Han Li was baffled by this and sighed in great disappointment. He originally wished to acquire a few spirit techniques and see if there were any techniques that would greatly increase his strength in a short amount of time. Unfortunately, there was no such luck. After putting away the storage pouch, Han Li raised his head and glanced at the huge mountain with a fervent gaze. Although the treasure's master had already fled as a manifested nascent soul, the black mountain still remained in its enlarged form, sparkling with black light. Han Li narrowed his eyes and gently beckoned to the mountain. The masterless ancient treasure flickered with brilliance and quickly shrunk before shooting towards Han Li. By the time it arrived within his grasp, it had already turned back into a miniature mountain. Han Li curiously weighted the small mountain in his hand. It wasn't particularly heavy, and he examined it several times through only to find 3 faint gold characters on the bottom of the mountain. 1,000-layer mountain. Han Li couldn't help but utter its name. Satisfaction appeared from his eyes. After putting away the mountain, Han Li glanced at the wind-riding chariot and put it away as well. After glancing in the direction that the old man's nascent soul had fled, Han Li lowered his head in thought before deciding to fly off in a different direction. Not long after, no trace of Han Li could be seen nearby. Among a group of hills, there was no one to be found, only fields filled with straws as tall as men. But not long after, azure light flashed from the horizon. A short moment later, the azure streak arrived above the hill. It flew around and faded away to reveal Han Li. After taking another glance beneath him, he frowned and suddenly flung his sleeve. Several streaks of azure light directly struck the hill like shooting stars. As a result, the azure light bursted about 100 meters in the air. A layer of extremely faint white light suddenly appeared in the air. There were 4 people underneath it that were looking at him, all wearing a faint smile. They were Marquis Nanlong, the white-haired old man, and the tan-skinned man. Marquis Nanlong twirled his beard and chuckled. It is truly fortunate for Han Li to have arrived safely. He then waved his hand, causing the light barrier to disappear. Oh, the others still haven't arrived? Han Li replied with a smile and floated down before them. The tan man shook his head and calmly said, "We fear the other fellow Taoist may have had trouble fleeing. When we separately fled, fellow Taoist Long and fellow Taoist Wang were pursued by spell warriors. It is quite a difficult matter to break away from them." Marquis Nanlong excitedly said, "However, I feared for you most. If I saw correctly, that wind-riding chariot should have chased after you." Fellow Taoist managed to easily shake it off despite its amazing speed. "It seems I've misjudged you." Han Li pursed his lips when he heard the Marquis. He could faintly make out a trace of bewilderment from his words. Han Li wore a calm expression and casually replied, "It was nothing. I merely hold a bit of confidence in my movement techniques." Seeing that Han Li wasn't eager to explain how he escaped, the Marquis tactfully changed the topic and began to talk about the Nine-Nation Union's upcoming war with the Mulan. It would shake the entire continent as a whole. Excluding the white-clothed old man, the old woman and the tan man both interestedly included themselves in the conversation. Marquis Nanlong mysteriously smiled and said, "I recall that the last war with the spell warriors lasted over 10 years. Who knows how many years this war will last? However, the Heavenly South's Devil Dao, Righteous Dao, and even Brother Han's Heavenly Dao Alliance will have to send soldiers. And given the drifting cloud sect's position in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, a nascent soul elder will be required to participate in the battle. Perhaps fellow Taoist Han will have another chance to visit the Mulan Plains." The old woman nodded her head and softly said, "In addition to the 3 superpowers sending assistance to the Nine Nations Union, there are also a few vagrant cultivators that volunteer to block the spell warriors, with many an expert among them. The Mulan are incredibly difficult to hold off." The tan man frowned and mused, "However, I am quite baffled as to why Mulan would launch an attack despite knowing that the powers of our Heavenly South have united against them. From their current forces, they don't have a chance of winning, considering what had happened in the last war. It isn't wise for them to take the initiative to attack with just this. In the last war, they redoubled their attack because of an abrupt wave of reinforcements. Could it be that most of their tribes will be participating in this war? That certainly is possible, but..." As the conversation continued, much time had unknowingly passed by. Suddenly, Marquis Nanlong suddenly paused in the middle of comment and he turned his head to the sky. The others unconsciously followed his gaze and their faces grew serious. It was possible that a spell warrior would arrive instead of one of their scattered cultivators. They were in the Mulan Plains after all. They saw a flash of light from the horizon, revealing 1 black streak and 2 crimson spheres of light flying towards them. Marquis Nanlong attentively glanced at them for a moment before calming down. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just fellow Taoist Wang and his 2 juniors." When the others heard this, they also appeared happy. A short moment later, the streaks of light grew closer. This time, Marquis Nanlong directly removed the restrictions, allowing Wang Qinggu and company to land next to the rest of the party. When Wang Qinggu saw Han Li amongst the party, he revealed a trace of surprise and said, Fellow Taoist Han arrived earlier than we did. That is truly surprising." It seemed he also saw the wind-riding chariot pursue Han Li. It was likely he basked in schadenfreude at the time. Han Li swept his gaze to Wang Chan and Yen Rian at his side and calmly replied, "It was merely a fluke." However, fellow Taoist Wang was able to escape without injuries while looking after 2 juniors. You truly have my admiration. His tone seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Wang Qinggu indifferently replied, "Hee, the spell warrior pursuing me wasn't fast in the slightest. My two juniors and I joined hands to employ one of our sex movement techniques. We were able to easily shake them off. It isn't comparable to escaping pursuit from the wind-riding chariot." Han Li inwardly sneered. Just as he thought to say something further, his expression suddenly changed and he swallowed his words. Marquis Nanlong raised his head to the sky and yelped with a joyful expression, Fellow Taoist Long is coming. It seems our luck is quite good. We can all hurry to our destination unharmed. I was actually pondering whether or not we'd be able to succeed in breaking the formation if we were missing a few members." When the party heard this, they all revealed joy. If they were incapable of acquiring the treasure because of a missing member, it would be a rather depressing matter. The white-clothed old man suddenly broke his silence and gravely said, "Not good. It seems fellow Taoist Long is injured and is still being pursued." Once the others heard this, Han Li and the others hastily turned their eyes to the sky with shock. They saw that there was actually a green and red streak of light closely pursuing the stern-faced cultivator. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the hill where the party was located. Marquis Nanlong's expression quickly turned sullen. Chapter 696. Alarmed Retreat. Chapter 696. Alarmed Retreat. It seems fellow Taoist Long has encountered some trouble. Two spell warriors are chasing after him. Everyone set out. With that resolute shout, Marquis Nanlong flew towards the sky in a ball of golden light. The others glanced at one another before successively following suit. Suddenly, 8 streaks of various colored light appeared above the hills, hastily flying towards the stern-faced cultivator surnamed Long. The white streak of light that was rushing towards their location immediately grew faster upon spotting them. In an instant, it arrived before the party and faded away to reveal the stern-faced cultivator. His face was pale as if he had suffered damage to his vitality. "Many thanks for your assistance. I cannot thank you all enough." The stern-faced cultivator saluted the party and his anxious expression was replaced with gratitude. Marquis Nanlong floated in the air and asked with a voice of concern, "It is no problem. Are you all right? How did you get 2 spell warriors to pursue you? I recall that only one went to chase you." The stern-faced cultivator bitterly smiled and helplessly said, "I'm fine. But after being pursued for the greater half of a day, another spell warrior tagged along the pursuit. I spent 2 days trying to outrun them and my vitality is quite worn down." The old woman sighed and said, "It was no wonder why fellow Taoist Long fled here. Apart from fellow Taoist Nanlong and fellow Taoist Yun, nobody else would have been able to escape from 2 early nascent soul stage spell warriors." Han Li glanced into the distance and smiled. However, regardless of how powerful these 2 pursuers may be, they are rather quite courageous to stay here for the time being. Do they not fear retaliation for overreaching themselves? Needless to say, when the 2 spell warriors spotted Han Li and company, they simply stopped rather than immediately fleeing. They merely gazed at them from a distance. Their appearances were clear to see from the party's immense spiritual sense. One of them was golden-skinned and wore a crown of feathers along with hemp robes. The other had a sinister appearance and wore green robes. They were both spell warriors at the early nascent soul stage. Marquis Nanlong snorted and coldly shouted, "You 2 fellow Taoists still haven't left? Could it be you wish for us to take action? If you 2 aren't careful, you will meet your end here." The hemp-robed spell warrior glanced at them and caustically said, "What an arrogant tone. Although we aren't a match for you, it is beyond your powers to kill us. We don't need to attack you, merely delay you for half a day. Do you really believe you will have a chance of leaving? It would be better for you all to obediently sit in place. Perhaps we may allow your souls to reincarnate." Marquis Nanlong furiously laughed and began to glow with blinding light. "Delay us for half a day? Do you believe that we will allow it?" The green-robed spell warrior expressionlessly said, "Perhaps. As masters of the Mulan Plains, it is only proper for us to entertain our guests." Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen. "Humph. It seems you won't recognize defeat until you see your own end. Brother Yun, let's attack." However, the white-clothed old man revealed a trace of helplessness and sighed, "I originally wished to preserve magic power for the matters ahead, but we cannot have these 2 buzzing on our tail. We can only attack." With that said, he opened his mouth and spat out a silver dharmic wheel, 1 8-spoked wheel Dharma Chakra. The wheel was fist-sized and glittered with light. It gradually expanded to a meter in length. When the two spell warriors saw this, they immediately stepped back. Brilliance began to shine from their body as they cautiously glanced at the old man. As for Marquis Nanlong, he wordlessly swept his sleeve and tossed out a golden flying sword. Chapter 697. Lightning fire spike. As the ground fiercely trembled, a fine crack spread from the top of the mountain down the base of the mountain. White light began to shine from the crack as if the mountain were split into two. Han Li and company felt their breaths turn cold. Their hearts felt complete awe at the sight of Marquis Nanlong and fellow Taoist Yun splitting open the mountain. Despite their shock, they still managed to appear calm as they observed what was happening. The two with the lowest cultivation, Wang Chan and Yen Rian, stood behind Wang Tiangu in complete silence. After Han Li coldly glanced at the two, he turned his sights back on the mountain. It seemed he wouldn't have an opportunity to slay Wang Chan before they acquired the treasure. As Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man continued their incantations for a moment more, the mountain eventually split into two, creating a huge crevice that was over 30 meters wide. A limestone stairway laid within. "Let's go." With a trace of excitement on the old man's face, he led the way. As for the other founder of the party, Marquis Nanlong remained behind with a smile. Han Li felt his heart stir. It seems that this white-clothed old man was quite the character to have Marquis Nanlong actually guard the rear. The others saw this and glanced at each other, but they all tactfully kept silent on the matter. Instead they calmly walked inside. The stairs lasted for quite a while. White moonstones were embedded in each side, but the further they descended, the colder it became. Not long after, they were already 300 meters deep into the mountain, and the moonlight stone's faint white light had soon turned into a faint green for some unknown reason. This caused the descending passage to appear ominous. When Han Li saw this, he frowned and unconsciously pulled away from the tan cultivator ahead of it. If anything happened, the distance would give him enough time to react. Han Li wasn't the only one to do this. Apart from Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man, the other cultivators began to keep a distance of about 30 meters from each other. Marquis Nanlong and the old man surnamed Yun clearly knew that the other cultivators were actually taking precautions against them. However, they deliberately ignored this and continued forward without a trace of dissatisfaction. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li and company had arrived in a large mysterious hall. The reason why it was mysterious was because it appeared as if the entire hall was created from a giant hollowed boulder of jade. Its sparkling and translucent blue light appeared extremely beautiful. Now that they stood within the 100-meter-wide hall, everyone wore a face of amazement. This material obviously couldn't have been true jade. Once they swept their spiritual sense past the walls, they were promptly repelled. It was incapable of seeing past them. Han Li wasn't alarmed this. He used his spiritual sense to probe the other parts of the hall only to find that they were all the same. Han Li inwardly pondered with a sense of apprehension and turned his gaze to the other cultivators in the room. Wang Chenggu and the others also frowned. It was clear that they also found this to be troublesome. Could this be where the wondrous soul restriction was located? It seemed Marquis Nanlong wasn't exaggerating. Just as Han Li's mind began to wonder, the entire hall began to violently shake and they heard a series of huge tremors from behind them. The old woman and the others hastily turned their heads in alarm. They discovered that the stairway had unknowingly disappeared and was replaced with walls of sparkling blue light. A moment later the entire hall became deathly quiet. "Fellow Taoist Nanlong, what is the meaning of this?" the tan cultivator asked with a sullen expression. The other cultivators also became vigilant as they glanced at Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man, their eyes flickering around the room. Marquis Nanlong didn't display the slightest surprise and calmly said, "Be at ease, fellow Taoists." The outside restrictions were merely reactivated, causing the mountain to close once more. The last time we came here this also happened. We merely had to wait 3 days until the restriction strength was at its weakest before leaving the mountain. We won't be trapped here. Moreover, with the outer restrictions shut, we have no fear of spell warriors discovering us. While the others were somewhat skeptical of that explanation, they appeared visibly relieved. So long as Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man were in the hall with them, they had no fear of any trap being set or any malicious planning. The tan cultivator saluted and said, "So it was like that. It seems I was being rash." Fellow Taoist Nanlong chuckled and casually said, "It's nothing. Let's hurry to break the restriction. Last time, fellow Taoist Yun and I returned dejected from failure. This wondrous soul formation isn't easy to break. The old woman's wrinkly face broke into a smile and she said, "Is the formation truly that difficult to break? I've acquired a treasure in the past that was specialized in breaking many restrictions and barriers. Perhaps we can save ourselves the trouble and simply use this treasure to break the restriction?" A trace of joy flickered from the white-clothed old man's expression and he immediately replied, If Lady Tai possesses such an exceptional treasure, please give it a try. Our method of using spiritual sense to dissolve the restriction isn't guaranteed to be successful." Revealing a trace of delight, Marquis Nanlong said, "That's right. Fellow Taoist Tai, please go ahead." The old woman chuckled and a trace of spirit flickered from her dull eyes. "Since you fellow Taoists have both agreed, I'll be blunt. If this somehow manages to luckily break the restrictions, will I have first pick alongside you two as well?" The other cultivators had slightly changed expressions after hearing this. Marquis Nanlong revealed slight surprise, but after glancing at the white-clothed old man, he suddenly said to the others, "Regardless of whether it be Lady Tai or anyone else, so long as you succeed in breaking the formation, they will have priority selection for a treasure after us too. What does everyone think?" Once that was said, Marquis Nanlong swept his gaze past the party. Han Li and Wang Qinggu both appeared indifferent to this, but the tan man and the stern-faced cultivator appeared displeased. Regardless, no objections were raised. Marquis Nanlong smiled and decisively said, "The others have no objections. Lady Tai, you may take action." "Since that's the case, I will be making an attempt." The old woman was inwardly delighted. She held quite some confidence in her treasure. So long as it wasn't an intangible formation like an illusion formation, she had a large chance of success. Why else would she take the risk of angering the rest of the party? Lady Tai flung out her sleeve and took out an object that was only several inches long. This fire-red object was narrow at the front and thick at the back, resembling something like a spike. The old man paid no attention to the others and spat a mist of blinding light onto the spike. A short moment later, the spike flickered with red light and began to emit waves of heat that quickly spread throughout the hall. As experienced as they were, the Marquis and the white-clothed old man immediately knew that this object was unordinary and unconsciously took a few steps away from the woman as they glanced at her spike. Wang Chan and Yen Rian revealed shock upon contacting the heat wave and hastily enveloped themselves in a crimson barrier. They felt their bodies scorch. As late core formation cultivators, they were unable to endure such temperatures. With a flash of white light, the spike began to crackle. Han Li and the others began to keenly gaze at the spike, discovering that the spike's flames faintly pulsed with white lightning. This was an ancient treasure with the dual attributes of lightning and fire. The cultivators looked upon the old woman with varied emotions. The woman ignored this and deeply glanced at the blue wall in front of her. Her wrist shook and she thrust the lightning fire spike into it. Fiery light flourished and muffled booms sounded out. The spike began to swiftly revolve above her head and soon its speed increased to the point where it became a blur. The faint red-white blur quickly flew throughout the hall, barely able to be seen. The cultivators in the hall all watched with amazement. Han Li was particularly alarmed at the sight. This was the first time he had seen such a swift ancient treasure. Even nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to defend against it. If he were to fight against such a treasure, he would have no way of dealing with it apart from the thunderstorm wings. Chapter 698. Taking action. The old woman pointed at the faint blur of light in the air and solemnly shouted, "Go!" Suddenly, red and white light flickered and the lightning fire spike fiercely struck the blue crystal wall in front of the old woman. With a muffled bang, lightning and flames ruptured and enveloped the side of the wall. The resulting light made the scene blinding to the eye. Han Li's pupils contracted. Although he wasn't able to see it, the spike's spiritual chi fluctuations were quite powerful. It was no wonder why Lady Tai held such confidence in it. But against the wondrous soul restriction, this power isn't. Before Han Li finished his thoughts, the lightning fire had already faded away. The spike was gently floating several inches away from the wall, but the wall appeared completely unscathed. Marquis Nanlong revealed a trace of disappointment, but then he chuckled and said, "While the might of this magic treasure is quite powerful, it still lacks the strength to break through the wondrous soul restriction. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Tai. Are there any other fellow Taoists that wish to make an attempt to break the restriction?" Unresigned, the woman snorted and said, "When did I say that this was my treasure's true power? It was merely a probing strike. It seems anything less than its complete stress won't do." Marquis Nanlong's eyes brightened and he happily said, "Oh. If fellow Taoist Tai still wishes to continue her attempt, please don't hesitate to do so." The old woman didn't reply and promptly held her hands in an incantation gesture. The floating lightning fire spike returned above the old woman's head. Then under the influence of the old woman's incantation gestures, it began to revolve in place. Its speed began to quickly increase, slowly merging lightning and blazing fire as one as it emitted a strange hum. The other spirits were shaken as they stared at the scene. A short moment later, the lightning fire spike appeared to have truly fused together its lightning and flames. Bizarre scarlet lightning continuously arced from its surface. This scene caused Han Li's heart to stir. He made a faint connection in his mind and he sunk into thought. The others were also amazed by this scene. They began to think higher of the lightning fire spike. "Break," the old woman muttered. With the sound of tearing wind, the lightning fire spike brimming with scarlet lightning disappeared from sight and struck the crystal wall once more. This time there was no eruption of lightning or fire. There was only a light pop. With assistance from its high-speed rotations and scarlet lightning, it was able to drill into the crystal wall with only a moment of resistance. Once the drill bore into the wall, its speed greatly decreased, but under the influence of the old woman's incantation gestures, it slowly pulled forward and drilled with all its might. A short moment later, the white-clothed old man and Marquis Nanlong revealed delight. Wang Chenggu and the others watched the scene with spirited gazes and nervousness. It was unknown whether they hoped the old woman would succeed or fail. Han Li inwardly scoffed and wore a faint smirk on his face. No one else noticed Han Li's change of expression, except for Yen Rian, who had unintentionally glanced in Han Li's direction. The woman was startled for a moment and revealed a trace of bewilderment. When the lightning fire spike drilled about a foot into the crystal wall, it met calamity. The originally still crystal wall had suddenly shined with blue radiance. Countless threads of scorching white light emerged from the wall and tightly wrapped around the lightning fire spike in a profuse glimmering display. With a huge boom, the lightning fire spike exploded and the resulting light faded away, revealing the wall to be completely restored. The old woman's face paled, but soon furious alarm could be seen from her face. The fire lightning spike was an ancient treasure she had expended vast effort into acquiring. It was impossible for her to not feel distress over having it so easily destroyed. For a time, she felt a burning sensation at the pit of her stomach as if she were about to spit up blood. The others were dumbstruck by the sight and were quite alarmed. As for Yen Rian, she glanced at Han Li with astonishment and wore a pensive expression. Fortunately, the old woman was an exceptional character. After a moment of tense rage, she took a deep breath and was able to calm down her raging blood. She turned her heads to the other and bitterly smiled. "It seems I've made quite a fool of myself. The wondrous soul restriction is truly worthy of its name as one of the top 10 ancient formations. I have no method of destroying it. However, you fellow Taoists possess vast abilities. Perhaps one of you may be able to break the restriction." Once that was said, she took several steps back in a gesture of resignation. Marquis Nanlong's smile had long disappeared and he could only sigh. Despite fellow Taoist Tai's efforts, she failed. A truly unfortunate matter indeed. Are there any other fellow Taoists that are willing to give it a try? Once that was said, Marquis Nanlong glanced at Wang Chenggu in particular. After all, he was a spell formation grandmaster renowned throughout the cultivation world. But since the others witnessed the destruction of the old woman's ancient treasure, any interest in making an attempt had been thoroughly extinguished. With their attempts only ending in tremendous failure, who would dare to risk their treasures? Wang Chenggu remained silent as he stood at the corner of the hall. Although he did possess some understanding of ancient spell formations, he had yet to encounter something on the level of the 10 great ancient restrictions, let alone have a method to dissolve it. As such, he wasn't about to volunteer and make a fool of himself. Han Li, who had remained silent throughout this, suddenly spoke. "As untalented as I am, I would like to make an attempt. How about it?" He had spoke about the topic rather lightly. These words had greatly surprised the rest of the party. Marquis Nanlong was particularly surprised, but he said, "Of course. Please go ahead, fellow Taoist Han." Han Li promptly took several steps forward and approached a side of the wall that hadn't been struck. When Wang Chan saw this, a trace of derision could be seen from his face once he recovered from his shock. He uttered a few sound transmissions to Yen Rian, but she hardly gave any reaction. As for Wang Chenggu, he maintained a calm exterior, but he was filled with bewilderment at the idea of Han Li breaking the formation. Han Li stood in front of the stone wall and didn't immediately take action. Instead, he raised his hand and extended his finger. He circulated spiritual power throughout his body and emitted a streak of light from his fingertip that was several inches long. In a pulse of light, he swept the azure streak past the surface of the crystal wall to no effect. Han Li wasn't discouraged by this and simply enveloped his hand in a layer of azure spirit chi. He then extended his 5 fingers and placed his palm against the wall. He was completely motionless as if he were sensing something. Han Li's strange actions were completely unfathomable to the cultivators watching him, but none stepped forward to bother him. Completely unbeknownst to the party, Han Li's eyes were faintly glowing with blue light as he deeply peered into the crystal wall. He seemed to be examining it with all his ability. After a quarter hour passed in this regard, the others didn't reveal any impatience or take the initiative to act. Han Li then sighed. The blue light disappeared from his eyes and he reached towards his storage pouch without any hesitation and took out a pile of over 10 various colored formation flags. The white-clothed old man quickly recovered from his surprise and excitedly asked, "So fellow Taoist Han was also proficient in the art of spell formations. Could it be your thinking for breaking a formation with a formation? Could it be you understand the mysteries of the wondrous soul restriction?" Han Li nonchalantly replied, "Understand what mystery? I merely studied in a few ancient formations of a similar type and want to give it a try." He soon spat a breath of azure chi onto the flags, causing them to brightly shine. Under Han Li's command, they flew out from his hand and pointed their flags in the direction of the crystal wall, then floated motionlessly in the air. Chapter 699. Breaking the formation. Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands and the dozen formation flags began to hover and arrange themselves in a strange formation as they faced the wall. It appeared incomprehensible. At that moment, Han Li began to softly utter an incantation and a dozen incantation seals flew from his hands, accurately striking each of the flags in the formation. The flags trembled for a moment before shining with various colored lights and shooting out threads of light that wrapped around each other. Wang Chenggu and the other cultivators familiar with spell formations frowned. They felt this spell formation seemed somewhat familiar while knowing that they hadn't actually seen such a formation before. They all couldn't help but secretly analyze it as if wishing to discover its secret. As if unwilling to allow the other cultivators to study the profound aspects of the spell formation, he softly shouted and had the spell formation emit blinding white light. Those that were staring at the spell formation were caught off guard and were forced to turn their gazes away. While these old eccentrics were startled, they secretly channeled spiritual power through their eyes and immediately opened them once more. As a result, they couldn't help but reveal shock. They saw the flag formation was already embedded into the crystal wall without any mishap. It appeared almost as if the flags had grown out of the wall. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man revealed delight. Their confidence in Han Li grew. Wang Qinggu's expression changed for just a moment, but Wang Chan who stood behind him revealed a complex amazement and was entirely amazed. Yen Ruyan slightly frowned and wore a puzzled expression as she gazed at the spell formation on the wall. Han Li took a few steps forward towards the wall and pressed his hands against it, his fingers faintly shining with azure light. At that same moment, the spell formation on the wall seemed to respond as the center of the formation began to glow with rainbow light. The light became increasingly brilliant and gradually spread to cover the entire wall in a magnificent display. As everyone was entranced by the scene, Han Li pulled his hands away from the crystal wall and his figure blurred, reappeared at a neighboring wall. After examining it for a long while, he took out another set of formation flags and arranged the flags differently from the first formation. After they flickered with white light, they embedded themselves in the crystal wall once more. Because the cultivators were prepared and protected their eyes with spiritual light, they were able to clearly observe how easily the flags had pierced into the walls under Han Li's command. They couldn't help but click their tongues in surprise. Placing down the spell formations onto each of the 4 walls using this same method took no less than an hour. The other cultivators didn't reveal any impatience. They all knew that dissolving such a profound ancient restriction wasn't something that could bed one easily. Having arranged a spell formation on each of the walls, Han Li walked to the center of the hall and raised his hand, revealing a green formation plate. He struck the plate with several complex incantation seals, causing both the plate and the 4 crystal walls to simultaneously twinkle with various colored light and pulse in pattern. Han Li didn't bother to glance around him and simply lowered his head, uttering, "Break." In the same instant he spoke, the light surged and released an ear-piercing cry. It became increasingly loud to the point where it sounded as if a myriad of birds had simultaneously cried out. A huge rumble shook the room and the entire hall grew dim as the lights vanished. The others then discovered that the crystal walls surrounding them had unexpectedly vanished, only to be replaced with ordinary stone walls. One of the stone walls even had a stone gate that was 20 meters tall and 12 meters wide. A trace of joy flickered from Marquis Nanlong's face and he excitedly said, "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Han was so skilled in spell formations." "Ah, great. Fellow Taoist Yun and I will naturally keep our word. After we both get our pick, fellow Taoist will have priority in choosing a treasure." The white-clothed old man wore a smile when he saw the stone gate before him. His eyes were filled with a fervor. In his excitement, the tan cultivator restlessly said, "Brother Nanlong, let's see what lays inside. Surely there can't be more restrictions inside." Marquis Nanlong confidently said, "Be at ease, there can't be. According to what Master Tsang Kuan left behind, the cave residents should only have 2 layers of restrictions." He then stepped forward without another word and swept his sleeve past the stone gate, easily opening it. The many cultivators felt the last of their worries disappear when they saw them and began to follow Marquis Nanlong outside. Once the old woman arrived outside the stone gate, she yelled in astonishment, "What is this?" Han Li and the rest of the party appeared astounded by what lay beyond the gate. There was a hall that was several times larger than the previous one, but there was also an exquisitely styled pavilion at the center of the large hall. This pavilion was created from translucent white jade. It was over 30 meters tall and had only 2 stories. On top of its 10-meter gate were the words Jade Pier Pavilion written in silver characters. Regardless of how it could be said, a pavilion at the center of the hall was an odd sight. There was a jet-black altar table that stood in front of the pavilion with a sparkling meter-long scroll that laid on top of it. As for the rest of the hall, it was completely vacant and lacked any other gates. Everyone instantly assumed that the treasure was to be hidden inside the pavilion. After Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man glanced at each other, the old man walked towards the altar table with caution. The rest of the party felt their hearts stir, but they raised no objections. They simply calmly observed the old man's actions. The white-clothed old man hesitated for a moment before spitting out a mist of white light. The mist wrapped around the scroll and raised it up. With a series of turns, the scroll opened to reveal the portrait of a sword-bearing scholar that was gazing to the sky. "That is Master Tsang Kuan?" the stern-faced cultivator asked with astonishment. Wang Qinggu's gaze flickered past the portrait and said, "It seems so. However, there should be a reason why it was enshrined there. However, it doesn't seem to be particularly precious in and of itself." After a moment of thought, the old man slowly said, "I'll be giving it a try then." His 2 hands formed an incantation seal and he flicked his finger. Several red spell seals struck the portrait, causing it to brightly shine with silver light for just a moment. It then faded away as if nothing had occurred. The white-clothed old man hesitantly said, "How strange. It is possible that this is but a simple portrait." After a moment of silence, Marquis Nanlong suggested, "Since that's the case, let's put away the portrait for now. First let's search for the other treasures first and distribute them. Does anyone have any objections?" The old woman glanced at the portrait and chuckled, "I have no objections. Let's follow fellow Taoist Nanlong's suggestion." Since the others have yet to see the other treasures, they all agreed. As a result, the white-clothed old man rolled the scroll back up and carefully placed it in his storage pouch. As the Marquis looked at the pavilion, he excitedly said, "Let's go into the pavilion and have a look." The party walked around the altar table and arrived in front of the tightly shut pavilion. Marquis Nanlong then impatiently pushed open its gate with a creak. Before Han Li and the others could enter, they were met with a blinding light. It blinded them for a long while before their vision could adjust. Once they could see once more, they spotted 3 slender blackwood shelves on the first floor. They were filled with the items that had emitted the dazzling light. The party was instantly filled with joy at the sight. But as each of them were experienced and cunning, they didn't dare to commit any mistaken actions out of greed. With the party restraining their fervent desires, they slowly walked into the pavilion and examined each of the treasures on the shelves. Chapter 700. Splitting the treasure. The 3 shelves of treasures were placed in rows at the center of the first floor. They were clearly seen by everyone. The first row had 16 brilliant ancient and magic treasures. The second row had rare materials or all shapes and sizes, from a fist-sized chunk of iron to a blood-red crystal. The third row had the fewest materials. It only consisted of several inch-large bottles. They seemed to contain medicine pills. Han Li expressionlessly swept his gaze past the treasures and maintained a calm appearance. Although the others had maintained a calm appearance as well, none dared to fiddle with the treasures as they pleased. They only appraised the value and uses of each of the magic treasures with their eyes. They would be dividing up the treasures soon. A short moment later, Marquis Nanlong stepped forward and began to examine the treasures on the party's behalf. As for the others, they began to friendly discuss the treasures' origins and applications, but who knew what they were truly thinking? At that moment, Han Li glanced around the room. In addition to the shelves, there was a praying mat and a small emerald green plant placed at the window. Han Li's heart stirred. Just as he thought to walk over to them, the white-clothed old man had appeared before the praying mat in a blur. The praying mat flew into his grasp with a wave of his hand and he began to look over it. Han Li frowned and instead walked over to the small plant by the window, closely examining it. After he began looking over it, he suddenly heard a sweet voice from behind him. Is Senior Han interested in this focus herb? Although it is rarely seen, it is an optimal ingredient for refining type medicine pills. It is able to increase medicine power without any drawbacks. With an odd expression, he slowly turned around and saw Yen Rian standing behind him. Han Li calmly replied, the focus herb is different from other herbs. Its medicinal properties is strongest only when it is 100 years old. Now that it has reached such a vast age, it no longer has a use. Han Li's gaze swept over the room and found that Wang Chan was closely following after Wang Tiangu. He was excitedly whispering something with his second uncle, and wasn't paying any attention to what Yen Rian was doing. Yen Rian smiled and gazed at Han Li with bright, wandering eyes. I didn't think that Senior Han was proficient not only in spell formations, but medicine pill refinement as well. You truly have my admiration. Han Li grew greatly vigilant from the woman's eagerness to chat. He bluntly replied, pill refinement? Only to a minor degree. However, fellow Taoist Yen, do you know of my relationship with your husband? Do you not fear arousing your husband's resentment from speaking with me? Yen Rian's smile faded away and she said with a helpless tone, of course I am aware. But I still vainly hope to dissolve the hatred between Senior and my lord husband. Han Li raised his brow and a sneer flickered on his face. Dissolve? Your Devil Dao sects and my Heavenly Dao alliance always had a hostile relationship. What is there to dissolve? Yen Rian bitterly smiled in response and began to speak when Marquis Nanlong suddenly called out, come over fellow Taoists. We will first be distributing the treasures of this floor before heading up. Once this was said, Han Li paid no more heed to Yen Rian and walked over. Yen Rian's beautiful face flickered with several emotions in response before gracefully following after him. When Wang Chan saw that Yen Rian was following after Han Li, he appeared slightly bewildered. But after giving Yen Rian a deep glance, he shrewdly decided to keep silent on the matter. As for Wang Chenggu, he turned a blind eye to the matter. Marquis Nanlong had already gathered all the items onto one shelf and calmly said, all right, let us make clear of the contents. There are 6 ancient treasures, 10 magic treasures, and 8 shares of materials and medicine pills that are organized in accordance to their value. Of course, what everyone wants the most will be the ancient treasures. After all, their full strength can be displayed without any refinement. However, these magic treasures aren't common items either. They were all magic treasures left behind from Master Tsang Kuan's formidable opponents. Their might should be great. Even if only 70% of their might can be displayed after spending some time to refine them, it will certainly be worth it. As such, you may pick them in accordance to your desires. Fellow Taoists Wang Chan and Yen Rian, you will only be allocated 1 share. The old woman bluntly rushed to take advantage of her age and lay a claim. As old as I am, how do I have the time to refine a magic treasure? It will be an ancient treasure, of course. The others didn't respond to her words, but they wryly laughed in their hearts. At that moment, Wang Chenggu spoke with Marquis Nanlong with a heavy tone. Will fellow Taoists Nanlong and Yun not be taking first pick? There might not be any items you want on the second floor. Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen and he coldly said, Brother Wang, what do you mean? The white-clothed old man stared at Wang Chenggu with an unfriendly expression. Wang Chenggu turned a blind eye to this and chuckled, It's nothing, I felt it would just be a pity if you decided to not take first pick with these treasures. With an icy expression, Marquis Nanlong snorted, There is nothing here that fellow Taoist Yun and I wish to take using first priority. As for fellow Taoist Han, it will be his choice to decide whether or not he will use his privilege. He seemed to be greatly displeased with Wang Tiangu's words. Han Li rubbed his chin and casually said, I also don't wish to use my privilege. I'll be keeping it for the second floor. Wang Tiangu spoke without reservation. Since that's the case, we will divide the treasures evenly amongst us. If you want an ancient treasure, then you renounce the right to pick a magic treasures afterwards. Fellow Taoists, do you agree? That method is fine, I agree. That's fine. The others felt this to be fair and each of them agreed. Of course, Han Li chose to renounce the magic treasures. As for the white-clothed old man and the tan man, they chose to renounce the ancient treasures. Instead, they each took 2 magic treasures and a share of the materials and medicine pills. As for the others, they each took a single ancient treasure. Han Li acquired a bamboo tube. Although he didn't know the level of its power or its abilities, he placed the item into his storage pouch without much care. He also took a share of the medicine pills and materials. Once Han Li and the others each took a single magic treasure, they finished distributing the items on the first floor. As for the praying mat, Han Li noticed that the white-clothed old man had already tossed it to the floor without paying it any further attention. It didn't appear to be valuable. As for the Een Focus herb, it seemed that many had recognized it, but none were interested. Han Li wryly chuckled in his mind. It seemed no one was fool enough to take it. These nascent soul eccentrics had examined everything present. After all, it was quite possible there were hidden treasures. Once these nascent soul eccentrics searched through the first floor once more, the party climbed up to the second floor without any unexpected discoveries, but when they arrived they were stunned by the sight. As soon as they entered the second floor, they were hit with a wave of incense. There was a small offering shrine at the top of the second floor stairs with a golden statue of a ferocious single-horned demon with 6 arms. It appeared aggressive and lifelike. There was a fire-red cauldron in front of the shrine that was emitting spirals of white smoke. It was the origin of the incense in the air. Marquis Nanlong and the others were shocked to see that Master Tsang Kuan had enshrined a demon beast. But when Han Li saw the statue, Han Li felt his heart jump. The statue seemed to exactly the same as the demon beast in the sacred provenance plate. It even had the same fierce glare and 6 arms that were all raised to the heavens. Han Li then turned his gaze toward everything else on the second floor. About 10 meters away he saw a common desk and chair. There was an ink slab, a brush, bamboo slips and many other items. On the side opposite to the shrine, there was a blue jade bed. Although it was far away, he could faintly sense it emit a frigid aura as if it were carved from glacial jade. On top of the bed, there were 3 jade boxes that appeared rather eye-catching. It seemed the second floor was Master Tsang Kuan's bedroom. In a blur, the white-clothed old man appeared at the side of the cold jade bed and took one of the jade boxes into his hand. Wait a moment. Soon after this was said, another silhouette appeared at the side of the bed. Their hand began to shine with black light and they pointed it at the old man's back. The white-clothed old man withdrew his wrist and avoided the sneak attack. In his alarmed fury, he glared at his attacker with hostility. What are you doing? You wish to exchange blows with me? Chapter 701. Scheme. The attacker with the fluttering robes was Wang Tiangu. Wang Tiangu calmly said, Brother Yun, please don't be so hasty. I merely wish to confirm whether or not fellow Taoist Yun wished to use his priority selection on this jade box and renounce the privilege on any other items. The white-clothed old man regained his calm, but he glared at Wang Tiangu nonetheless. Naturally, I want to take a look inside first. Why would I choose it if it were useless? Wang Tiangu wore a fearless expression and instead glanced at the 3 jade boxes on the jade bed. He calmly said, If I remember correctly, we agreed that you two would have first pick and we would evenly divide what was left over, but doesn't fellow Taoist believe that there will be enough to divide once the jade boxes are taken? What is fellow Taoist planning? Go ahead and say it. Do you plan on reneging on our agreement? Marquis Nanlong took several steps forward and stood alongside the old man. With a malicious expression, he swept his gaze past the 3 ghost spirit sect cultivators. Wang Tiangu smiled and calmly said, I have no intention of breaking my promise. However, there are far too few treasures on the second floor to be decided. Since the jade boxes cannot be seen through with spiritual sense, they are probably the most precious items in the building. Perhaps Master Tsang Kuan's profound cultivation arts or even the secret of Devilfall Valley lay within. Even under these circumstances, you two fellow Taoists wish to perceive their value before choosing the item. Isn't this excessive? The white-clothed old man excessive? I only recall that you fellow Taoists personally agreed to our conditions of priority selection. What does it have to do with us if there aren't enough items here? The old woman surprisingly backed Wang Qinggu. Those words can't be said. Fellow Taoists are allowed to have first pick with the items, but they can't examine what are within the boxes. If fellow Taoists are unsure, they may pick another item. For example, this glacial jade bed is a rather rare treasure. To cultivators with ice cultivation arts, it is a vastly precious treasure. Once that was said, Marquis Nanlong's expression became gloomy. He suddenly emitted an immense pressure that forced Wang Qinggu and the old woman to take a step back. At nascent soul stage, the difference in power between early and mid-stage wasn't something to underestimate. Marquis Nanlong narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze past the rest of the party with eyes as cold as a sword's edge. If there is anyone who believes fellow Taoist Wang's words to be reasonable, step forward. For Brother Wang to act so boldly, he should more than just Madame Tai supporting him. After a moment of silence, the Tan cultivator calmly said, Marquis Nanlong, there is no need to be angry. Brother Wang's words aren't without reason. Fellow Taoist can't just leave us with scraps. As for the stern-faced cultivator, he unconsciously frowned and hesitantly stood behind Wang Qinggu as if forgetting of their unfriendly relationship. Suddenly, apart from Han Li, the two parties stood in confrontation. Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man's expressions vastly changed. Marquis Nanlong instantly regained his calm and asked, It seems you've formed a group beforehand. Just when have you decided this? You shouldn't have had the opportunity on the way here. Wang Qinggu nonchalantly said, It is impossible to have formed a group all at once. These fellow Taoists and I had a small meeting before we left. We talked about a few plans of self-preservations as well as any unexpected circumstances. This was one of the situations that we had anticipated. We now have no option but to write against fellow Taoists Nanlong and Yun. Marquis Nanlong's expression grew icy. His gaze soon landed on Han Li and he gravely asked, Fellow Taoist Han, what will you do? As of current, the two mid-nascent soul cultivators were standing in confrontation against 4 early nascent soul cultivators and 2 late core formation cultivators. From the balance of power, Han Li, who had yet to pick a side, had become a crucial point to the conflict. Han Li didn't immediately choose. He merely turned his head and calmly looked at Wang Qinggu's party, attempting to read their expressions the best he could. Not only did Wang Qinggu look at Han Li with a calm expression, but he also calmly smiled, revealing not a trace of worry. At his side, Wang Chan appeared excited and Yen Ruyan appeared to be at a loss. They didn't seem to know that Wang Qinggu and the others had formed an alliance beforehand. Lady Tai and the stern-faced cultivator didn't reveal the slightest alarm. They merely glanced at Han Li with an emotionless gaze. Han Li's heart thumped. He felt that something was amiss and he grew greatly vigilant. He casually took several steps away from either party and smiled, I don't have an opinion. Regardless of whatever the outcome fellow Taoist Wang or Brother Nanlong decides, I will not oppose it. Marquis Nanlong wasn't surprised by Han Li's words. Han Li had always displayed a neutral attitude. The question was merely verifying what the Marquis already suspected. Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he nodded to Han Li. His gaze then turned towards Wang Qinggu and he coldly smiled as if about to speak. But at that moment, the white-clothed old man suddenly took a step forward and icily said, Brother Nanlong, for what reason are you talking to them? Do these people truly believe that they will be able to cause us to succeed by joining hands? Delusional. Once this was said, he opened his mouth and spat out a shining white magic treasure. Fellow Taoist Yun, wait. I am. Marquis Nanlong frowned and thought to stop the old man's rash actions as their changes of victory weren't entirely certain. They didn't expect that the old man would suddenly command the silver wheel to fly in his direction. A muffled ping sounded out. Under Marquis Nanlong's incredulous gaze, the silver wheel tore through the golden light protecting his body and directly struck his chest. Not only was he forced to take several steps back, but there was also a depression left in his chest. Marquis Nanlong responded with furious alarm. He flung his sleeve and shot a small golden blade from his palm towards the old man. But at that moment the old man blurred and appeared at Wang Qinggu's side. He had raised his hand and commanded the silver wheel to block the golden sword. He then coldly glanced at Marquis Nanlong's chest. Beneath his torn robes, there was a layer of shining azure cloth armor. Although it had a deep depression, it was still in one piece. The old man's expression flickered and he expressionlessly muttered, Azure rhino armor. As expected, you wore it on hand. Marquis Nanlong's cheek began to appear dark red and he stroked his chest, staring at the old man as he furiously spoke. Good, very good. I didn't expect you to have been bought by them. Although their view was obstructed by blinding light, all could see that he was seriously injured. The old man ignored Marquis Nanlong as if he were a stranger and said, Fellow Taoists, be careful. Do not let him leave this place alive. With his cultivation we will attract no small amount of trouble. The stern-faced cultivator sinisterly smiled. Relax. We have so many people on our side and he is seriously injured. It will be impossible for him to escape. He then spat out a misty white flying saber from his mouth. At that moment, Wang Qinggu turned his head to Han Li and amiably said, Fellow Taoist Han, if you help us deal with him, you'll receive a portion of his treasure. How about it? He spoke sincerely as if ignoring the past hostilities that Han Li and Wang Chan shared. Help you. The previous scene came as a great shock to Han Li and his expression vastly changed. His eyes then turned towards the stairs. In the instant the old man attacked Marquis Nanlong, the old woman has silently guarded the staircase. Otherwise Han Li would have already made his escape. Since the walls of the pavilion were flickering with white light, it was clear that it was under the effects of some formidable restriction and would be incapable of being broken through. Han Li didn't trust Wang Qinggu's proposal to group together. Surely Han Li would be next after Marquis Nanlong was eliminated. They would have extended the offer to Han Li to join hands beforehand were this not the case. He reckoned that from the very start, it had been decided for Han Li to die alongside Marquis Nanlong. With that thought, Han Li's expression remained calm as he attempted to agree with them for the time being. However, Marquis Nanlong scoffed and said, Fellow Taoist Han, you can't honestly believe such a shallow trick. Although I don't know what methods fellow Taoist Wang used to entice the lot of them, my good friend of 100 years included, but if we join hands there is hope for survival. But if we allow them to deal with us separately, we will certainly meet our doom. Chapter 702, Spreading Misfortune. As Marquis Nanlong spoke, he brushed his hand past his chest. In a pulse of soft white light, the depression in the armor was restored back to normal. Wang Qinggu and the others were surprised, but the white-clothed old man calmly explained, There is no need to be worried. He is merely using a secret technique to temporarily suppress his injuries. There is still lasting damage. But he will be troublesome together with that youngster Han. Have someone tangle him down for the time being. Kill Marquis Nanlong first. Once the old man finished, he unhurriedly pointed the silver wheel in front of him. The magic treasure immediately turned into a silver streak above his head. A mist of white light spread around his body, causing him to appear indistinct. Knowing that Marquis Nanlong held a bone-deep grudge against him, he wasn't about to hold back in the slightest. Wang Qinggu frowned and felt that this was reasonable. He turned his head to the stern-faced cultivator and said, Brother Long, deal with that youngster for a moment. You don't need to try your hardest to kill him. Just keep him occupied. After we deal with Marquis Nanlong, we'll kill him together. Wang Qinggu icily glared at Han Li and no longer contained his killing intent. His body suddenly emitted a meter-tall black radiance, completely enveloping him in darkness. When the old woman and the tan cultivator saw this, they each spat out their magic tools in preparation. The stern-faced cultivator chuckled and silently slipped out a milky white jade scepter from his sleeve. He then took several steps forward and mysteriously smiled at Han Li. Not a problem. I'll deal with fellow Taoist Han. From his point of view, holding down a cultivator that had just entered nascent soul stage was a trivial affair. It was far safer than attempting to confront a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Han Li stared at the stern-faced cultivator and remained entirely still, but when he saw that the old woman had left the stairwell, his heart began to heavily thump. He tightly grabbed onto the ancient treasure that was hidden in his sleeve. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong swept his sleeve and sent out a mist of gold, sweeping the 3 jade boxes on the bed into his grasp. Take it. Marquis Nanlong tossed one of the jade boxes to Han Li without any hesitation. This action was greatly unexpected and none attempted to block it. Han Li easily caught the jade box with slight confusion on his face. With his arms behind his back, Marquis Nanlong explained, Since fellow Taoist isn't following their wretched actions, I will give this jade box to you. If the box truly contains the secrets of Devilfall Valley and fellow Taoist is able to make it out alive, it can be considered a fated chance. When the others heard this, their expressions vastly changed. Han Li glanced down at the jade box in his hand and licked his lips. He inwardly felt a desire to howl with laughter, but he managed to retain his calm with his exceeding force of will. The item that all the cultivators presently wished to acquire had fallen right into his hands. He found it hilarious. Of course, Marquis Nanlong hadn't done this out of kindness. Since the other side were determined to acquire the jade boxes, he gave a jade box to Han Li in order to divert their attention and create an opportunity for himself to escape. Marquis Nanlong was quite a decisive and formidable character to abandon a treasure that was already in his possess. But once Han Li realized that very treasure was in his hands, he couldn't help but inwardly laugh. Han Li flipped his hand without a thought and placed it away in a storage pouch. Wang Qinggu's expression grew sullen and he decisively ordered, "Chaner, assist fellow Taoist Long with Rian. Do not allow that youngster Han the opportunity to escape. The others and I will be enough for the Marquis." He appeared calm and his reason wasn't overturned by his desire for the jade box. He merely sent the weakest among them to look after Han Li and paid him no more heed. When the others saw this, they grew tempted, but they all knew that so long as they could kill Marquis Nanlong first, Han Li was as good as theirs. "Yes, second uncle. I was already thinking of it." Wang Chan's eyes revealed a malicious expression and he sinisterly smiled. He then beckoned to Yen Rian and walked towards Han Li. A complicated expression flickered on Yen Rian's face for a moment, and she silently followed after him. Han Li calmly glanced at the two without the slightest change in emotion. Han Li found it rather laughable. Although weapons were at the ready, the battle had yet to start on the other side. It wasn't due to any lingering sentiments but due to caution. With Marquis Nanlong now a cornered beast, there was a change he might steel his resolve and decide to take one or two with them in mutual destruction. With the fear of a counterattack from a mid-nascent soul on death's door, they were each unwilling to be the first to strike in fear of receiving a fatal counterattack. Moreover, they weren't in the slightest rush. With Marquis Nanlong's wounds only worsening with time, the advantage laid with them. But bafflingly, Marquis Nanlong stood motionlessly in place as if he were unconcerned with his injuries. However, his red complexion was only growing brighter, nearly becoming the same shade as blood itself. This only caused Wang Qinggu and the others to appear more hesitant. In fear that the Marquis would employ a secret technique to muster the entirety of his strength, they each gazed at him from a distance with icy gazes. As for the stern-faced cultivator, he didn't take the initiative to attack Han Li. His only goal was to tie him down. While Wang Chan held only the desire to kill Han Li as soon as possible, he lacked the cultivation to act. As such, the entire building was entirely peaceful despite the profuse killing intent that was present. A short moment later, Han Li wore a pensive expression and sighed. Although he wasn't loud, it was noticed by everyone present. As each of the nascent soul eccentrics in the building were shrewd and cunning, none of them turned their attention to Han Li apart from the stern-faced cultivator. As for Wang Chan, he curled his lips and sneered. From their point of view, Han Li could only take action after Marquis Nanlong. It was only in that case he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. Nobody believed that Han Li would take action after he sighed. Han Li calmly raised his hand and revealed a pitch-black item in his hand. Marquis Nanlong narrowed his eyes. Before he could even see what it was, he flung it into the air without any reservation. It spun in a circle before instantaneously expanding to the size of 25 meters, forming what seemed to be a wall between both sides of the conflict. When the stern-faced cultivator clearly saw the pitch-black mountain, he didn't know what treasure it was. While he was surprised, he managed to react and pointed to the jade scepter in front of him. In an instant, the jade scepter loudly hummed and brightly shined with white light. A huge white tiger then materialized from the radiance. Although the tiger appeared indistinct, it bared its ferocious fangs as soon as it appeared and instantly shot a beam of blazing white light towards the black mountain. With a loud rumble, the white light instantly engulfed a majority of the mountain. Wang Chan also reacted. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands, engulfing his body in a crimson mist. In that same moment, the stench of blood filled the air. As for Yen Rian, she also formed an incantation gesture and enveloped herself in crimson mist. However, she emitted an odd fragrance rather than the scent of blood. A whiff of it would cause one's mind to become dizzy and muddled. The stern-faced cultivator felt some relief at this. As he willed the white tiger to spit out another beam of light with his jade scepter, he slapped his storage pouch with his other hand, summoning an inch-large, faint blue gourd into his hand. Just as he was about to deploy the gourd, he suddenly heard a faint roll of thunder. In his alarm, he formed a hand incantation without any hesitation and formed a dense light barrier around him. At nearly that same time, a flash of silver lightning appeared at his side, revealing Han Li with silver wings emerging from his back. "Ah, you!" The stern-faced cultivator was greatly shocked, but as a result of his rich combat experience, he hastily raised the gourd in his hand and shot out a dazzling bolt of blue lightning. In the instant the blue lightning shot out, Han Li didn't dodge. Rather, he blankly opened his mouth, spitting out a thread of blue flame. The blue flames pierced through the white light barrier without the slightest resistance and shot towards the stern-faced cultivator. He couldn't decide whether to take action. After all, if Han Li truly left, they would be able to deal with the Marquis with complete certainty. The 2 jade boxes may as well be theirs. But if they were to forcefully detain Han Li, with his strange abilities, even the mid-nascent soul old man might not be able to prevail over him. It was far too risky. However, the jade box in Han Li's grasp might contain the secrets of Devilfall Valley that they all so deeply desired. As shrewd and cunning as Wang Tiangu may be, he found himself between 2 extremely difficult choices. When the white-clothed old man saw their hesitation, he understood them perfectly. He also felt some fear towards Han Li's celestial ice flames. Moreover, if he were to leave this place to deal with Han Li, the Marquis may escape. Although Marquis Nanlong's injuries were severe, 3 early nascent soul cultivators didn't have much hope of remaining steadfast against his formidable secret techniques. He also found himself hesitant as to what to do. In a flash of lightning, Han Li appeared at the top of the stairs. He strangely smiled at Wang Tiangu and company before pointing to the Black Mountain. The Black Mountain trembled and disappeared in an instant, only to appear above them and dropping down with all its might. None had expected that Han Li would launch such a sudden attack, to their fury. However, even the white-clothed old man didn't dare to take on the mountain's might alone. They could only helplessly dodge out of the way as the mountain fell down. This was finally the moment of Marquis Nanlong to strike. His eyes brightened and he transformed into a blinding streak of golden light, charging directly towards the old woman. In her fright, the old woman's body flashed with yellow light, summoning a small yellow shield to block the Marquis' approach. In an instant, gold and yellow light was intertwined, but eventually the golden light engulfed the old woman. When the others saw this, they instantly struck without any further thought and attempt to restrain the Marquis. But through some unknown secret technique, the golden light on his body became increasingly dense. At that same moment he released several powerful ancient treasures to enter the fray. He didn't appear to be at the slightest disadvantage in this chaotic battle. The others were completely occupied in their alarm and couldn't pay any attention to Han Li's actions. When Han Li saw this, he was satisfied and pointed once more to the Black Mountain. It shrunk to several inches in a gust of wind and shot back into his hand. He then turned his gaze towards the violet blood mist with a stern expression on his face. With pupils glowing with blue light, Han Li gazed at a certain portion of the mist. He raised his hand without any hesitation and black light began to surge through it. A dense mass of black-red light shot out from his palm towards the mist, discharging the Een Devil execution. At the same moment, a wretched scream came from the blood mist. Han Li had already disappeared with a flash of lightning. Even if Wang Chan somehow managed to survive the strike, his injuries would be grave. While he did wish to take advantage of this opportunity to ensure Wang Chan's death, he was certain that Wang Tiangu would definitely come to Wang Chan's aid. When that moment came, he would be tied down in a battle against Wang Tiangu, attracting much danger onto himself. In any case, Han Li would always have the ability to kill a trifling late core formation cultivator like Wang Chang, so he had no need to risk danger now. As such, he immediately fled after making his attack. Han Li's figure appeared at the exit the building in a blur and flew straight towards the hall's entrance. Along the way, a white streak of light flew into Han Li's sleeve from the corner of the hall. It appeared to be a small white fox. "Master I." Silvermoon spoke with an excited tone. Han Li flew straight out the hall and gloomily interrupted, "Now is not the time to talk. Leave it for when we're out of danger." When Han Li broke in through the wondrous soul restriction, Han Li deliberately used a flash of dazzling light to hide a gap in the restriction that he created. In that instant he had Silvermoon go through. Afterwards, he deliberately stalled for time as he dissolved the formation. It was for this reason that Han Li had taken such efforts to break through the wondrous soul restriction, not on the mere basis of priority selection. From how excited Silvermoon appeared, it seemed she had reaped quite a bit of profit from the pavilion. Having taken the initiative to seize the treasures, Han Li had refused Marquis Nanlong's proposal to fight together and simply chose to prioritize his own escape. Chapter 704. Mileshed line. In the instant Han Li shot through the entrance of the hall, he felt an earth-shaking rumble from behind him. Alarmed, Han Li hastily turned his gaze around. He saw that the Jade Pier Pavilion suddenly ruptured to reveal a blazing golden sun that was 3 meters wide. It flew out from rubble, carrying a faint silhouette. It appeared Marquis Nanlong had executed some sort of secret technique. Han Li was shaken by the sight. The Jade Pier Pavilion wasn't an ordinary building. Han Li doubted his own ability to break through its walls, but Marquis Nanlong was able to turn it into rubble in a single blow. It seemed the full might of a nascent soul cultivator wasn't a simple matter in the least. With his attention back to the matter at hand, Han Li flew into the center of the hall and glanced at the restored walls around him. He raised his hand without any further thought and flickered his finger. A meter-long streak of sword light flew out from his hand and struck the opposing wall. A rough hole was cut in the wall. Then in a flash of white light, the hole disappeared without a trace. Han Li frowned. Just as he thought of another method to break it, his expression suddenly changed and he turned around in an instantaneous blur. Marquis Nanlong was standing there about 10 meters behind him. His body was glaring with dazzling golden light, but his complexion was deathly pale. Han Li's eyes gazed past him towards the pavilion. He simply saw that a huge dome of golden light was covering the pavilion. Occasional flashes of black and white light could be seen within, along with the faint sounds of explosions. A trace of shock appeared on Han Li's face. Through the use of some sort of heaven-defying technique, he managed to trap the others inside for the time being, giving him the time to escape. The outer restrictions need to be opened with the formation flag. Fellow Taoist Han, since I only have a single formation flag, it will take some more time. I will have to trouble you to delay them. Although the might of my ancient treasure may be great, I don't know how much longer they will be trapped. They could break out at any moment. Marquis Nanlong forced a smile and flipped his hand. He held a small fluttering yellow flag in his hand and began to mutter incantations without delay. It appeared he didn't have the slightest fear of Han Li attacking him. Han Li's gaze flickered and he quickly slapped his storage pouch. An emerald green formation plate appeared in his hand, the magic tool that he had used to break through the wondrous soul restriction. He quickly drew several azure talisman characters into the air and blew them onto the formation plate, causing it to brightly shine with azure light. Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands and softly shouted, "Rise!" Apart from the side that Marquis Nanlong was facing, the walls turned back to blue crystal, sealing off the hall once more. Marquis Nanlong ceased his incantation at the sight and joyfully said, "You are able to control the wondrous soul formation?" Revealing not a trace of pride, Han Li sullenly said, "I'm not even capable of mustering even a tenth of its original power. It won't be able to hold them for long either. Brother Nanlong had best open the way before they break through." When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he discovered that the crystal walls were far darker than they were originally, and his expression of joy suddenly vanished. He then tossed the small flag, having it disappear into the wall in a trace of light before continuing with his incantation. At that same moment, he heard deafening rumbles from behind him and saw that the crystal walls had begun to sparkle. The thunderous explosions were clear to hear. It seems they've managed to break through the Marquis ancient treasure and have begun their attack on the crystal walls. Han Li glanced at the stone wall and saw it was faintly glowing with white light before turning his gaze back to the blue crystal walls. After some slight hesitation, he tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air, summoning a swarm of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. With the formation of an incantation gesture, the beetles swarmed frantically, surrounded Han Li and transformed into tricolored armor. An odd expression momentarily appeared on the Marquis' face when he saw Han Li executing the insect armor technique. But since their need for escape was urgent, he left the matter alone. A short moment later, the crystal walls violently trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Likewise, the stone wall also began to shake and part amongst the white light, revealing the stairway ahead of them. As soon as Marquis Nanlong saw this, his body pulsed in golden light and he shot out. Behind him, Han Li's thunderstorm wings flapped with golden lightning and suddenly disappeared from sight. A moment later, Han Li appeared in front of and Marquis Nanlong appeared in midair. But soon he saw a clear explosion from down below. With an expression of alarm, Han Li flapped his thunderstorm wings once more and he instantly arrived at the exit of the stairs. Afterwards, He employed his lightning movement to its fullest extent and began to flicker into the distance. Just as Han Li flew a kilometer away, an ear-piercing cry came from the stairs, followed by a ball of blinding golden light streaking across the sky. The Marquis flew once around and announced in an icy, resentful tone, "Take this to heart. You had best avoid falling into my hands or I will exterminate both your body and soul." Once this oath was finished, his golden light gleamed and began to appear indistinct. Just as a silver light shot out from the mountain entrance, the golden radiance suddenly turned exceptionally slim and flickered several times before tearing through the sky at an immense speed. In nearly a single breath, it had disappeared from sight. At that moment, Han Li was already on the edge of the sky, appearing as an intermittently flickering dot. Closely following the silver light, a streak of black light faded away to reveal a silhouette. Wang Qinggu solemnly asked, "What movement techniques are they using to travel so quickly?" The silver light faded away to reveal the white-clothed old man. He gloomily said, "Marquis Nanlong is using a secret technique that was personally created by Master Tsang Kuan, Mileshed Line. By consuming vast amounts of vitality and blood essence, one is able to instantly travel into a distance in light as thin as a thread. It makes their aura entirely hidden so that they cannot be tracked. While he truly hasn't traveled too far away, it will be impossible to detect him with spiritual sense. As for that youngster Han, he seems to be controlling lightning through use of those strange wings. It should be the instant lightning movement of legend." At that moment, the old woman and the Tan cultivator both shot out from the passage and heard of the old man's words. Before that youngster Han departed, he released a blood-red light that appeared similar to the devil blood cleave that I personally cultivate. I don't know how well Chana was able to receive it. The old man replied, "That's fine. Since we don't have any method of detecting him for the time being, let's go take a look at them. We'll carry out the pursuit once Marquis Nanlongs is no longer capable of carrying out the Mileshed Line." In the next moment, the party flew back into the mountain. The party arrived at the ruins of the Jade Pier Pavilion once more to see a bewildered Yen Rian. She was crouching near Wang Chan, who laid motionlessly on the floor. When Wang Qinggu saw this, he asked with an icy tone, "What happened? Were any of Chan'er's vitals struck?" Even now, Wang Qinggu still displayed exceptional calmness. Wearing a slightly anxious expression, Yen Rian hesitantly replied, "No, but his leg." Wang Qinggu took several steps forward and tensely frowned. He saw that both of Wang Chan's legs were missing from below their knees, but strangely enough there wasn't a hint of blood. Yen Rian helplessly said, "Lord Husband and I had joined hands to cast the blood spirit art's blood mist, but we were instantly attacked by some sort of strange technique. The blood mist was incapable of blocking it and my Lord Husband had dodged too late." "His legs were?" Wang Qinggu gloomily asked. "Since this is the case, then why aren't you using any techniques to recover his legs? You should know such a technique." With a tense brow, Yen Rian timidly said, "I've attempted to restore his legs several times now, but the techniques aren't responding in the slightest. Although his wounds didn't shed any blood, a black chi condensed around the wound and it can't be driven off. It could be the reason why the healing technique failed and why he is unconscious." Wang Qinggu's expression relaxed and he began to concentrate his gaze on Wang Chan's wounds. "It can't have been a common attack that struck you. Let me take a look." Wang Chan's wounds were covered in faint black chi as expected. Wang Qinggu lifted his hands and his fingers flickered with black light as he grabbed the harmful chi from one of the legs, gathering it into a poised black ball on his finger. He thought to dispose of the harmful chi with true fire, but after some thought, he slapped his storage pouch and wrapped the ball of black chi with spiritual power before placing it in a jade bottle. Once it was properly taken care of, he casually placed it away. It seemed Wang Qinggu planned on examining this item for further understanding of Han Li's techniques. When Yen Rian saw that Wang Qinggu paid her no heed, a complicated expression momentarily appeared on her face before disappearing without a trace. Once Wang Qinggu took care of the black chi on the other leg, Yen Rian silently made another attempt to restore his limbs. Wang Qinggu nodded his head with satisfaction and turned his attention to the other side. The white-clothed old man and the others were at a loss as they stood around the ice-clad body of the stern-faced cultivator. Wang Qinggu walked towards them and bafflingly asked, "What? You fellow Taoists aren't able to free him?" A trace of fear appeared on the old woman's expression. She muttered, "Free him? Oh, this ice is far more insidious than we could have imagined." The old man simply kept silent as he wore a gloomy expression on his face. What is that supposed to mean? Wang Qinggu turned his gaze to the ice-clad body and began to ponder. Brother Wang, take a good look. The tan cultivator suddenly raised his hand and flung a fist-sized chunk of jade towards the ice-clad body. Blue light flashed upon impact and the jade chunk was instantly covered in blue ice before dissolving into countless specks of fading glitter. The tan man remained still as he stood 3 meters away and pointed at the ice-clad body. Scorching white true fire shot towards the ice from his finger, but in the moment the true fire touched the blue ice, it disappeared in a flash of light as if it were absorbed. Wang Qinggu felt his breath turn cold. The old man sighed and asked, "This blue ice is vicious. It seems that fellow Taoist Long's body has long died. It seems we can only have his nascent soul manifest and find a suitable body to possess. Didn't fellow Taoist Long already possess a body once before?" The tan man appeared to be familiar with the stern-faced cultivator and sullenly said, "No, this was his original body." The old man nodded his head and said, "That's good. Now we just need to have fellow Taoist Long manifest his nascent soul." As if having heard this, the stern-faced cultivator's body shined with white light. Then with a muffled bang, his entire body turned to ash and faded away. All that remained in the blue ice was an inch-large nascent soul. It was clasping onto a thumb-sized jade ornament in his hand and its face was filled with resentment. It opened its small mouth and spouted out fire-red vital nascent flames onto the jade ornament in its hands. It then raised it above its head and suddenly surrounded its body in red-white flame. Without any further delay, he attempted to charge straight out. "Wait." The old man seemed to think of something and hastily attempted to stop this, but he spoke too late. The nascent soul passed through the ice. What resulted afterwards sent chills down their spine. The formidable white-red flames had seemed to have been set alight by the ice, engulfing both the white-red flames and the nascent soul in blue fire. The white-red flames were instantly consumed by the blue fire, resulting in the deathly wail of the nascent soul. It turned frantic as it charged through the air. After flying about 50 meters away, it attempted to roll and exterminate the flames as it wildly howled in pain. A short moment later, the screams came to an abrupt stop and the nascent soul was refined in a ball of light that faded away. The cultivator surnamed Long was now dead in both soul and body. Through use of lightning movement, Han Li was able to travel 50 kilometers in a single stretch. He then paused for a moment before gaining his bearings and swapped to using the blood-red cloak before continuing on his flight as a streak of crimson light. After flying 500 kilometers out, he spotted a Mulan tribe that consisted of tens of thousands of mortals. He stopped with faint excitement brimming in his heart. While he was at the Drifting Cloud sect, the topic of the war with the Mulan spell warriors and Heavenly South cultivators had come up during a conversation with his fellow sect elders. Although the ordinary mortals from the Mulan tribes couldn't cultivate spirit techniques, during times of war the Mulan spell warriors would organize many temporary parties of mortals to seize the spirit stone mines and material sources that the Heavenly South cultivators were too occupied to attend to. As such, the Mulan spell warriors wouldn't return empty-handed once they eventually retreated. Of course, the Nine Nations Union were well aware of the looting, but they couldn't afford to look after these resources as war was waged. If they had too few cultivators to guard these areas, it was possible that they would be wiped out by any high-grade cultivators that the Mulan would send. If there were too many cultivators, it would be to the detriment of the main battlefield. The only feasible option was to wait until after these areas were seized and recapture them afterwards. The Mulan mortals would be defenselessly slaughtered. It was unfortunate that the Mulan didn't mind the deaths of mortals. Once a group was exterminated, they would immediately send another, exchanging mortal lives for these precious resources. Additionally, they would occasionally set up traps and inflict heavy losses on cultivators attempting to reclaim these resource areas. With the loss of these many cultivators, the Nine Nations Union had turned a blind eye to these locations. Regardless, the Mulan mortals wouldn't be able to harvest many materials or mine much spirit stones. So long as they repelled the spell warriors as quickly as they could, the Mulan mortals would obediently follow them back. Han Li now saw large ranks of oxen carts making their way to the Heavenly South with many young men and women accompanying them. They should be the mortal division that was sent to gather materials in the Heaven South for the time being. Han Li remained in the air above them and swept his immense spiritual sense past them, spotting 1 Foundation Establishment stage and 3 Chi Condensation stage spell warriors. Han Li lowered his head in thought for a moment before suddenly forming an incantation gesture with his hands. His figure then blurred and reappeared in front of a dilapidated Mulan cart. It was filled with tattered oxen skins along with a few hoes and other tools. With a wave of his arm, Han Li turned the cart's interiors into a pile of ash and then sat down inside it without any qualms. From his musings, he concluded that boldly returning to the heavenly south while the Mulan spell warriors were attacking in full force would be rife with trouble. Although he wouldn't be in danger unless he encountered several top-ranked spell warriors, the possibility was still there. This time he wouldn't be accompanied by a party of 8 nascent soul cultivators. Not only did he need to be wary of spell warriors, but he also had to avoid Wang Taingu and the others to avoid any deadly confrontations. Now that he was hidden amongst a party of mortals, he should be able to make it out safely of the Mulan plains in a few days. Few would pay any notice to a group of mortals. And given his current cultivation, so long as a late nascent soul stage spell warrior didn't inspect the army, his existence was safely hidden. Once he entered the deserts beyond the plains, he would be outside the influence of the Mulan tribes and he would be able to return to the heavenly south. As Han Li meditated inside the carriage, the conversations of the Mulan mortals outside could be clearly heard. The dialect of the Mulan differed from that used by the people of the heavenly south, but Han Li had already learned their language from a few related jade slips. With his immense spiritual sense, he had managed to comprehend most of this knowledge in only a couple of days, and was able to clearly listen to what was being said outside. Their conversations was mostly about whether or not they would be able to impress the grand sages from the resources gathered, giving them the opportunity to stand out from their peers. From their words, the Mulan mortals seemed to worship the spell warriors with admiration and reverence as if they were a kind of god. They even believed it to be extremely honorable even if they died in service to these spell warriors. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly sighed and swept his hand, sealing off the interior of the cart from the outside with a barrier of faint azure light. The voices of the Mulan came to an abrupt stop. Silvermoon, how about you talk about what you have gained? From your excitement, you should have acquired many good items. Han Li's sleeve began to stir and a small white fox flew out from the cuff, circling once in the air before landing in front of him. The small fox lay down on the ground and chuckled. I'm not too sure how valuable these items are, but Master should know. There were many ancient treasures on the first floor, but because I wasn't capable of concealing their spiritual chi as I used my movement techniques, I didn't take any of them. However, there were 6 ancient boxes on the second floor and I took half of them. I initially thought to take away most of them, but if there were too few of them, it would attract too much suspicion, so I only ended up taking 3. Afterwards, the fox spat out 3 translucent jade boxes in front of Han Li. Han Li then took out a jade box from his waist. The jade boxes in front of him appeared exactly the same as the one the Marquis had tossed to him. Han Li caressed the jade box in his hand and faintly smiled. Master Tsang Kuan left behind a total of 6 jade boxes and 4 of them are in my possession. It seems it was a correct decision to go. Silvermoon sighed from her lingering fear. Master, your courage is quite great. You took hidden action despite having so many nascent soul cultivators present, and had me enter first. Did you not fear being discovered? Han Li smiled and glanced at the small fox. Hee. What was there to fear? At worst, I would merely use blood shadow evasion to flee them. Besides, I was almost completely certain I would succeed. When I used the spiritual light to conceal your entrance, none were the wiser. I was most concerned that you wouldn't be able to conceal yourself after you had taken the treasure. Chapter 707. Encountering old acquaintances. Han Li opened each of the remaining boxes one by one. One had a small green bottle while another had a fist-sized chunk of something that glowed with purple light. Han Li casually opened the green bottle and took a whiff of it. An extremely sharp and caustic scent assailed his nose, causing Han Li's to grimace. He hurriedly closed the bottle of what seemed to be venom and glanced at the small bottle with an odd expression before cautiously putting it away. In the end, his gaze fell onto the purple object. He squeezed it with his fingers and found it to be extremely soft. Strands of light occasionally shimmered from the purple object, creating a dazzling sight. Han Li yelped with astonishment. He then concentrated his spiritual sense onto the object and deeply examined it. A short moment later, his hand suddenly trembled and the purple ball turned into a purple cloud. It circled once above Han Li's head before dropping into Han Li's hand in its original form. It appeared to be layered like a net of glistening purple threads that were as thin as could be. It appeared to be a rare treasure of some sort. When Silvermoon saw the purple net, she spoke with amazement, "Isn't this a purple cloud lace? It is an ancient treasure that was renowned even times of antiquity." Joy flickered from Han Li's eyes and he excitedly asked, "You know what this is? Since it was renowned, could it be a divine spirit treasure?" Silvermoon enthusiastically said, "No. Although the purple cloud lace is a top-grade ancient treasure, it is far lacking compared to divine spirit treasures. But with regards to its defensive abilities, it is incredibly flexible and malleable. Depending how well it was refined, the treasure can be used to cover an area of several hundred meters to several kilometers. It is a truly rare large-scale defensive treasure. It is said that the greatest purple cloud lace could protect everything within 50 kilometers. Though I don't know how true this is. Of course, it is also incredibly effective at trapping enemies. As for offensive abilities, it is capable of releasing Jade Sun True Fire to extinguish foes." A trace of disappointment appeared on his face, but soon he wore an odd expression. "Silvermoon, you seem quite knowledgeable of this purple cloud lace. Could it be that you've seen it before?" When Silvermoon heard this, she grew silent for a moment. A while later, she wryly smiled and said, "Now that Master mentioned it, I recalled a fragment of my memory before I was refined into an artifact spirit. There seemed to be one particular purple cloud lace that I knew off quite well." As Silvermoon spoke, her expression appeared pensive. She then shook her head and gave up as if the memory was out of grasp. "Since this purple cloud lace is so fearsome and I've never heard of Master Tsang Kuan making use of this treasure, this was most likely something that he had acquired from Devil Fall Valley. It is a pity that none of the jade boxes that were acquired possessed any information on Devil Fall Valley. It should be contained in Marquis Nanlong's 2 jade boxes. How truly unfortunate." Han Li laughed at himself, but he didn't truly appear dejected. He clearly understood that he would have the opportunity to acquire more treasures if he acquired the secrets of Devil Fall Valley, but at the same time he would become a huge target. So long as information of this was divulged, who knew how many great powers and eccentrics would come knocking on his door? It was hard to say whether or not the advantages would outweigh the detriments. Silvermoon couldn't help but ask, "Master, did that jade slip not contain them?" Since Silvermoon asked, Han Li answered her with an insipid tone, "The jade slip contained the cultivation art and techniques of Master Tsang Kuan. Although I cannot cultivate the main cultivation art, the whole moon arts, there are several secret techniques and a few cultivation insights that I am able to make much use of." When Silvermoon heard this, she sighed and appeared dejected. At that moment, Han Li put away all the items and boxes. After giving Silvermoon a brief word, Han Li closed his eyes and began to meditate. Silvermoon then drew close to Han Li's body and curled up. She then opened her bright black eyes and began to mindlessly stare at an empty corner of the cart. As the army of Milan mortals slowly advanced, 2 days had passed. During that time, 2 groups of spell warriors had conducted a search of the army. However, Han Li was awakened by Silvermoon each time and he was able to easily conceal himself from these low-grade spell warriors. Since the cart Han Li chose contained insignificant items, none of the Milan mortals had bothered to check it. Once the army left the Milan plains, Han Li stealthily took off with Silvermoon in his grasp. He took a route different from the army, heading straight in the direction of the heavenly south. With his vast spiritual sense, Han Li was able to detect any spell warriors within 50 kilometers, allowing him to easily avoid them as he smoothly made his way through the desert and into the 9 Nations Union state of Fengyuan. The state of Fengyuan was one of the 3 countries that was closest to the Milan Plains. The mountains on their border were normally garrisoned with cultivators of the 9 Nations Alliance. But after Han Li spent several days inside the state of Fengyuan, he hadn't encountered a single cultivator, but he had encountered many patrols of spell warriors. It was clear that the 9 Nations Unions had found their initial battle against the Mulan spell warriors unfavorable and decided to retreat for the time being. The true battle shouldn't have started yet. Without further thought, Han Li hurried his way through a particularly desolate area. After a smooth eventless flight for 4 days, he suddenly turned his head to look at a small obscure mountain with an expression of shock. Soon, his face changed between various different expressions. Just a moment ago, he had detected an area with fierce spiritual chi fluctuations that faintly contained vicious intent. It was clear that there was a battle between high-grade cultivators. Since a battle was taking place here, it was likely to be a cultivator fighting against a spell warrior. With some further examination, Han Li discovered that there were 5 core formation stage combatants staking their all against a nascent soul eccentric. Amongst these core formation stage combatants, There were a few with auras that Hanli found slightly familiar. After a moment of consideration, Hanli couldn't figure out who it was. After a moment of hesitation, Hanli wasn't able to suppress his curiosity and flew over. With Hanli's exceptional movement techniques, Hanli was able to cover this short distance in the blink of an eye. Once he arrived, he saw various colored lights fill the sky along with the sound of harsh explosions. The battle was greatly fierce. The 5 variously dressed core formation cultivators were currently fighting against an early nascent soul stage spell warrior. Although the 5 core formation cultivators were fighting with all their strength and were controlling their magic treasures with perfection, the yellow-robed, bald spell warrior was slowly pushing back the cultivators with circles of yellow mist. The spell warrior wore a fierce expression. Although he hadn't released his own magic treasure, his fantastical techniques and deep cultivation allowed him to easily deal with them. Were if not for the fact there was a gorgeous woman amongst the core formation cultivators, the nascent soul cultivator likely wouldn't have held back and would have already finished them all off. Although Hanli found this woman familiar, his gaze focused on the fat old man amongst the cultivators. This old man was spirally with silver lightning and was controlling a huge sword magic treasure that repeatedly emitted lightning. He was the strongest amongst the group of 5. Hanli recognized the old man's appearance and cultivation art, and wore a complicated expression. He muttered, "It's him? To think that there are such coincidences in this world." After the yellow-robed cultivator battled for such a long period of time, he lost his patience and fiercely glared at the gorgeous woman. "Girl, it seems you cannot recognize my good intentions. Were it not for the fact my cultivation art requires an outstanding cultivation vessel, I wouldn't have spared you for so long. If you don't surrender yourself to me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Once he said this, he spat out a yellow feather. It glowed brilliantly and had something faintly drawn on it. The bald cultivator then took it into his hand. When the fat old man and the others saw this, their expressions vastly changed, knowing that things were from good. They clearly understood that the spell warrior had been holding back, but they didn't dare to retreat, else they would easily be picked off by the spell warrior. Their chances of survival would be even worse than fighting him together. As such, the 5 bitterly cursed in their minds and could only muster the entirety of their magic power to attack the spell warrior. For a time, the might of their magic treasures were greatly increased and they were able to forcefully beat back the yellow mist and regain some of their momentum. This infuriated the bald spell warrior. He tossed his feather into the air and spat a mist of yellow chi onto the magic treasure and began to utter incantations. The feather trembled for a moment and gently fanned in the direction of the cultivators. Suddenly, a large whistle sounded through the air and a deep yellow gale followed in the direction that the feather had fanned. In an instant, the gale turned into a 100-meter-tall tornado and completely engulfed the 5 core formation cultivators. Chapter 708. Constrained Spirit Earth Dragons. The fearsome, earth-shaking gales caused the magic treasures to unsteadily sway. They seemed to be restricted by the gale and were incapable of breaking free. The bald spell warrior wore a bizarre smile and revealed an expression of pride. "Ah! If you won't accept my kindness, then I will use force." "How reckless. Don't expect me to stop after matters have reached this far." The bald spell warrior then grabbed the air and suddenly formed a huge hand from the yellow wings. It then made its way to grab the gorgeous woman. The spell warriors planned to first grab the woman to make sure she lived and instantly exterminate the remaining 4 through a full display of his power. The woman attempted to make use of her blazing flame sword magic treasure to block the large hand, but the gales had caused it to spin out of control. With no way of controlling it, she was incapable of saving herself, causing her complexion to pale. Although the 4 cultivators wished to rescue the woman, they were disoriented and swept away by the wind. Only the fat old man with the deepest cultivation amongst them was able to deal with it somewhat better. In his worry, he forcefully raised his hand and released a meter-long bolt of lightning to strike at the giant hand. However, the attack was completely ineffective. When the yellow hand was only 3 meters away from grabbing the woman, it suddenly disappeared. At that same moment, the yellow-robed spell warrior roared in furious alarm. The windstorm that trapped the core formation cultivator suddenly weakened before soon disappearing. It was as if what had just happened is only an illusion. The group of cultivators looked at each other with dismay and turned their gaze towards the bald spell warrior. However, he was angrily staring in a direction that was completely empty. They couldn't help but reveal astonishment. A fierce expression appeared on the spell warrior's face and he furiously shouted, "Since you've dared to break my technique, Why would you so stealthily hide yourself? He seemed to no longer pay the core formation cultivators any notice. A man's voice leisurely spoke. It isn't that I'm hiding myself, but it's just that your cultivation is too lacking to see me. It seems your esteemed self should have just recently entered nascent soul stage. You are far weaker than other spell warriors I've seen. In an azure flash of light, a youth with a common appearance appeared before them. When he saw that the 5 cultivators were caught in a desperate situation, he released an azure essence sword streak towards the feather. Once it was struck, the windstorm was easily dissolved. The 5 were initially alarmed by Han Li's appearance, but after sensing that he was at nascent soul stage they rejoiced, knowing that their lives were saved. The female cultivator promptly saluted him from a distance and respectfully said, "Junior's name is Nyang. Many thanks for Senior's rescue." Nyang. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but take another look at the woman. He faintly remembered her. However, now was not the time to deal with this, and he simply waved his arm, having the woman cease her salute. The woman and the old man didn't seem to recognize him. It came as no surprise. In the past he only met each of them once. Now that almost 200 years had passed, it wasn't odd that they didn't recognize him. With that thought, Han Li turned his gaze to the yellow-robed spell warrior and flatly said, "Since your esteemed self hasn't run, it seems you wish to take me on?" When the bald spell warrior heard this, he furiously smiled and heartily laughed. "Your esteemed self is also but an early nascent soul cultivator. Your words may be bold, but I must oblige you to demonstrate your abilities." With that said, the bald spell warrior formed an incantation gesture and he flicked his finger downward, shooting out 2 shining yellow pellets. Han Li was faintly surprised by this and didn't stop him. He merely narrowed his eyes and watched with interest. The large man was inwardly delighted to see that Han Li remained idle and promptly uttered an incantation. His body was then covered with surging yellow clouds. With her imposing voice, he softly shouted, "Rise." When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred as he expectantly glanced around him, but he saw nothing appear. In his doubt, he suddenly heard faint rumbling from the ground. The rumbling soon became thunderous and world-quaking. Han Li swept his spiritual sense to the ground and revealed slight astonishment. Without any further thought, he swept his sleeve, sending 2 10-meter-long sword streaks out from his cuff down towards the sound's origin. Han Li frowned. Although the sword streaks struck, they were ineffective. With a rustle of wind, 2 40-meter-long horned yellow dragons flew out from the ground and shot towards the bald cultivator. They then surrounded the bald cultivator and continuously revolved around him as if to protect him. Han Li was amazed to discover the 2 fearsome yellow dragons were entirely formed from earth. They appeared as if they were truly alive. This lifelike aura seemed to originate from the yellow pellet on top of their heads. It pulsed with light, releasing a demonic yellow radiance. Your esteemed self will be the first to witness the might of my constrained spirit beasts. Go. The bald spell warrior furiously smiled and struck the earth dragons with yellow spell seals. The dragons subsequently charged towards Han Li with overbearing force. Han Li furrowed his brow and lightly sighed. He opened his mouth and spat out a sliver of celestial ice flames. The sliver of flames split into 2 even thinner flames and accurately struck the heads of each of the earth dragons. The flames crackled and instantly enveloped the earth dragons in a layer of ice. The ice sculptures stopped 10 meters in front of Han Li before dropping towards the earth. Then with a flash of azure light, there were 2 clear explosions. The 2 frozen earth dragons had been easily shattered by 2 sword streaks that Han Li flung. Afterwards, he raised his hand and calmly summoned the 2 yellow pellets into his hand. He took a glance at them before placing them into his storage pouch. Han Li leisurely said, "What other abilities do you have? Please don't hesitate to use them. I wish to see the true might of the spell warrior's spirit techniques." Silence looked over the yellow clouds for a moment as the spell warrior was shocked to the core at Han Li's effortless disposal of his 2 earth dragons. A moment later, the spell warrior's sullen voice suddenly left the yellow clouds. "What sect do you come from? Might I know of your distinguished name? You don't seem to match the description of any better-known cultivators. Don't tell me you also entered nascent soul stage in the last 100 years." The last question was uttered with a savage tone. "I am a nameless individual. If I said my name you wouldn't know of it. Since fellow Taoist doesn't intend to attack, I won't be polite." Han Li's expression grew sullen and he slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing countless glistening golden flying insects into the air. They were the pure gold devouring beetles that Han Li had meticulously nurtured. This would be the first time that Han Li would be using them against an enemy. He wished to test how effective they would be against a nascent soul stage opponent. Gold-devouring beetles? You actually possess them? And so many? Much to Han Li's surprise, the yellow-robed spell warrior shouted the name of these insects with a voice of terror before Han Li could order the attack. Without another word, the yellow-robed cultivator turned around and tore through the skies as a streak of yellow light. His swiftness had caused Han Li to hesitate and abandon the idea of pursuing him. He wasn't confident in being able to exterminate a nascent soul cultivator that was wholeheartedly focused on fleeing. Once a nascent soul manifested, even the lightning movement technique was lacking in speed to match it. However, the bald spell warrior was able to recognize his gold-devouring beetles despite having somewhat inferior cultivation. It was truly shocking. Although he felt somewhat puzzled, Han Li dropped the matter and recalled his still untested spirit beast pouch. Afterwards, he slowly flew towards the core formation cultivators with a calm expression. Before the Han Li drew close to them, the fat old man took the initiative to fly forward and deeply saluted him. Many thanks for your assistance, Senior. Might Junior know your esteemed name? Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Lei Wanha. We cannot thank you enough. In addition to Nie Yen, who had introduced herself before, the others began to salute Han Li as well with gratitude and respect. The Giant Sword Sect's Shi Qiun, Masked Moon Sect's Tang Minghua, Heavenly Imperial Fortress Qian Huan pays their respects to Senior. Chapter 709, Lei Wanhe's Shock, Senior. Han Li stroked his chin and wore an odd expression on his face. The fat old man was the senior martial uncle Lei, who had exchanged medicinal herbs for pill formulas. Although he was merely observing the common customs of the cultivation world, Han Li couldn't help but find this action odd. As for the gorgeous woman named Nie Yen, he had only met her once as Senior Martial Sister Nie, before when she had protected the Murong brothers from Senior Martial Brother Lu back during his time at Yellow Maple Valley. 1. Although Han Li didn't have much of a relationship with her, he had heard much of her aptitude and her beauty both external and within. Back in the past, there had been countless male disciples that had admired her. He didn't expect that after so many years she would form a golden core. Han Li remained silent and examined both Lei Wanha and Nie Yen with a complicated expression. As this occurred, Lei Wanha felt puzzled. Not only did this senior appear excessively young, for some unknown reason, Lei Wanha found his face somewhat familiar as if he had saw him before. This had come as a shock to him and he began to feel apprehensive. As Nie Yen looked at Han Li, bewilderment suddenly appeared from deep within her eyes. Han Li was disinclined from wasting any more time with this silent display and eventually said, "It seems Martial Uncle Lei truly doesn't remember me. However, the pill formulas Martial Uncle gave to me during that year had been of great help to me." When Lei Wanha heard Han Li call him Martial Uncle, his jaw dropped and found himself at a loss for words. But after he heard him mention pill formulas, he suddenly recalled something and began to astonishedly stutter, "Martial Uncle? Pill formulas? You're... 2. When the others heard this, they were also dumbstruck. This nascent soul senior had actually called Lei Wanha Martial Uncle. This had truly sent their minds spiraling into confusion. But when Nie Yen heard him, she amazedly examined Han Li once more before saying, "You're Martial Uncle Li's disciple, Han Li. Junior Martial Brother Han?" The woman's voice was filled with disbelief. Han Li felt genuine surprise. "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Nie would remember me." While Han Li was unknown during Qi condensation stage due to his low profile and meager cultivation, truly few knew of him. But ever since he survived the trial by blood and fire, and successfully became Li Huayuan's disciple after entering Foundation establishment, many shrewd individuals had taken notice of him. This senior martial sister Nie was one of them. Once the 6 devilish Dao sects invaded the state of Yu, his reputation surged throughout lower-grade disciples from his achievements in killing so many similar-grade devil Dao cultivators. Although she hadn't seen his face since then, he had left a deep impression on her. With Han Li's appearance exactly the same as before, she recalled the famous junior martial brother Han from the past and unconsciously shouted out his name in shock. "You truly are martial nephew Han." Lei Wanha felt his throat turn dry and his mind grew blank. It was said that any strange events could happen in the cultivation world. Outstanding disciples rising to the same status as a senior was a common occurrence. But for a Foundation establishment junior to suddenly reappear at nascent soul stage was something that brought an individual as experienced as Lei Wanha into a stupor. Han Li glanced around and calmly said, "Martial Uncle Lei, there is no need to be so surprised. However, this isn't the place to talk. Let's have a chat as we travel instead. Lei Wanha's expression wavered several times before bitterly chuckling. I don't dare to accept the title as martial uncle. Since Senior Han has already entered nascent soul sage, I am your junior. His words still preserved the same respect from the very start. Regardless of Han Li's identity in the past, his current cultivation was far beyond his own. He didn't dare to be addressed with such an inappropriate title. The other three cultivators finally realized the relationship between Han Li and Wan Tianhe. After glancing at each other in dismay, weird expressions appeared on each of their faces. Han Li didn't pay this much heed. After a moment of silence, he nodded his head. Since fellow Taoist Lei says this, I won't be polite. Let us immediately depart from here. Your speed is all rather slow, so I will be bringing you. Once that was said, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and a small, exquisite item appeared in his hand. Once he flung it into the air, a squarish item appeared before them in a flash of red light. Under control of spell seals, the wind-riding chariot quickly grew larger and appeared over 30 meters wide. Get in the chariot. Han Li bluntly ordered them. Lei Wanha and the others naturally didn't have any objections, and they all flew into the chariot with a blur. Once Han Li stepped onto the wind-riding chariot, he began to infuse the chariot with his spiritual power. After gently trembling for a moment, it tore through the skies as a streak of white light. With its exceeding speed, it disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. The speed of the wind-riding chariot delighted the others. At this speed, the spell warriors wouldn't be able to pursue them, relieving them of worry that was on their minds. As Han Li drove the wind-riding chariot, he casually asked, Fellow Taoists, the state of Fengyuan should have already fallen into the grasp of the spell warriors. Why were you there, and how did you come to be blocked by a nascent soul spell warrior? If that area weren't so remote, it wouldn't have been easy to escape even if I took action. When the five heard this, they glanced at each other with various expression. The clear leader of their party, Lei Wanha, hesitated for a moment before answering, Senior might not know this, but we didn't act out of our free will. We were under orders from the Nine Nations Union to carry out an important task. As a result, we were occupied for several days and were present during the Mulan invasion. Helpless, we could only choose a remote route and fly back. However, we encountered a few low-grade spell warriors along the way and had no choice but to kill them. But who could have possibly known that there was a nascent soul spell warrior that was located nearby? Just as we finished killing the last low-grade spell warrior, we were discovered by the old eccentric and were chased down. Although we knew we weren't a match, if we scattered, we would have only met our end sooner, so we could only do our utmost. It was only by a fluke that Senior Han came our way, else we would have met our end. As Lei Wanha spoke with gratitude, he examined this martial nephew Han. To tell the truth, he still felt as if all that happened was a dream. When Han Li heard this, he lost interest and indifferently grunted. A short moment later he then asked, Fellow Taoist Lei, is my master Li Huayuan still doing well? As there was no point in concealing the matter, Lei Wanha honestly answered, Senior Han, junior martial brother Li died 100 years ago in the war with the Mulan spell warriors. As for his wife, she wasn't able to form a golden core and reached the end of her lifespan. Han Li was slightly shaken by his words and revealed a trace of sadness. He then asked, Were my fellow martial brothers and sisters able to form a golden core? Lei Wanha sighed and said, No, although 3 of junior martial brother Li's disciples had exceptional aptitude and entered false core stage, they weren't fated to form a golden core. Han Li grew silent for a moment. The appearances of Yu Kuan, Song Meng, Zhong Wenyang, and the others appeared through his mind. Past events slowly began to appear. A moment later he took a deep breath. Since his martial brothers and sisters were unable to form a golden core, he didn't further ask about them. It was likely that they died during meditation. His time spent at Yellow Maple Valley seemed as if it had all happened in an old dream. At that moment, Nye Yin suddenly said, Senior Han, would you happen to be interested in rejoining Yellow Maple Valley? Han Li raised his brow and immediately answered, Return to Yellow Maple Valley? I have no such interest. I've already become an elder of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Drifting Cloud sect, and I am satisfied there. Disappointment appeared from Nye Yan's expression and Lei Wanha's expression wavered. As for the other 3, they didn't dare to speak as they were unfamiliar with Han Li. After a moment of hesitation, Nye Yan then asked, Would Senior happen to recognize Xiao Chuier? Han Li was stunned for a moment. He asked with an odd expression, Xiao Chuier, 3? Of course I do, you know that little girl? At that same moment, the appearance of that young strange-spirited girl came to mind. 1. Chapter 158. 2. In Chapter 236, Hanli traded medicine herbs for Lei Wanha's pill formulas. Prior to this, Lu Wanha had assisted Hanli in getting rid of a few thousand bamboo sect cultivators. 3. Introduced in Chapter 291 while Hanli was guarding the mortal Qin clan. At the time, Xiao Xiaoyu and her grandfather were qi condensation cultivators. 4. Payment of the nameless qi restraining incantation. He had introduced her to his senior martial brother Ma at Yellow Maple Valley as a disciple. Chapter 710. Information on Nangong Wan. Hanli had a deep impression of the young girl he had recommended to join Yellow Maple Valley. But soon after, he recalled the small old man that had accepted her as a disciple, senior martial brother Ma. When Hanli recalled him, he felt a trace of sadness. That small old man couldn't have formed a golden core given his age, but he was the one who Hanli shared the deepest friendship with at Yellow Maple Valley. Odds were that he already passed away. With both feigned annoyance and delight, she faintly smiled and said, "Little girl. Junior Martial Sister Xiao is no longer some little girl. She is already married and entered core formation stage several tens of years ago." Once Hanli recovered from his surprise, he smiled, "Oh? She also entered core formation. Now that is surprising." Niering gently said, "I have heard Junior Martial Sister Xiao speak several times about how Senior drew her into the sect." Junior Martial Sister Xiao always felt deep gratitude and concern for Senior Han. Hanli's smile faded away and he insipidly said, "At the time, I simply introduced her to Senior Martial Brother Ma because her aptitude was good, nothing more. It is now only a matter of the past." Nye Yen and Lei Wanha could only bitterly smile at each other in silence at her failed efforts in an attempt to make Hanli rejoin the sect. As for the reason why Hanli was unwilling to rejoin, the two could guess. During the year the core disciples joined the Nine Nations Union, since Hanli wasn't amongst them because he was but a minor Foundation establishment disciple, he was grouped up to be bait and was abandoned. It was no wonder why he felt so detached towards Yellow Maple Valley and had no intention of returning. As the two had nothing better to say, Hanli suddenly asked the middle-aged masked moon cultivator, "Did you have a female cultivator by the name of Nangong Wan? How is she now?" Hanli's voice suddenly grew gloomy. The middle-aged man named Tang Minghua was surprised and he soon respectfully replied, "Ah. Senior knows Martial Aunt Nangong? She is currently overseeing the sect and is doing well." In Hanli's shock, he wasn't able to conceal a trace of joy. Martial Aunt? She already entered nascent soul stage? Martial Aunt Nangong successfully entered nascent soul stage over 100 years ago, and she is now an elder of our sect. Is Senior an old friend of Martial Aunt Nangong? Hanli sighed and his eyes became dim. Old friend? It could be considered so. I received great kindness from your martial aunt in the past, and I've always wanted to meet her again. It's a shame that I was occupied with so many matters over the year and I've never had the opportunity. Although Martial Aunt Nangong rarely sees guests, Senior should be able to easily see her. In 3 months, Martial Aunt Nangong will marry the Flowing Mind Sect's Elder Wei, and their Tao companion ceremony will officialize them as pair cultivators. This celebration originally only invited high-grade cultivators of the Nine Nations Union, but since Senior is her old friend, he will certainly. Hanli felt his mind buzz and he couldn't hear anything else the middle-aged man said. He suddenly faced the masked moon sect cultivator and coldly asked, "Tao companion ceremony?" "Yes, she plans on marrying Elder Wei Lycan of the Flowing Mind sect, who formed a nascent soul 300 years ago and possesses profound abilities. He is a cultivation genius who didn't come from the heavenly south. Both of our sects spent much effort to make this matter possible." Hanli's icy expression frightened the middle-aged cultivator. All kinds of strange thoughts began to well up inside him, but under Hanli's freezing gaze, he couldn't help but continue to speak. Lei Wanha and the others revealed an odd expression. Chapter 711. Hanli's determination. After some thought, Nye Yin smiled and said, "Brother Chen must be exaggerating. Although fellow Taoist Han managed to reach nascent soul stage in such a short amount of time, reaching deity transformation is still a matter far out of reach. It isn't so easily done. In fact, so long as he reaches late nascent soul stage, he is able to proclaim his own sect a hegemon of their side. That seems much more likely." With a spirited glint appearing from his eyes, the cultivator surnamed Chen slowly said, "Hee hee. I merely think too much. If Senior Han doesn't come across any mishap, he'll surely become a greatly influential character in the Heavenly South. Given the deep ties he has to Yellow Maple Valley, if he joins, I reckon it won't be long before we can reclaim the state of you." After a moment of silence, Lei Wanha sighed and said, "Relationship? Fellow Taoist just saw that although Senior Han originally came from our Yellow Maple Valley, he is now the elder of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Drifting Cloud sect. Moreover, he doesn't have any intention of returning. Regardless of what sect power he belongs to, Yellow Maple Valley will not be able to rope him in." Once that was said, the others were at a loss for words. The Giant Sword sect cultivator doubtfully said, "Why does Senior Han treat your sect as such? After all, that was where he came from. Does he have intention of paying back what the sect has done for him?" Lei Wanha shook his head and said, "I cannot divulge the specifics, but the odds aren't good. However, from how I see it, his relationship with the Masked Moon sect Senior Nangong seems deep. Perhaps Senior Nangong can try talking with him. Even if he will not rejoin our 6 sects, a good relationship can still be formed." Tang Minghua doubtfully said, "This is possible. I'll have to go back to the sect and inquire about the relationship between Senior Han and Martial Ant Nangong." "Leave it be. Roping in a nascent soul stage cultivator isn't something that we can handle. Have the elders deal with it. This Senior Han should appear at the ceremony in 3 months. Lei Wanha then glanced around him and frowned. "Regardless, let's hurry back to the 9 Nations Union. It isn't safe here." When the others heard this, the 5 ceased their chat and took to the skies. Although Lei Wanha spoke with an effortless tone, he became inwardly worried. How could he inform Ancestor Ling Hu of this matter? Could he just say that a disciple he had abandoned in the past had become an existence as powerful as the ancestor himself? Moreover, that matter had caused Han Li to resent Yellow Maple Valley. Wouldn't telling his martial senior this be the same as directly rebuking him? He could only helplessly sigh several times along the journey before gloomily continuing on his way. Because the wind-riding chariot was far too eye-catching. Once Han Li was out of sight from Lei Wanha and the others, he put away the chariot and began to fly using ordinary light. Now that he suddenly acquired news on Nangong Wan, and bad at that, he needed to calm himself and have a long thought about the subject. Back in the past, they only had intercourse once and he only saw her 2 times. Because there was such a vast difference in their cultivation, they simply acted as indifferent strangers. But at some unknown time, Han Li had unconsciously thought of Nangong Wan as his own woman. With the successful formation of his golden core and nascent soul, Han Li recognized himself as being worthy of Nangong Wan, and this idea was even further cemented in his mind. As a result, he had nearly lost his sensibilities once he heard that Nangong Wan was about to become Tao companions with someone else. Pretending not to know that Nangong Wan was marrying someone else was something that Han Li couldn't possibly do. The only man who could marry her in this lifetime was Han Li. Moreover, he was convinced that as the man who took Nangong Wan's vital she should have some semblance of feeling for him as well. He definitely couldn't allow the celebration to smoothly carry out. He was currently pondering about whether he should directly head to the Masked Moon sect and stealthily steal Nangong Wan away or crash the celebration 3 months later. These 2 methods clearly had their own advantages. Although the first method was easier to carry out, he truly doubted whether or not Nangong Wan would leave with him without objection. After all, she had stayed at the Masked Moon sect for many years and had become an elder of her sect. There was no way she wouldn't have any apprehensions about leaving. The second option was to directly appear on the day of the celebration. It could be said to be far more challenging as he would face the Masked Moon sects, the 6 sects of Yu, and even the 9 Nations Alliance. So long as he was able to settle the problems that arose, he could be together with Nangong Wan in a just and honorable fashion without any future worries. Of course, there was a more simple method. He could have this Wei Lycan mysteriously disappear from this world. However, this method was also the most dangerous. The Flowing Mind sect wasn't any small sect. It was the largest sect in the 9 Nations Union, possessing 5 nascent soul stage elders. It was far stronger than the Drifting Cloud sect. If this Wei Lycan stayed inside the sect the entire time, even if he had amazing abilities, Han Li wouldn't even have an opportunity to make an attempt. And even if he managed to kill him, if Han Li's identity was exposed, he would suffer the full brunt of the consequences. As Han Li pondered, he repeatedly came up with different plans. In the end, he decided on a compromise of these methods for the sake of reliability. He decided to first hurry on his way to the masked moon sect to see Nangong Wan and ask about her intentions. If she had heavy misgivings or some other difficulties in leaving, he would pay a visit to the Flowing Mind sect and see whether or not there would be an opportunity to stealthily exterminate Wei Lycan, risking it all for a smooth solution. If there was no opportunity to attack, he would simply appear on the day of the celebration and openly make his own proposal to marry Nangong Wan. Regardless of what happened or her willingness to agree, he must forcefully take her away. There are few things in his lifetime that had ever made him feel this way. He normally acted with regards to reason, not emotion, but this time Han Li could not allow Nangong Wan to marry someone else. With his current abilities, anything short of a late nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to stop him. With this all decided, his spirits were roused. After regaining his bearings, he increased the speed of his flight and quickly traveled. When the 6 sects of Yu were defeated, they could only take refuge with the 9 Nations Alliance. They planted down their sects in the country with the least other sects, the state of Bailiang. The state of Bailiang had sparsely few cultivators due to the lack of cultivation resources. As for selecting who would join the 6 sects, they couldn't possibly be choosy. Additionally, the 6 sect cultivators were secretly and openly feuding with the local sects for over 100 years before managing to barely establish themselves. Of course, spirit veins and other resources the 6 sects of Yu had access to were far inferior to what they had in their original country. But after so many years of desperate fighting, the 6 sects eventually recovered a bit of their strength and their standing in the 9 Nations Alliance grew. With the Masked Moon sect being the strongest amongst the 6 sects of Yu, they managed to occupy a mountain range with decent spirit veins. The west side of the state of Bailiang's gem-cut mountains was the base of the Masked Moon sect. They had constructed countless buildings of all sorts and laid down various grand restrictions here. The gem-cut mountains was divided into 3 levels. The lowest level being at the base of the mountain and was where the low-grade cultivators lived. Naturally, only core formation cultivators had the qualifications to live in the middle level. Although foundation establishment cultivators weren't worthy of notice in the eyes of those at core formation stage and above, in the eyes of stagnant chi condensation cultivators, they viewed them as important pillars of the sect. The Masked Moon sect's various stewards were naturally exceedingly capable people, and all possessed foundation establishment cultivation, the exception being the mortal affairs steward, Yuan Kuan. He was the sole chi condensation steward in the sect. The reason this was possible was because the Yuan clan, a mid-sized clan native to the state of Bailiang, had welcomed the 6 sects when they had just entered the country. They had expended much effort on behalf of the Masked Moon sect in particular. As a reward for the Yuan clan's actions, the Masked Moon sect would only assign Yuan clan disciples to this minor position for generations to come. But as luck would have it, Yuan Kuan was the nephew of the Yuan clan lord and had no future prospects in cultivation. As a result of the personal request of the Yuan clan lord, the upper echelon of the Masked Moon sect appointed him as a sect steward. While Yuan Kuan may not have much prospects in cultivation, he was well adjusted to the mortal world and was able to smoothly handle his tasks without any mishap, consolidating his position as a steward. But due to the rules of seniority in the cultivation world, the low-grade cultivators in the Masked Moon sect didn't treat him with much more respect as he was still only a chi condensation cultivator. He was also held in contempt by the other foundation establishment stage stewards. However, Steward Yuan didn't care about this in the least and leisurely spent his days in the Masked Moon sect, drawing from his connections and lowering his head when needed. One day Yuan Kuan appeared at a mortal village closest to the Gem-Cut Mountains, bringing along 2 Masked Moon sect disciples along with him that possessed lower cultivation. As normal, they went around several stores and purchased a few everyday goods. But unbeknownst to him, after he walked through 3 of these stores, an indiscernible trace of spiritual sense stealthily wrapped around the clothes of the steward, attentively watching this trifling chi condensation cultivator. Chapter 7:12. Entering disguised not long after Yuan Kuan began shopping in the village, he smoothly gathered all the items he needed and flew back to the Gem-Cut Mountains with his 2 assistants. But when the 3 only traveled 15 kilometers away from the city, silver light suddenly flashed ahead of them, revealing a gorgeous young woman. She looked at the 3 with a captivating smile. "We are Masked Moon sect disciples. Senior." Although Yuan Kuan's cultivation was low, the strange scene that appeared before him indicated that the woman was beyond ordinary. He immediately fell back on his identity as a sect member to protect them. However, it seemed as if the woman didn't hear him. she chuckled and blew out a pink mist from her mouth. The mist appeared to be slow, but it enveloped the three in an instant. Yuan Kuan and company were unable to resist due to their meager cultivation. After smelling a trace of the scent, they felt their minds fade away as they fell unconscious, promptly collapsing onto the ground. Without any hesitation, the young woman waved her sleeve and released a white mist from her cuff. The mist immediately grabbed the three and brought them to her side. After glancing at their faces, the young woman giggled and glowed with silver light, immediately taking to the skies with her captives. The white light traveled over 5 kilometers away before dropping down at a desolate forest. There was an azure-robed youth that was sitting down cross-legged beneath a large tree and peacefully resting. Right after the white light suddenly appeared before them, it disappeared. Yuan Kuan and company were silently laid down in front of the youth, and the young woman gracefully floated down from the sky. The woman stood in front of the youth and respectfully said, "Master, I've brought people. They called themselves masked moon sect cultivators. They should be what you're looking for." The youth opened his eyes and indifferently asked, "You didn't alarm any others?" Of course, the youth was Han Li, who had spent most of the last month rushing to the state of Bailiang. Since he planned on stealthily finding Nangong Wan, he couldn't brazenly pay her a visit on her doorstep. It would better to avoid any unnecessary trouble. As such, he needed to understand a few details about the masked moon sect, and he decided to stay at a small town nearby. As one who had once tread the path of cultivation since he was a low-grade cultivator, Han Li understood that a sect's low-grade disciples were incapable of completely separating themselves from the mortal world. The town closest to the sect should be a place well frequented by low-grade disciples. With Han Li's immense spiritual sense, regardless of how many cultivators entered the city, they would be incapable of escaping his notice. Originally, Han Li was eyeing another masked moon sect chi condensation disciple, but when a chi condensation disciple wearing steward robes arrived in town, Han Li's target had changed to him. A disciple of higher rank would naturally know of the sect far better. With a thread of spiritual sense tied around him, he ordered Silver Moon to capture him and his associates. Afterwards, they were brought to the forest where he was waiting. Knowing that Han Li was currently in a poor mood, she abandoned any intent to jest and tactfully replied in an earnest manner, "Master, be at ease." It was an easy task to capture 3 chi condensation cultivators. It definitely didn't catch anyone's attention. Han Li expressionlessly glanced at Yuan Kuan's body and coldly grunted, "Well done. With your demon fox illusion techniques and my dream tear technique, we will have him tell us everything." Silver Moon immediately answered, "As you command, master." Afterwards, she turned around and blew several breaths of pink mist onto the 3 on the ground, filling the entire surrounding area. Han Li stood up and slowly entered the mist. Not long after, faint azure light faintly pulsed from within it. Although the Gem-Cut Mountains had a notable name, the first time anyone that came to its mountain wouldn't know why it had the name Gem-Cut. It didn't appear exquisite as its name had implied. Rather, it appeared strange and oversized. The Gem-Cut Mountains didn't have many branching mountains, but the main mountain spanned tens of kilometers in length. Moreover, the bottom half the mountain appeared quite smooth and flat without any cliffs, as if it were a huge slope. But the center of the mountain suddenly grew steep. Not only was the mountain stones frighteningly steep, but the spiritual chi was far more plentiful. It was where the core formation cultivators placed their own cave residences. But in order to prevent any attacks from the sky, ferocious spell restrictions were placed down around the top of the Gem-Cut Mountains. Low-grade disciples have no method of climbing the mountain apart from a few set pathways. Han Li currently stood at the center of the Gem-Cut Mountains on a simple stone road. He looked up to the top of the Gem-Cut Mountains with a soft expression. His current appearance had greatly changed through the use of the appearance exchange arts. His entire body and stature had precisely changed to that of Yuan Kuan. Of course, he had also restrained his cultivation to chi condensation stage. After acquiring the information that he wanted from Yuan Kuan and his subordinates, he imprisoned the 3 in a dry tree hollow and boldly entered the Gem-Cut Mountains. With Yuan Kuan's steward command medallion along with the information he had acquired from the Dream Tear technique, he was able to easily enter the masked moon sect. He currently stood at a market city that was constructed at a corner of the Gem-Cut Mountains where thousands of disciples traded for wanted items. Among them were a few stores that sold mortal goods which were specifically managed by the steward Yuan. Han Li didn't directly head to the top of the mountain. Instead, he patiently brought the items that Yuan Kuan purchased at the mortal town and delivered them to these stores. He left each of these stores under the respective gazes of the shopkeepers and glanced up the mountain. From these three disciples' memories, although Nangong Wan was on the verge of getting married, she wasn't freely accepting visitors despite not being in secluded cultivation. Even the high-grade disciples of the sect found it difficult to meet their martial ancestor Nangong. As for why Nangong Wan would agree to become the pair cultivation companion of the Flowing Mind sect's Wei Lycan, it was still unknown to Han Li. The three he had captured were lowly ranked and didn't know anything of the matter, much to Han Li's disappointment. But from their memories Han Li was able to clearly see, as the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the Masked Moon sect and an amazing world-shaking beauty, Nangong Wan held the vast adoration of many of the low-grade disciples in the sect. There were even vast amounts of male disciples that secretly held romantic feelings for her, Yuan Kuan being one of them. Although he had only seen Nangong Wan a couple of times in the many years that he spent there, he was infatuated. When he heard that Nangong Wan was to be married, Steward Yuan felt depressed for a long while. When Han Li saw these memories he was speechless. Now that Han Li had finished delivering the mortal goods, he casually dealt with other matters in accordance to Yuan Kuan's memories. Fortunately, Steward Yuan didn't have any particularly deep relationships in the sect and none were able to see through any gaps in behavior. A while later Han Li saw that the sky was dimming and felt that it was about time. According to the Yuan Kuan's ordinary behavior, he calmly climbed the mountain. Although Yuan Kuan was only a qi condensation cultivator, he was still a sect steward, and possessed a small, unremarkable residence on the second level of the Gemcut Mountains. Han Li was able to make it into the second level of the Gemcut Mountains without any problems, but he came across a few Foundation establishment cultivators along the way. When they spotted Han Li disguised as Steward Yuan, they each glanced at him with disdain. There were a few that ignored him. When Han Li was alone, he bitterly chuckled as he stroked his chin. It seems that apart from Steward Yuan's subordinates, this person didn't get along well with others. After entering the second level, Han Li didn't go to Yuan Kuan's small residence. Instead he flew towards the top of the mountain along the path on a low-altitude flying tool. Although the other areas appeared empty, Han Li knew that formidable restrictions had been placed there. He naturally didn't dare to touch them. Eventually Han Li arrived at the border entrance between the second and third level of the mountain. There were two Foundation establishment cultivators that had bluntly blocked his way. The pale-skinned cultivator frowned and loudly shouted, "Yuan Kuan, what did you come here for? You should know that you have no business here." After a long while of hesitation, "Martial uncles, this martial nephew wishes to see martial ancestor Nangong. Would martial uncles be able to report this?" Once the two cultivators recovered from their shock, they harshly rebuked him without further thought. "What are you saying? Yuan Kuan, are you awake? You must be daydreaming to think you can see martial ancestor Nangong." Chapter 713. Nangong Wan. Han Li wore a miserable expression and said, "When this martial nephew went out to purchase a few items, I encountered a senior with an unfathomable cultivation. He wanted me to give something to martial ancestor Nangong. He even placed a restriction on my body, saying that only martial ancestor Nangong would be able to dispel it." The pale-skinned cultivator asked bewilderedly, "Senior? Was he a core formation cultivator?" Continuing his dejected expression, he helplessly said, "This martial nephew isn't sure. But this cultivator stated that he was an old friend of martial ancestor Nangong and wished to send her a congratulatory gift, having heard that grand celebration was drawing near. There are still some things that I have to personally say to her." An old friend of martial ancestor? Could he also be a nascent soul senior? This time, the burly cultivator had spoken with alarm. After the pale-skinned cultivator recovered from his surprise, he doubtfully said, "It is possible, but since senior was already there, why didn't he personally arrive at the mountain and present the gift? Who knows? Maybe this senior has some of other matters to attend to, or maybe he finds it inconvenient." After a few of his musings, the burly cultivate bluntly said, "Martial nephew Yuan, extend your hand and let us see the restriction on your body." Having expected this, Han Li calmly extended his arm towards him and surged spiritual power throughout his power, simulating a bizarre magic power restriction on his body. The burly cultivator grabbed onto Han Li's arm and revealed astonishment after sensing it for a short moment. The pale-skinned cultivator also curiously placed two of his fingers on Han Li's arm. Not long after, he wore a similar expression on his face. The pale-skinned cultivator eased his expression and his tone grew less harsh. That's right, a fearsome restriction has been placed on your body. From the degree of its complexity, it appears to have been laid down by a nascent soul cultivator. However, we cannot allow you to easily climb the mountain on this alone. First, take out the congratulatory gift. One of us will take it to martial ancestor Nangong and see whether or not this person is truly an old friend of hers. If martial ancestor is willing to see you, you can climb the mountain. Do you understand, martial nephew Yuan? When Han Li heard this, he wore a bitter expression, but after some thought, he nodded his head. Han Li took out a long wooden box from his storage pouch and handed it over to him. He anxiously added, "This is fine. However, martial uncle must clearly explain the matter of the restriction placed down on my body." The lid of the wooden box had a faint silver restriction talisman placed on top of it. From its spiritual chi fluctuations, it appeared to be quite importantly. It was clear to see this was to prevent anybody from opening the box as it was delivered. I understand. Properly wait here for the time being. Junior Martial Brother Ma, I am going. The pale-skinned cultivator spoke impatiently to Han Li and gave a word of warning to the burly cultivator before flying off on his magic tool with the wooden box in hand. Han Li could only calmly stand in place. Although he was confident that Nangong Wan would see him once she opened the box, he still felt somewhat apprehensive. He answered the intermittent questions from the guard that was left behind. However, when he asked of the appearance of the senior who had delivered this gift, Han Li answered that this senior was wearing a cloak and that he couldn't tell whether or not they were a man or a woman. After the time it took to finish a meal, the pale-skinned cultivator returned with empty hands. Martial ancestor Nanlong said that this person is truly an old friend of hers, and that I am able to bring you to see her to dissolve the restriction. After curtly speaking, the pale-faced cultivator had Han Li follow him up the mountain. Han Li was overjoyed by this and wore an excited expression as he followed the pale-skinned cultivator. Be careful. There are paths that you cannot take no matter what. These restrictions are far more formidable than the restrictions on the center level. Even I wouldn't survive if I fell into them. Of course, Han Li answered with acknowledgement. At that moment, a streak of blue light shot forwards to meet them. The pale-skinned cultivator seemed to recognize the owner of this light and stopped in place with a respectful expression. Soon, the light arrived before the two and faded away to reveal a middle-aged, embroidered-robed cultivator with an imposing appearance. The embroidered-robed cultivator glanced at Han Li and said with a cold tone, "Martial nephew son, why have you brought a chi condensation cultivator to the top of the mountain? Do you not understand the rules here?" The pale-skinned cultivator seemed to hold much reverence towards the embroidered-robed cultivator and hastily explained, "Martial Senior Lan, this martial nephew is only following martial ancestor Nangong's orders. I wouldn't have the courage otherwise to dare to do this." At that moment, Han Li swept his gaze past the embroidered-robed man to discover that he was merely an early core formation cultivator, and that he need not pay him much heed. Although these were his thoughts, he also assumed a respectful expression and didn't dare to rashly speak. When the embroidered-robed cultivator heard this, he was stunned for a moment before astonishedly asking, "Martial Aunt Nangong wishes to see this person? Tell me how this came to be." "It's like this. Martial nephew Yuan." Unknown whether the pale-skinned cultivator didn't dare to conceal this matter from his martial senior or that he was indifferent about the matter, he narrated the events that had occurred. An old friend of martial Aunt Nangong placed a restriction on his body? The embroidered-robed cultivator frowned and suddenly looked at Han Li with a penetrating gaze. The embroidered-robed cultivator bluntly ordered, "Let me have a look at the restriction on your body." Han Li cursed at this person's nosy meddling and could only helplessly obey. The embroidered-robed cultivator grabbed Han Li's wrist and deeply examined it for a moment before nodding his head. This is truly odd. However, although this restriction is complex, it isn't malicious. It seems this person didn't have any ill intent. Go ahead and see Martial Aunt Nangong." Afterwards, he paid the two no further heed and shot down the mountain in a flash of faint blue light. A short moment later, the light dimmed and grew indistinct, disappearing soon after. The pale-skinned cultivator waited until the embroidered-robed cultivator departed before taking a deep breath and gazing in the direction that the light disappeared. He muttered, "Martial Uncle Lan's incorporeal evasion technique can be said to be as blue as his name, one. Although he is only at early core formation stage, even late core formation cultivators would find it difficult to deal with him." The incorporeal evasion technique. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred. Could this person have something to do with the old eccentric Cheong, too, that he saw during the trial by blood and fire? Perhaps he was a descendant or disciple. At that moment, the pale-skinned cultivator had relaxed and continued to lead the way. Soon after, Han Li tossed the matter of the embroidered-robed cultivator to the back of his mind. Because the top level of the gem-cut mountains didn't house many cultivators to begin with, the two didn't encounter anybody else as they traveled to a cave residence close to the peak of the mountain. The pale-skinned cultivator spoke with a tone of admiration. "This is martial ancestor Nanlong's meditation area. Speak carefully when you reply to the martial ancestor, and don't say anything unrelated to the restriction placed on your body. Perhaps she may have some benefits in store for you." After he said that, he turned towards the gate and respectfully said, "Reporting to martial ancestor. The disciple is already here." "I understand. Have the disciple enter alone. You may take your leave." The voice faintly carried a trace of familiarity and strangeness. Once those words were said, the door to the cave residence flickered with yellow light and the stone opened. Han Li walked forward without any hesitation. To Han Li's surprise, there was a beautiful female cultivator wearing yellow short-sleeved robes that stood behind the door. She appeared to be the age of 18 and possessed early foundation establishment cultivation. The woman examined Han Li's transformed figure of Yuan Kuan and found nothing to be wrong. She coldly said, "Follow me. Martial ancestor is waiting for you in the main hall." The woman turned around and entered the cave residence. Han Li lightly sighed and closely followed after her. Nangong Wan's cave residence couldn't be considered large. The foundation establishment woman brought Han Li down a short corridor and through several small side rooms before arriving at the main hall. The hall was elegantly decorated and there was some unknown essence being burned at an unknown corner of the room. There were two interesting small flower pots, each with a precious herb flourishing in them. There was an exquisite square wooden table at the center of the hall. Each side had a light green straw chair. One of the chairs was occupied with a black-haired, white-clothed young woman. She was looking down at the huge sparkling silver sword in her hand. The wood box on the table was open now laid empty. 1. His surname Lon is the same character for blue. 2. First mentioned in chapter 176, Elder Cheom was a formidable core formation cultivator from the Masked Moon sect. Chapter 714. Thoughts of the past. When the white-clothed woman saw Han Li enter, she stroked the silver sword before returning it to the wooden box. She then raised her head and gently glanced at Han Li. The face that Han Li yearned for in countless dreams had appeared before him. A slightly pointed chin, a delicate nose and bright, enchanting eyes. These traces of familiarity caused Han Li to feel a trace of excitement along with a trace of warmth in his heart that had remained dormant since he had last spent time with her. It felt like it had been ages ago. Any thoughts or words had already been released from his mind at that moment. Only an overwhelming passion remained. When Nangong Wan saw that Han Li was so imprudently staring at her, she was stunned for a moment. With a pensive expression appearing on her face, she unconsciously frowned. Nangong Wan raised her head and turned to the yellow-clothed woman that had guided Han Li. She calmly said, "You go down first. I will be speaking with him alone." After a moment of brief surprise, she immediately lowered her head. "Yes, martial ancestor." She then quietly left the hall and disappeared from sight. Han Li calmly waited for the yellow-clothed woman to disappear before glancing around with his spiritual sense. Seeing that there was no one else present, he stared at Nangong Wan and formed a hand incantation. With a series of explosive crackles coming from his body suddenly grew a few inches, and a flicker of azure light revealed his true face. "So it really is you, Han Li." A complicated expression appeared on Nangong Wan's face, but there was no trace of surprise, only a faint sigh. Not knowing how to address her, he stuttered before clumsily saying, You knew I was coming." After he said this, Han Li felt a tinge of regret and couldn't help but feel annoyed with himself. "You? Wanner will do instead." Han Li's clumsy reaction had caused Nangong Wan to unfurrow her brow. She softly smiled, displaying her bright eyes and mesmerizing beauty. "Wanner." Han Li felt overjoyed and couldn't help but softly shout her name. He had finally released the apprehension that was lingering in his heart. She truly harbored some feelings for him. She wouldn't have shown him such an appearance otherwise. For a moment, Han Li stared at her with fascination. Nangong Wan blushed and turned her head, insipidly saying, "What's nice about looking at me? Could it be I'm more beautiful than your new concubine?" When Han Li heard her unhappy words, he couldn't help but be alarmed. Concubine? So you knew of that as well. Nangong Wan lowered her head and glanced down at the floor. She snorted and annoyedly said, "Your newly joined elder of the Drifting Cloud sect and recently condensed a nascent soul at around 200 years of age. How could I not know?" After a short moment, something soon came to mind. Was it the cultivator's surname Tang? Nangong Wan wiped away a sliver of her hair and mysteriously smiled at Han Li. "So you aren't dumb." It truly was that martial nephew Tang. He had made use of a special method to send me a sound transmission talisman. When I received it, I couldn't dare to believe it. After disappearing for so many years, you return as a nascent soul cultivator. In the past, I hadn't particularly paid much attention to this field. As such, I immediately called for recent information on the Drifting Cloud sect. Although it was a bit slow, I know of your general circumstances. With your sudden appearance, you became an elder of the Drifting Cloud sect. You left the trade fair halfway and departed, but I know little of this. But your concubine still remains at Soaring Sky City until this day. Han Li touched his chin and revealed a trace of embarrassment as he tried to explain. At the time, I told her to follow an elder back to the sect. It seems there is something delaying her. However, this concubine. Nangong Wang interrupted. "Enough, there is no need to speak more of it. I'm not going to complain about how you took in a concubine. After all, am I not getting married myself?" Her expression suddenly grew saddened and incredibly weak. Han Li's expression slightly changed. With a sullen voice, he unhurriedly asked, "What's going on with that? Could it be you truly plan to marry that person?" Nangong Wan bit her red lips and bright eyes flickered. "Before I answer that question, I have questions of my own. Why have you come? Do you want me to not marry this person, or do you wish to take me away?" With complete and unwavering determination, Han Li immediately answered, "Of course it is to take you away. I want you to become my wife. No matter who it is that wishes to take away the one I cherish, they will have to go through me first. That is quite the dream, but when I have ever agreed to become your wife?" Nangong Wan blushed and shyly rebuked him in a charming display. Han Li silently smiled and said nothing else. As he was new to matters such as this, it would be better to not delve too deeply. Soon, Nangong Wan's shyness had disappeared and she expressionlessly said, "You should know that in the year of the trial by blood and fire, my first thought was to slash you into countless pieces after you took my virginity. Afterwards, I would use the vermilion bird band to turn your body into ashes to fulfill my revenge. After all, I had bitterly guarded the purity of my body for over 100 years, but you came along and took it. How could I not bear great hatred towards you? From what you've said, I should have already died." Han Li rubbed his nose and found himself not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Once that was said, Nangong Wan's face grew scarlet and she unhappily rebuked him. "Of course. Were it not for some unexplained coincidence that caused my heart to soften, I wouldn't have released you. Do you believe that core formation cultivators are so easily dealt with?" Han Li grinned and said nothing else. Once Nangong Wan explained a trace of the grudge she held against him, she continued, "After we left and returned to the sect, for some unknown reason, I was unable to cast off your image regardless of whether it be during cultivation or secluded meditation. Moreover, your image only became more distinct over time, and it appeared more frequently in my mind. At that moment, I realized that you became an inner demon of temptation. If I didn't cast you off, I feared that my cultivation would become forever stagnant. There were only two methods to cast off an inner demon of temptation. I had to either marry you and become one with you, fulfilling the temptation, or to have you disappear from this world. If you no longer existed, the inner demon would gradually fade. Because there was far too great a disparity in cultivation, it was impossible to choose the former. After a long while of inner torment, I eventually clenched my teeth and decisively decided to exterminate you. But before I could do this, the 6 Devil Dao sects had invaded us, and I came across you at the war camp for the sects of you. You were a Foundation establishment cultivator at the time, and this had caused my determination to waver. If you were able to continue progressing, I felt that becoming husband and wife wouldn't be impossible." Han Li bitterly smiled and muttered, "So it turned out that you wished to kill me at the time. When I saw you during that time, I was incredibly excited to see you, but your cold and detached attitude had been a rude awakening. It had depressed me for quite a few days afterwards." Nangong Wan smiled upon hearing this but continued without answering. "From then on, the sects of you had suffered a great defeat due to Spirit Beast Mountain's betrayal. Each of the 6 sects then began to evacuate their disciples from the state of you. As the youngest core formation cultivator, I was originally among those evacuated, but at the time, I had a good friend within Yellow Maple Valley. In our letters, I came across vague plans for Ancestor Ling Hu's evacuation plan. I knew that you were likely to be in the danger zone. I felt shocked at this fact, and only one thought had filled my mind: to rescue you. When I left, I was too slow. The battle had already concluded. A majority of the disciples had already died, with only a few managing to escape. Not knowing whether or not you survived, I could only helplessly return to my own sect and assist the rearguard disciples in their fight against the Devil Dao. As a result, I was gravely injured against a core formation cultivator and was pursued by several juniors. I think you should know of what happened afterwards. There is no such person as Nangong Bing in this world. I had only changed my appearance. This wasn't because I didn't wish to reveal my true identity, but I couldn't tell you that a core formation cultivator like myself came to rescue you with the particular intention of marrying you. Moreover, because I absorbed most of your cultivation at the time, it was even more embarrassing to reveal my true face to you. However, I didn't wish for you to follow me back to join the Masked Moon sect. I just wanted you to follow me so I could reveal my true appearance and assist you in forming a golden core. We would marry afterwards. But who could have thought of how greedy you were, or perhaps due to chauvinistic stubbornness, that you would simply take the spirit stones. You had left me completely helpless. Once that was said, a faint smirk appeared on her face and she fiercely glared at Han Li, but how was it that Han Li had felt the sliver of happiness from her eyes? Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that if he agreed to follow her back to the Masked Moon sect, Nangong Wan would have definitely brought up the prospect of marriage. However, the most likely resolution was that he would have casually agreed to become another woman's Dao companion, resolving her inner demons in a disappointing fashion. The one who married him would have likely been someone that Nangong Wan had personally sought out. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.